Dad's Horror Movie Podcast, episode 171. I am Dave Z. I am here with Christian. Brandon, we hope he's going to be back next show, but he needs one more week off. He's doing his thing. However, in his place, we have two great friends of mine, two great podcasters, two great people that we haven't had them both on the show. We've had one on the show, and more on that in a minute. But we have to bring on our dear friends, Brian and Jamie Sammons. Welcome.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Hello.
I've been waiting
Awesome.
for this for a long time. I've been waiting for Brian to meet Christian because I don't know. I just think you guys will get along. Plus, I always love talking to Dave. And this
Dave's
is
okay.
exciting. Yeah.
I am okay. I'll give myself that too.
Another milestone, another historic moment. And of course, Brandon's not here to experience it.
Hi, Brandon.
Yeah.
He won't listen.
Yeah.
Don't even say hi. He never listens. He'll just say, "How did the recording go?" He's
Fuck
one of
off,
those guys.
Brandon.
Nice. See, some people are on podcasts, right, with like 3 hosts or more or whatever, and if they happen to miss that show, they never listen. I always listen. I have to. If I'm not there, I'm definitely listening because I'm like, I want to see how.
You're paranoid of what they're going to say about you.
You're right. I admit it.
It's like when you're in elementary school and you had a sick day and you're at home and you're enjoying your day at home, but that was the day that everything happened at school. And when you go
Always.
back the next day, you feel like you missed out. I always used to hate that feeling as a kid.
I
Well-
feel that way at work.
Yeah.
See, I never felt that way because I never wanted to be at school or work, so it was okay if I missed. But what used to get me was like in my like later teens and my early 20s when we were out fucking driving around, getting high all night, and just doing nothing, but having times of our lives. And like if I had to work late or something, and I just couldn't get out one night, I felt if I missed one day with my friends, I was like, oh man, what I miss out on. It was like you had to be there, even if you didn't want to be there sometimes, just because I'm afraid I'm gonna miss something, even if it's something so small as somebody made a joke and freaking everybody laughed for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's just, so I get it with that, but not with school and work. Oh God, that's the last places I want to be. Although I tell Frankie now, I'm like, I know you hate school now, but you're going to hate work so much more. Enjoy this
Yeah.
while you can, right? Good God. But she thinks she's going to love her work, and she has every little thing. She has every step freaking mapped out and that a 15-year-old can have mapped out. She has everything. Where she wants
That's
to go
awesome.
to school, what she's going to study, how long it's going to take, how much she's going to make, what she has to know. She has 100% plan. Of course, yesterday
Wow.
there was an issue. Poor baby. Actually, she made National Honor Society a couple weeks ago, so we were all really happy about that. And
Nice.
she's got this and that. Yeah, it's really exciting here. However,
Awesome.
she took a test this week. 2 of the tests she did great. One of them was geometry, and she said I studied the hardest for it, and she got a fucking 52. And the poor girl was in the back seat yesterday, in fucking tears. And I'm just like, baby, you can't put that much pressure on. I go, with life, I go, everything doesn't come out to plan, but it's okay. But I mean, she's so determined to do all that stuff that this one little bump in the road, and it's hard to explain that to a 15-year-old, you know.
And of course, you said, and we're still not going to get McDonald's because I said 80s or above on all 3 tests. So there's no fast food in her future. No, my daughter, it's funny. Total parallel. Like my daughter at age 15 knew exactly what she wanted to do and where she wanted to go. And one of the where she wanted to goes comes from a movie we're watching tonight, or we watched last night that we're talking about.
She wants to be in Murders and Acquisitions.
Yes. Yeah. How did you know?
I'm Murders and Executions. Damn, I fucked up the
Yeah.
You get an A for
I
it.
found it
reacted
very-
like you got it right. I thought you did.
Very inspirational. And she just recently took a math test that she got 52 on, and she thought she was going to fail. I'm dead serious. Like that's why I'm saying the
insane.
parallel is hilarious.
Wow.
Now she was upset, but she actually went into that test prepared, and when she came out, she was like, "Oh my God, I think I failed that test, Dad. I think I did horribly." And I'm like, "Okay, well just wait till you get the results and whatever." So she was still very upset with the 52, but I'm like, "Hey, you passed." My kids are much better students than I ever was. I'm not saying, but at that level, because she's usually getting 80s or above. So I'm just saying that this was a hit, but I was like a solid B student on a good day.
Now I know these two
So-
people sitting here were like both A's, right?
Well, I did do well in school.
Right. I
But it just-
anticipated.
Emboldened me to be more cocky. You were mentioning about missing days and all that. I was notorious for missing days from school. I missed so many days that every year I would get called into the principal office and, oh, your attendance is unacceptable and blah, blah, blah. But me, being cocky, was like, well, just look at my grades. I mean,
Right.
obviously, I'm doing okay, so why should I actually be here?
That's
I'm
awesome.
learning what I gotta learn.
I wish I had that. Yeah, that's awesome.
That is
Yeah,
awesome.
Sorry, Brian. I think I cut you off there.
He's
No,
still
you there? There.
He's still
Oh,
that cocky today.
Yeah.
I was too much of a kiss ass to skip school. And I'm just being straightforward. I was just a.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah. I was that kid. I was the although I have to say, looking back, I was kind of annoying. I remember I took a trip in the the fourth grade, we went to Washington, D.C., and we were at Arlington Cemetery, and we were standing around this pool, and we were all standing around looking in, and the guide said, he's like, don't get too close because there are barracuda in there. And so I was sitting over there. I'm like, well, actually, barracuda really only attack people if they're wearing something shiny that attracts them. I'm like, so chances are we'll probably be fine. And the guy was like, thank you.
Awesome.
Nudge.
But as you can
Suddenly there's
see,
little girls.
nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
The amount of guilt that I would feel if I skipped school. I'm not saying I never did it, but I would feel so much guilt that I just couldn't do it. That's why I could never kill anybody. I don't care how clean the murder was, if I was wearing gloves and had bleach and this, that, and the other thing, and totally, again, now at this age, because I guess CSI screwed me for life. I figured they'd just take that thing and they'd have me pinned in a second. But the amount of guilt, I couldn't live with myself. I would die thinking, oh my God, they're going to find the body. Oh my God, they found the body. Oh my God, they're at the door. Oh my God, whatever. So
Wow,
you can feel
dude.
safe around me. I will not murder any one of you.
So you need a telltale heart and start having palpitations.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No shit. Dude, I don't think I changed either. If I think about schooling and grades and stuff, I'll check. I was like a D+ student, and so I got all D's in every fucking class except English, where I would get a B+ or an A, because I never gave a fuck about anything except English. I was the type of person, if I don't give a fuck. Again, I was a kid. Now I'm different. I know I should have, but at the time I just didn't care about science, and I couldn't do math. That's the one thing I'm just too dumb to do. I'll admit that. I cannot do math. I get too frustrated. I'm impatient. So, but everything else I just didn't care about, and I didn't have anybody really like under my ass to fucking boost me like the way we do with Francesca. That's why she does what she does. But it's like I never tried. I just went and never studied, and I just got like D's and shit. But English, I always loved. It was stories. I was always a good writer, a good speller, and all that stuff. And it interested me. So my English teachers loved me, and nobody else liked me. And I never wanted to be in school, and I skipped school all the time. And I had detention like almost all of 7th grade. I was in school suspension. I was suspended straight up off of the school. I had everything. And the only reason I even graduated is because I was such a good cheater. I mean, I would never have gotten by without cheating. I was smart enough to know how to be a good cheater, and I would do things that nobody would dare to do. Like I would break into not break in, because I didn't break doors down. I would sneak into like principals and assistant principal's office and get passes. And be able to write myself passes and hall passes and shit and do things to excuse myself from classes and shit like that. I was very fucking devious, and I got away with everything. And I just did everything, and I just never wanted to be there.
That's awesome.
I know,
Dave
but now
watched too many 80s comedies.
But I did do it. I remember
That's hilarious.
we had those discipline sheets, right? And here, because my English teacher, Mrs. Fazer, loved me, she actually assisted me in this. She wrote a thing, and I kind of duped her, but it's okay. She wrote this thing. She gave me her signature to put on a thing to get out of study hall. I said, listen, I don't want to go to study hall. Can I come in here and assist with you or something? And I would do that. I would sit in on the class, and I would do things. And I was like, she goes, yeah, I'll be able to write you a pass to get you out of study hall to be teacher's aide for this, I forgot, student aid. So she wrote this thing, and we had these yellow hall passes that were like, I don't know, 12 inches or something. So I got her signature. So what I would do was I stole some other hall passes from the AP or the principal's office, and I got it, and I would put it on it, and I would write thing in there, and then I got the assistant the signature for my guidance counselor, because guidance counselors could call you out of school anytime. I had a class to go and see the guidance counselor. So I got these signatures, and anytime I didn't want to be in class, now I didn't overdo it because that's how you get caught. But if I really wanted
to... The effort that you put into this.
Oh,
you
dude.
could have been like an A+ student.
That's just it. I have intelligence.
Covert operations.
The intelligence is there. It's just
Sorry.
not. No, we're cutting off. It's just that I didn't want to apply it to schoolwork. I wanted to apply it with fucking off and not being in school. So it's like that's what's wrong with me. Of course, now in adult life, I mean, that attitude is still there. I mean, I can't. Now I'm getting paid to work, so I have to do a good job, and I can't fuck around at my job. But I'm still the same person, is what I'm getting at. I don't want to do shit, So I don't know.
Awesome. Now everybody knows who the.
Okay.
Sorry, JB, go ahead. I've got a delay on my end, which has been plaguing me for the last, I think, few episodes, but I apologize.
Back.
Yeah.
I was just going to say my school gave out a scholarship to one student every year that all the teachers voted on. And this is when I was talking about how much of a kiss ass I was, I got that scholarship when I graduated. But you should have seen my face. It's on the video of my graduation. I'm just sitting there, and I'm actually talking to the person next to me, and we're like laughing and talking and stuff while people are making announcements. And suddenly they say my name, and I'm like, "What?" Like, it was so shocking. I was like, but yeah, that was. I thought that was funny, but probably not as funny as it was in my head. But never mind.
No, baby, it was hilarious.
Yeah. That's why I keep him around. Although he had me bawling this morning because right before we got on the call, right before we got on the call, we were watching was like 30 times animals were grateful to humans.
Something like that.
It was like humans had rescued animals in various situations, and the animals, wild animals, and they were grateful for it. So I'm just crying. But that's me. Yesterday we went to the movies, and there's that I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's a commercial before the movies, and every time we see it, I start crying, and it's a little robot dog. It's a Kia commercial, I think.
Yeah.
And it's a little robot dog that his owner is going down, and he's leaving, and the dog sees him leaving, and he chases after him, and then he jumps off this building to get to him, and he hits the ground because his charge dies. And then it shows the guy charging him with the little charge hose, and then he gets up and hugs him. And every time I just bawl in the theater, and I'm like, it's a robot dog that's fake.
It's funny that you say that, because
cool.
I don't know if you guys watched the deleted scenes from American Psycho, but there's that scene that after Patrick Bateman stomps on the dog, he tries to revive it with like an electrical cord to charge it back up. It just doesn't work. I was thinking of you, Jamie, specifically on the dog sequence. No, that sounds weird.
Oh,
but like,
yeah.
Just your feelings, because I know that you're like this. I am too. Like when it comes to animal stuff, Dave voices his opinion more about it too. But you're talking about the 30 times animals were grateful to other animals or humans. There was one that I think it was that my wife just shared with me that was other animals, I think domestic in this case, saving other animals, and it was caught on film. Don't ask me who was filming and not helping, but of course it was caught on film. But ultimately, the scenes where he stomps on the dog and the cat, feed me a stray cat or stray kitten or whatever, I was like, I said, like, no, they don't show anything because, of course, things go off the rail before anything happens there. But I was thinking, I'm like, I wonder if you hate the movie because of those sequences, or maybe you give it a pass because they don't really actually show anything.
I don't hate the movie because of those sequences. I don't hate the movie at all. But
man, I thought something was going to happen.
I do, but not because of that. No, I don't. I don't at all. But with the first time I saw it, the cat thing scared me. And then, nothing happened, so that's okay. And then the dog thing did make me cry. But over the years, I just talked about this on I think it was the most recent episode where I was talking about how we watched. I finally got around to watching the uncut version of Cannibal Holocaust.
Oh yeah.
But I had built it up, the animal version, so much in my head over the years that I was so terrified to watch it because I knew it would just ruin me. And then by the time I did actually watch the uncut version, it wasn't as bad as I had imagined it would be. So I was able to make it through it. But I have flat out not watched movies before, and not even horror movies, but like. You remember that Steven Spielberg movie War Horse?
Oh, well,
it looked fantastic, but I would never watch it.
I am not surprised.
I would never watch it.
It's about a horse, legit?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I never watched it.
But I can't, like, my dog Skip, that movie. Oh my God, it was awful. I was a nanny at the time. I had a little 2-year-old that I was taking care of, and I just started bawling at the end of the movie because. Like it has a good ending. It has a happy ending. The dog's okay. But then they feel the need to go through, the kid's life with the dog. And then you see the kid going to college and then the dog dies. I'm like, why did we have to go that far? You didn't have to tell me that. I know what happens. I know
right.
life, but you don't have to show me. So I'm bawling. And the little girl climbs up in my lap and she's like, Mimi, your face is leaking. And I was like,
aww.
I was like, it's okay. And she's like, it's only a movie. And I'm like, and I swear to God, she's like, it's only a movie. I'm like,
but they pulled the heartstrings. Like A Dog's Purpose. That movie, I thought was the dog, or My Life, Marley and Me,
nope,
or whatever. What are you laughing about over there, Dave? What happened? What happened?
Well, A Dog's Purpose. I never even knew about this movie, right? And at the time, this was when things were at like a real low. And I was living with my father in his apartment. It was when we were out of the house before we settled the court here. So I was in a real fucking low state of life. And my wife was staying with my Aunt Mary, and my daughter, we only had her sometimes. So I was working late, and I would get home, not working late, but I would get home after Irene would. So Irene would actually have Francesca, and her and my Aunt Mary, who loves dogs, and and my wife loves dogs too. So they were watching this movie. It was going to be called A Dog's Purpose. So now I came home. I just gotten out of work, and I was going to my aunt's house. And I don't know if I was in a bad mood or just the dogs put me in a bad mood. But I walked in the house, and the dogs were, the dogs were just being assholes. They were making all kinds of noise, this, that, the other fucking thing. And they sit down, they go, oh, we're going to watch A Dog's Purpose. And I said, A Dog's Purpose is to shut up, I said. And ever since then, my daughter, when she hears that title, she says that to me. She busts my balls because I said that. A Dog's Purpose. Oh, fucking dogs. Don't even get me started. That's why I was wrenched this morning. It's always about whatever. So let's be happy. Jamie and Brian.
Yes.
This is the crazy thing. We had meant to do this earlier. Like, here's what happened. When we did the first year, we did the women in horror thing, and then we had, our female friends that were podcasters on. So last February, not this one, we were going to do something funny. We were going to have, for Women in Horror Month, we were going to have all the men on that hosted a show with women, but without their women. So we were going to have, like, Brian, JP, who else was it? Host with a male. No. There was four. I think Jason Smith. There's another one I'm clearly missing out on that we're friends with. Damn it. Oh, Scott Crawford. Okay, so we were gonna do that. So just to be us, to be fucking assholes. So then it didn't happen. I think JP was gonna be the first. He couldn't make it, and I said, you know what? Fuck it. I probably got impatient. I go, it's too much to ask people to be there early. Let's not even do it. Maybe next year we'll plan ahead better, because it was a last minute thing, So then, coming up this February, my plan was, okay, let's do this. Let's just have the couples on. Let's just have, So Brian and Jamie were supposed to be on this February, but then of course we decided to take our break in February, and then that didn't happen. So 2 years in the making, Brian was supposed to be on the show, and now here we are, and we haven't even discussed Horror in the House of Sammons or any of that, because they're cranking out so many good things, and it's one of the very few shows, and I do mean very few, that as soon as it drops, I gotta listen. Of course, I can't do the Patreon because they see movies as soon as they fucking come out, and I have, you know what I mean? So I can't. Like, I haven't even heard the Texas Chainsaw one yet. So I'm behind on all podcasts, but they've been dropping on the Patreon this and that, and I listen on to the trivia games and everything else. Bottom line is, I love what you guys are doing with the show and how it's evolved from the way we started, and especially the bumps in the night shit. Because you guys know my attitude on reviews. I say fuck reviews, and I love conversation. And I'm actually jealous because I don't know where Jamie, she always says, I was searching, and I did it, and I pulled up this article, and I'm thinking, where the fuck? I've tried it so many times to have topic conversation on this show, and I can't find shit. But she always comes up with these great articles and these great things, and they read them on the show, and they debate, or so much fun.
Or trivia. I'm cutting you off because there was one that you're doing trivia, and it's shocking how fun that is when you're not because you think you're part of the conversation. So I'm in the car, going like, I got the answer, and I'm like, but they can't hear me, and I look crazy to anybody that's driving around me. But that's the fun of the show. So that's when you know you've got a good show, when you've got people yelling at their phone or whatever it may be and interjecting when you actually can't hear us at all. And I think
that's what we hope for. Like, we want people to have fun with it and feel involved. And I hope people are out there yelling at me, and because it's usually me that's.
I yell at you all the time, so you should be okay.
Like I know his name.
Yeah, she's on crack.
And,
Amy only gives it a 3 because she's on crack. I love that.
Yeah, I love those. Yeah.
The few times Brian comes ahead of Jamie, it's like maybe 1 out of like 100. And every time it does, he says she's on crack for not being as high as he is every.
or it's a 5 when Brian's like, no, this is like a 2 or 3 at the most. But I don't think I've seen anything lower than a 2. There might be ones, but the ones that you seem to post always seem to hover between a 3 and a 5.
No, I once gave a movie a poop emoji.
Wait, yeah, that was recently. That was like within the last 6 months too.
Yeah, something like that.
Movie
Yeah.
was it?
I can't remember. That's how good it was.
Shit. It was bad, whatever it was. I mean, and I'm very forgiving. Like, that's what that's what, and we're always joking about that, and you guys know, like, we're always very, like, he'll say, well, Jamie gives this a 3 because she's soft-hearted. She's over there going, well, they tried.
Yeah.
Respect.
Well, yeah. I started saying that because it seemed to be a thing that, like, well, at least they got a movie made, and for some films that I can respect that because you could see general like an actual effort. But there are some now that I've just watched, and Tubi is a great resource for shit heaps.
Yes,
just movies with and I respect it too because. Hey, now you've got an actual way to distribute your film where back in the day it was next to impossible to get people to see your films. But there are less than zeros, if you will. Might as well throw in another reference to the writer of one of the movies tonight. But ultimately,
sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, well, a lot more movies are being made now more than ever because it's a lot easier to do that. But unfortunately, whenever you lower the bar for entry, you get a lot more crap. And yeah, you do get a lot of good ones. There are those people who they never got famous or they never whatever, but they have the skill, they have the talent, and they make something good. But just from sheer numbers, you always get more bad than good.
Yeah.
True.
We just watched Bloodhook on Tubi. And I love that movie. It's from 1986, and I'd never seen it. And I love that movie so much, I bought it. And we just got it yesterday.
Yep.
I bought the Blu-ray.
I remember the cover art. Trauma, I think had the distribution back in the day, right? Yeah.
And did you ever
see it?
You
know the cover art, Dave. I feel like I rented it back in the day, but I remember nothing about it other than it looking very... Like it was shot in like almost like 8mm.
Yeah, maybe it was cheap as hell, but it's so funny. And I mean, it's just got the stupidest premise and the stupidest weapon ever for a slasher, but it's hilarious. It's a little too long.
Yes.
It's almost 2 hours long, which is crazy, not only for
yeah.
a slasher, but for a cheap slasher. But at the same time, it's so entertaining that I can't help it. And it's clearly meant to be funny, and they make fun of a lot of things. And so I'm thinking, and they'll do things like sit on a shot for 30 seconds too long, and it's awkward. You're looking at somebody's reaction face for longer than you need to, and you start to feel really awkward about it. But then I'm like, that's got to be part of the joke. Like, it has to be. If it's not, they are so inept. But I think it's just part of the joke. But it's very funny, and I really enjoyed it. And it's on Tubi, so if anybody wants to check it out. I will always watch a slasher I've never seen. That is I will drop everything to watch a slasher. That's the one. I don't know, other genres I love everything, but if it's a slasher and I've never seen it, put it on. I'm gonna watch it, which is why we watched Memorial Valley Massacre, and which is why I told Dave, don't bother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the thing is, I do want to watch as many slashers from the 80s as I can. The few that I missed. Now I remember. Now Blood Hook was on my list, but now I know why I didn't watch it initially. There's usually a reason. Occasionally it didn't make the shops, but sometimes it did make the shops, the video stores, I should say, and I didn't see it. I just didn't decide it. We decided against it. As soon as you said Troma, now I know why. If Troma distributed it,
Distribution though. Yeah.
I know, but if that thing was on the label and it looked comical at all at that time, there's no way we would have rented it. Because so now I understand, even with a title like Bloodhook, I probably wouldn't have figured it was going to be a slasher or it was going to be just goofball. We weren't into that shit. I mean, we loved the Toxic Avenger, and we liked Nukem High, and then the Toxie 2 was okay, but then the more, I think another one came out called Rabid Grannies or Blades or something. I don't know, the 2 or 3 in a row came
Rabid
out.
Grannies Uncut. Rabid Grannies Uncut is really fun. The R-rated one chops, like they literally just...
Yeah.
eviscerated the movie. It's like goreless, pretty much.
And I don't even know.
You weren't like Surf Nazis Must Die didn't wheel you in. I had to rent that.
A friend had
based
to
on the
rent
title and the cover.
I let him choose it. This one friend of mine couldn't stop talking about it. I said, all right, let's watch it. I literally remember nothing about it, so it didn't have any impact on me. See, those kind of topics, those kind of titles just turn me off. I don't want to see Surf Nazis Must Die. I want to see fucking machete wielding fucking maniacs. That's what I want. That was just the way I was at that time. I was very particular. It was either that or Satan. It's hard to explain, but there was so much to choose from. It was like, okay. And we tended not to rent many things more than once, mostly because I would burn them. If I burn them, okay. I'm using modern terms for fucking the 80s. Mostly because if I did like it enough, I would hook up the 2 VCRs to each other and copy it. So I would have all these, Kodak VHSs with 3 movies on them in NSP mode or whatever it was. So there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of re-renting going on, but there was so much to choose from back then. So that's where my discerning eye came in with the box covers and this and that. It's so funny.
The Dave Z method.
That's where it began. And in most cases, it is tried and true. But the 80s, like this Bloodhook thing, that's the reason I didn't rent it. Because if whatever that VHS, either just said Troma or something on the box. But now I'm going to give them a chance. But not every slasher. I guess that's where I differ. Like Jamie says, any slasher from the 80s or for whenever, I can't. I still do the method. And if I go on IMDb and they all say like it's like a 2.1 and everybody gives it a 1 and everybody says boring, there's no way. But if 1 or 2 people say so bad it's good, even if it has a low rating, I will watch that. Because as I've stated many times on the show, in the 80s when we rented a movie, one of 2 things happened 90% of the time. The movie was fucking great, or we had so much fun laughing at it that it was a great night. Very few times it was just a bad experience. So
and there was no IMDb. You had like Leonard Maltin's movie guide if the movie made the cut. And so at the day it was like blind renting. You're just like, so I get it. Like I think we all use the Dave Z method at some point, but sometimes the absolute cheesiness of a cover would be what drew me to it and said we've got to rent it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like there was one called Black Rage, where I think it's just a guy doing this, but the cover made us laugh so bad. We're like, we've got to rent the movie. And of course, it was a horrible piece of shit. But we had to rent it.
Oh, did you get joy out of it? Was it funny? Were you laughing at it? Was there bad dialogue that made you laugh, or a bad acting, or someone looked like someone you know? Okay, see, when you get me and my brother,
but nothing like Hard Ticket to Hawaii or those movies. Sorry, Dave, but like nothing like that. But
oh man,
but it was
we love
fun.
Hard Ticket to Hawaii.
Oh hell yeah!
I remember you guys did your retrospective, like
That's right, man.
Year,
I love those.
Maybe 2 years
I love
ago.
those movies.
Yeah.
But I've always had this quest to watch everything. And I used to go to the video store because they did the 5 for 5 for 5, and I would go to the video store on Friday night, and I would just start. I started at the beginning of the horror section, grabbed 5 movies, watched those, came back, grabbed the next 5, watched those, came back, grabbed the next 5. And the guy at the video store, he's just like, "Are you trying to watch everything?" And I'm like, Yeah, I am. And I didn't even see what they were. Like, I didn't read them. I just grabbed them, and it was there. I was going to watch it. And that was like, I want to see everything. You can't. It's impossible. You cannot, even if you spend your entire life doing nothing but watching movies. It's like trying to watch every video on YouTube. You can't do it. The time doesn't exist. But I am giving it my best try. Like, and that's why we're doing the collection that we've been doing for like 5 years.
Almost to the seas, huh?
And we're in the seas kind of
Yes.
now.
Right? Yeah, we just started doing the C's on the show.
There you go.
Wow. We're getting there. But I don't know. I feel I've got this need, on my deathbed, I'll probably be trying to squeeze in movies that I haven't seen.
I hope I am. Shit.
Well, I meant to ask this way back when, but this, like our show, we just go off the rails, and there's no real, standard flow. We don't do the 3-part or 3-act structure like WotC. So what I was going to ask you is, what movie did you guys go see at the theater yesterday?
X.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was that, and I'm assuming you're doing a Patreon exclusive review. So
it's out already.
Maybe it's already out. You guys put
they
it
don't
out
fuck around.
Already? Oh,
they
wow.
go to the movies, they come
okay.
and they record. Boom. Yep.
Yeah, I put it out yesterday at like 7:00 last night, so it's out. We both loved it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it. Go see it.
Yeah, awesome. And then if anybody listening is a patron of ours, whenever we do a new movie, we always do a non-spoiler section in the beginning, and then we give a definitive spoiler warning. So if you're afraid to listen, don't be. We're not going to spoil anything, and we just give a general overview, like what did we think of it, and then we actually get into a discussion about Ty West.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, that's the Ty West one.
Yep.
See this?
Yeah, with Mia Goth.
Wait, I know. I forgot the name of it. Oh, with Mia. Oh, Mia on the
See,
theater.
I told you. I even said on the episode, I was like, "That's Dave's girl. Dave loves Mia."
I might
Brian
have to
didn't
go
know
now.
who she was. He's like, "Who the fuck is Mia Goth?"
I think I'm alone in the Mia Goth freaking obsession. I don't know what.
Horrible.
She's something, I'll tell you. But it doesn't seem like anyone else.
Look at who she is.
You don't know see what I mean? No one knows. To me, she's freaking so hot. But anyway, it's just one of my things. And she's a good actress, and she has that accent, which I love. I love that accent so much that I changed my Siri.
Yeah, okay.
I changed my Siri to be a female from the UK because I fucking love her.
She actually doesn't have her usual accent in this movie.
Oh, really?
She's American.
Oh, that's okay too. No sweat there. I just like seeing her. And Ty West. So this is the thing. I can't even listen to the non-spoiler reviews, nothing, because all I need to know is that these two here said they love it, right? Now I know nothing going in. I knew there was a Ty West movie. I forgot the name, as you saw, and I knew Mia Goth was in, and some other good actors, if I can recall. But again, I don't know. But it's like when I know that people love it, I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. Now that means I'm going to see the movie, and I don't even know the plot. I know zero about this movie, and for me, that's how I enjoy my movies the most. Having no knowledge, haven't seen a frame, haven't heard a word about the plot. It's like, okay, let's sit down. This movie could be about a vampire or it could be a Western horror. I know nothing, or both. So I'm like, I sit down and I love when I take that trip, and I'm like, 20 minutes, I'm like, oh, so this movie's about this. They took a turn here, and I'm not going to get into that conversation because I know Jamie and I we're very vehemently opposed. We're on opposite It's like fucking politics on the podium, so I won't start it. But
no, I don't. I mean,
I do try to explain why with me at least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care what you do.
No,
it doesn't. I'm not gonna be like, Rah. But the thing is, because I know you and how you are, I am very particular about the things I'm willing to say, because like when we did that review yesterday, I was like in the very beginning, I was just like, I can't talk about, in the interest of spoilers, I'm not going to be talking about who dies, how they die, or why, or who the killer is. Like I don't mention any of that. And because I don't want to ruin anyone's experience. And even if an experience wouldn't be ruined for me,
it's common courtesy.
Yeah, I mean, like I try to be thoughtful about what other people feel going in. Now sometimes it's just maybe the best thing is just to avoid it altogether, because like when Alex was talking about with the Halloween the Halloween Kills, I think, trailer, he didn't want to know where scenes took place, or was that you, like locations? He's like, they gave away a location, and I'm like
he's like me now.
if that bothers you that much, then you just need to not pay attention to anything.
Oh man, now I know they filmed it on a street.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't care about
it. Haddonfield. The Myers house is in it. There's pumpkins. Like what the?
Maybe, I think that was one of the complaints, is that I knew that the Myers house was in it. Well, of course the fucking Myers house is in it. They're in Haddonfield. Like I don't think
the
that's
first one. Was it in Halloween? The first one, Halloween 2018. Myers house. If so, then there'd be no.
I don't even remember.
Okay. I don't know.
See, again, like let's say it wasn't in that movie, and then I'm like, okay, it wasn't there, so I'm not gonna. So when the first time you see it in the second chapter, it's kind of a surprise, I guess. But maybe he was talking about the hospital. Maybe he didn't want to know that it took place in a hospital again. Which, by the way, I fucking love that. I was listening the other day, and I never said this when we talked about Halloween Kills. I love so much that they put Jamie Lee in the hospital again and let her fucking sit in the hospital again, but this time he was not pursuing her. She was not even the central character. So it's almost like they fucked with people. Like, oh, it's going to be Jamie Lee in the hospital again. Michael's going to come to the hospital. No, it fucking ain't. Jamie's going to be in the hospital. Michael's going to be doing all kinds of other shit somewhere else, and they're going to think that she's going to the hospital against him. Another reason I love the movie. It's another fucking left turn they took. But,
I do love that she thought he was coming. And then
everybody's like, get over yourself.
Yeah, her daughter's like, it's not about you, Mom. But I love the fact that they pointedly put that in the film for all those people out there who are that he is still going after Laurie. And I'm like, you're missing the point. No, he's not. He never has been. As far as the first film is concerned, and then the two recent ones, like that's not the point of Michael Myers. Like, get it out of your head. She's not his sister. It's not a thing. He's not going after her. And I like the fact that the movie goes out of its way multiple times to tell you that. And
awesome.
People still get
because people have decades to forget about where it was all about. He's after his sister, then he's after his niece, then he's after his dog he once had. I mean, everything
wants to eat it.
Was always this family connection.
You know what I love? I love
that dog to tell it to shut up. That's your purpose.
That's right, a dog's purpose.
But it's a great middle finger. I mean, I love what they're doing with the new ones. And that's why I love reading online when people are so like, put this series to rest. You know how long we've been hearing that? They forget we've already gone through 3 of these, put these series to rest, just in the Halloween franchise alone. Just like we did with Friday the 13th. Like Friday the 13th, we've talked about it. We love them. And maybe not all the installments, but we love them as a franchise. And I know that part 4 is a favorite. Brian, again, I think of yours and I think of all 4 of us. But ultimately, where I'm going with it is when those were coming out, remember, they were treated like they were just the lowest common denominator. They were like a franchise McMuffin or McRib of the horror industry. And like it was nothing, no highbrow whatsoever. They're dismissed, essentially, as anything remotely good, and even by horror fans at the time. But
they definitely weren't elevated horror.
No, but I mean, when you really think back to the 80s, like there was only a few, like what was elevated horror at that time? I guess A Nightmare on Elm Street, maybe
Not
Hellraiser.
much.
Like
Maybe.
what was like maybe like what became
Well, see-
like that elevated Silence of the Lambs maybe was what
Nah, but that's
had
not,
like this has
Well,
like
no,
is
Silence of the
elevated.
Lambs wasn't a horror film. It was
Yeah,
a
if you ask it.
thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we know
got
that
a lot.
we know that's bullshit. But
Yeah.
back then, if you wanted people to respect your film, the last thing you did was call it a horror film.
Yeah.
Going into the 90s, it was, we're all afraid of that word.
Well, that comes straight out of the 50s. Like in the 1930s, when they had the classic films, there wasn't this stigma attached to horror. But during the 50s, horror was almost always aimed at kids. It was the teenage market. So people started making, I mean, that's where you have the, oh, hell.
Them and all that.
Corman.
The fucking
You have the
Corman.
Corman movies with the, some guy wrapped up in a carpet. No, he's a monster. And, they made these movies for like 50 cents and they put them out just to get whatever money they could. There was no artistry. They were just a product. And so everybody just naturally had a lower opinion of it. It wasn't until the 60s and then more so in the 70s and 80s where they started making real horror films aimed at adults and were taking this stuff seriously that people weren't used to that. They still had this idea that it was a funny guy with googly eyes coming from outer space and just...
Yeah. I mean, then we got things like Rosemary's Baby and The Omen and The Exorcist and The Changeling. And
that was the
things
turnaround.
that we refer to as adult
horror.
Brian and I always talk about adult horror.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually became respectable to an extent. You had big directors making these films. You had like legitimate stars in these films.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like the hagsploitation, like where they used to be big stars and now they can't do anything else, so they're making cheap horror movies. No, I mean like, Mia Farrow and in Rosemary's Baby. And I don't know. You know the story.
Well, I guess,
what
I guess that's why they say 1960 is kind of like the birth of modern horror because of Psycho and Peeping Tom and in that year, and then what it led to, like you guys just mentioning Rosemary's Baby, Repulsion, the Polanski films later on, and then 70s was probably the total flip where it was all aimed. It was more like adults. Oh, Texas Chainsaw had teens or young 20, but like I mean, ultimately it was the other thing. Like yes, The Exorcist
well, it became
had
and dirty, and you had Hills Have Eyes and Last House on the Left and things that were more exploitation than. So you kind of had those dueling things. You had the grown up but respectable horror, and then you had the drive-in horror that was grittier and darker, and they discussed themes that you wouldn't have important directors talking about, like rape revenge and things like that.
Well, it's why the 80s is my favorite decade for horror. And it's not just because, anything made outside the 80s isn't good. No, there's always good movies. There always will be good movies. But the 80s was such an explosion of horror. And I mean, I always point out, whenever I remember to, stuff like, today in 1983, this movie, and this movie all came out on the same day.
Amazing.
And that's never happened before or since. Now, we get a lot more releases now, thanks to all the streaming services. And like I said, the bar has been lowered and everybody's making movies. But it doesn't necessarily mean we're getting anything better. But when I point this out, like one of them's The Fly, and I
was going to say 1986. I remember you doing that one.
Yeah, and it's like, you'll have these three big hitters. They all came out to theaters on the exact same day. When's the last time you've ever seen that? When's the last time? I mean, even like right now, we're in a good era for horror. I think, the 2000s are making some great movies. But how often do you see two good horror movies released on the same exact time?
No chance.
And that
it's
wasn't
not. Yeah.
uncommon back in the 80s.
No, and they also steered it back toward the teen crowd in the 80s.
Well,
like
and
with
that's
the
another thing,
slashers and
because
everything,
it
and
was
that's
They
where
were
the money-
fun too.
Yeah, and that's it. Because there were so many, you had so many different flavors. You had the serious horror films, you had the stupid teen horror films, which I love. I'm not deriding them, but I mean, just you have the goofy. I mean, you had every flavor you could imagine, and it just wasn't only like slashers. A lot of people just think, oh, the 80s were slashers, nothing but. No, that was a big part of it. But I mean, there's always ghost movies and vampire movies and all that stuff. It is I mean, if you're a horror fan, you have to go out of your way to not find good movies in the 80s.
Just watch that thing on Shudder, In Search of Darkness, Part 1 and Part 2, and they go through every year of the 80s, and you'll see it isn't In Search of 80s, and every movie's a slasher. It's like they're like a third of the movies. They show you all different types of subgenres, everything that's going on, and everything was out there. It was great.
Yes.
And
now
it
they're
was
coming
fun.
out with In Search of Darkness Part 3,
I know,
which is all
finally.
going to be focused on the direct-to-video stuff.
Oh man, that's
So,
great. I'm
Those are
excited.
fun. Those are fun documentaries.
I love
great.
Because they're easy watches. They're yeah, and it's just like a snapshot in time. But I love it. They're well produced, and yeah, they're fun to watch.
You know what we've been doing?
You know,
Well, yeah,
What's that?
for me, it's more of just a nostalgia trip, because very rarely do I learn anything new from those docs, but it's just fun sitting there remembering them, and I can remember back where I was, what I was doing at the time when I first saw this, and how it affected me and all my friends. And horror's been a big part of my life for a long time.
I think
It's akin to
everybody out
watching
there
trailers.
listening can probably feel the same way. Like we all have that in common.
You guys watch like trailers from the 80s horror movies and stuff? Like I save all this stuff on YouTube and we watch them on Friday nights. Me and my brother and my buddy. And one of the things, what we've been doing is we've been watching In Search of Darkness, but we're doing 1 year at a time. So we just finished like 83. We'll watch like the 20 minutes of 83 and we'll stop. And then we'll watch another documentary about something and we bounce around and do things. And but you ever just like watch horror trailers?
Oh yeah.
And that's the same thing for like 1983. You could find them. You could find like 1981 slasher trailers and shit. And you can just watch that, and that's the nostalgia. That's the fun. And it's like, yeah, most of the time it's nothing you've never heard of, but it's fun to do it. I mean, like what I do is this crazy shit happened the other day because it was Friday night. We were here, the three of us, like we almost always are, and it was March 18th. This was not planned whatsoever. I just happened to save. I play around on YouTube because I don't do social media anymore. So what I do is I save videos of interest on a list for stuff we can watch. So I saved a bunch of stuff. Most of it's 80s derived. Now, finally, I was able to show them. Usually I do it through my phone and I Chromecast it to the TV. This time I did it on the television app. And I said, I wonder if there's a way I could show you guys my playlist on here. And it took me a few minutes of fidgeting around. I go, there it is. So you can see everything. So we're scrolling down, and my brother goes, look at that. He goes, commercials, 1983 or something. I said, okay. So I clicked on it, and it was like they were showing The Wizard of Oz. And these were the commercials that were run during The Wizard of Oz. So I clicked on the thing to play it, and it was part one of 3. But here's the crazy shit. And this wasn't planned, and when I say that it wasn't planned, nothing. It just happened to catch his eye. And he said, okay, let's do that for 15 minutes. Press play on the thing, and then the heading says, commercials, something, Wizard of Oz special, and it says something about it says March 18th, 1983. Well, guess what?
Wow.
This happened to be fucking March 18th. So we were like, holy fuck. And then I went a step further. I go, let's see what day of the week it is. I said, if it was a Friday or a Saturday night, I promise you that you and I will watch this on that night that many years ago. Sure enough, I looked it up. It was a Friday night, fucking March 83, and this was like at 10 at night. So I can almost say with certainty that night, maybe an hour before, because Wizard of Oz wasn't playing at 10 p.m., it'd be like 8 to 10, But still, my brother and I, because at that age, I'm only 72. I'm only 11, and he's 4. I guarantee him and I are watching. We saw those very commercials that night, fucking 29 years ago or 39 years ago.
I guarantee you I was too.
See? How fucking trippy is that? And we happen to be there watching.
And I was sitting in my Wizard of Oz chair. You remember that story from the A24 show where I was talking about my Wizard of Oz chair? Like, I
You-
guarantee
You had one too?
Oh, shut up.
That was a
The
heartwarming
Wizard of Oz
story.
The amount of times the Wizard of Oz has popped up on this show is amazing to me. I love it. Yeah.
The wizard? No. Don't even
Oh, I
get
love.
started.
Do you know trailers are the very reason I originally switched from VHS to DVD? That was what excited me the most about DVDs, was that you would have the trailer for the film on, because my favorite VHSs to collect were always the ones where at the end they would have trailers, or the Dawn of the Dead VHS that I have that I love and I'll never get rid of has 2 commercials for Monroeville Mall and a trailer. And it was such a pain in the ass when they were on VHS, because you couldn't just pop it in and watch just that. You had to go all the way to the end of the movie, and then I would always watch those at the end of the movie. But then when DVDs came out, I was like, oh my God, they have the trailer and you can just watch the trailer. And I don't know why, but that was the reason. I was like, I'm getting it. I'm doing it because I love trailers.
That's why the DVDs took off. It was all those trailers.
I'll bet it was. Shut up. Which is why it annoys me.
That was their marketing campaign.
Which is why it annoys me when DVDs and Blu-rays are bare bones.
Well,
Because
yeah.
I'm like, that's the whole fucking reason I have them.
I can't stand that.
You know what makes me the maddest? DVDs, this is one excellent thing about DVDs. Not every time. Most of the time, when you watch a DVD, if you press the wrong button on your freaking thing, you press stop or something, and whatever, and you got to go back, it saves your spot, right?
Yeah.
Now, last night I'm watching... the first movie I watched was American Psycho, because we all watched it. My wife and daughter. My wife's seen it many times. I never let my daughter watch it before, but after watching Euphoria with her, like I've said, I can watch anything with her now. We've got through that uncomfortable thing. Nothing's going to be worse than the shit we've seen in Euphoria. So, and I know what's in this movie. So, which I love, by the way. And Eric said season 2 wasn't. I'm two episodes in, and I fucking still love it. So anyway, we'll see what happens. So I accidentally do something with American Psycho. And I went back, and it's a 4K, which, by the way, don't bother. It's a fucking upscale. It barely looks any better than the blue. So
Thank you. Good.
Yes.
I was wondering.
Yes.
I've got the
Yeah.
blue, so I'm glad. I'm not going to.
Don't bother. No,
Beautiful.
don't bother. So now
Nice.
I go to press play on it. I go back in, and it says resume, yes or no. So it gave you the resume. But, again, I don't have enough 4Ks to tell you fucking if that's a common thing. But I can tell you this. I was watching Urban Legends, and the same thing happened about half an hour in, and I accidentally pressed the stop button. And if you don't get it back real quick, oh, shit, and press play again, it sits in. You got to go through the whole fucking and the fucking intro of the thing, and you got to find the chapter. And that was the one thing that pisses me off the most on the conversion of DVD to blue, especially Shouts. Those fucking Shout Blu-rays, you know, the original ones didn't even have chapters.
You start
But
from the
anyway,
beginning all the time. I know.
It fucking pisses
But
me
it's
off.
them. I get what you're talking about from DVD on almost all my Blu-rays, except for Shout Factory ones, from the
Really?
most part. Again, and I mean, I
That's
find that they go
why.
right back in.
We've
The-
had
the
that
American
happen to
Beauty-
us a lot. And I'm like, and Brian's like, wow, what's wrong with your fucking Blu-ray player? And I'm like,
I
it's
know.
not my Blu-ray player.
Seems
It
to be
always
Shout
did it
Factory.
before, but
Yeah.
maybe it is. Maybe it's
Yeah.
Shout. Maybe we should start paying attention, because that does happen. And then we get all pissed off because you have to go to the chapters, like Dave said. And then sometimes we were watching something the other day and it started right back up. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So maybe it is the Blu-rays themselves that I never
It
considered.
definitely is, dude.
American
go
Psycho
put on
is fine.
Go
My
put on
favorite.
The Exorcist. Go put on The Exorcist. Warner Brothers makes it. Go put. I bet. And I'm not gonna. I have a good feeling. I just picked a random title out. The Exorcist. Go put it on. Watch fucking 20 minutes, and then press stop. And I bet you when you go back, there's not a resume on that. And that's a fucking. That's a studio label. I bet you. I would say 30% of the time max on all the Blu-rays I own, which is a lot. You don't have to start over. And that's the one bummer about Blu-rays compared to DVDs. Most DVDs.
I don't want to. Sorry, I didn't want to derail the conversation. So it's about what you're saying, but more about The Exorcist in particular. Right before we hit record, we were
Right.
kind of just spitballing and talking about favorite films and whatnot. And The Exorcist has popped up because I think, well, we all love it, but it's definitely, I believe, in the three of yours top 5. And isn't it shocking? We mentioned this on the last show or the one previous that it still hasn't seen a 4K release.
Oh, it's
A
pissing.
classic film
Yep.
like that.
That is surprising.
Why?
Because it's
Like,
Warner. Because Warner
Okay,
Brothers,
are they
dude, same thing with Poltergeist. We have that bare bones one release of Poltergeist. Those two movies deserve the fucking treatment. The booklet, the freaking the 2 or 3 disc. They don't even. They don't have to have that. But I want a boutique.
No,
label.
I would love an Arrow release of
or an Arrow.
Poltergeist.
Yeah.
You know?
Fucking be great. But
And I'm really surprised when it comes to The Exorcist because they have released that movie multiple times.
Yeah, there's the box
Yeah.
set.
I have like 3 different copies. So
There's the,
I mean,
they had
me
like a
too.
book version of it.
Yeah.
Like that was released. Like it's shocking, and I want the one. I know they've done it on Blu-ray. I need to have both versions because I think that the DVD one I had, I'm going by memory now, but I thought it only had the extended cut, which was great. I saw it in the theaters and it was fun. But but I like to have that original one because I find I go back to that. If I have the option, I go back to the theatrical release.
well,
Do you?
they
Yeah, me too.
released, some sort of anniversary. I forget which one it was,
40.
but
Yep.
it had both versions on there, so you could watch the theatrical cut or the extended cut.
I have
and-
that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying I think that was the last time they released it, as far as I know of.
Except for the box that
So-
came out after with everything on it. It has 1, 2, and 3. Which one? It was kind of a shitty release as far as the packaging's concerned. That's why I remember it the most. But I have it sitting over there. I just don't remember who put it out. But the thing is this: this is the answer. I'm afraid of this. That studios, studio labels are afraid to release on physical now because they see it as a dying breed. Where boutique
Well, that
labels
could be, yeah.
do not. And if they don't sell the rights, like look at this, Paramount
That's
took
what
the
it's
rights.
the rights thing, right?
Right,
Yeah.
Scream Factory got the rights to be able to put out, and New Line, mind you, for fucking. Although wait, I could be wrong. I think New Line owns all of the rights now, but I could be wrong. So they were able to get it together to put out the Friday the 13th box set, and it used to be Paramount, so that's fine. But it doesn't seem like they don't care anymore. It's only the boutique labels. Now here's the problem: where's this Nightmare on Elm Street box set that people want? They could easily do it, and I'm not crying for it. Don't get me wrong. You know how I feel about the franchise, but I do believe that it would sell a fucking shitload. And it's like people are leaving money on the table, and I don't understand the reason why. Like the Hollywood, like the studio labels, if they're not going to do anything with their product, why not freaking do what they do, sell it off, for physical rights for the United States or whatever to one of these labels? They want them.
Well, I can only guess it's probably greed. I'm
Uh-huh.
sure Scream Factory has approached New Line and said, hey, we want to do for Freddy what we've done for Michael and Jason. Big old box set, tons of discs, lots of features, make a really special thing. And the only thing I can think of is New Line is like, how much do we get? And I'm sure Scream Factory said, we'll give you X amount. And they were like, no, we deserve more.
Yep.
And that's probably the sticking point, because that's usually the sticking point whenever it comes to any sort of release. Especially, it's what kept the Freddy vs. Jason thing from happening for decades, or at least a decade. Everybody agreed this would be huge. It would make a ton of money, but how much do we get? We deserve more. And it's like, just take what you're going to get. Some money is better than no money in my book.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
That's what I look at.
You
0% of 0 is 0. And I always said, like, you got to make, like, at some point you might get like what Paramount obviously did, because they're doing the box sets or the steel books every year, and we're gonna have part 3 coming out in a month and change and whatever. So obviously they realize that there's marks like Dave and I that will buy every version of Friday the 13th, even though the definitive box set was released on Scream or through Scream Factory, a year and a half ago. But we're still gonna buy these little, pretty much repackaged steelbooks. So what the content inside has already been pressed, tens of thousands of times over, and we're just buying it for that fancy new little display case, which we've got 5 times over in regular versions. But ultimately, they see that. But what I'm talking about is like sometimes you'll see a 4K version or an Ultra HD version on a streaming service, yet the physical media version doesn't exist yet.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if we're going to notice that with Exorcist. Like maybe, it will be brought onto Netflix in like UHD version or whatever it may be. But I'm shocked that nobody like an Arrow or one of the bigger distributors have grabbed the rights and been able to do it. So it's perplexing for that.
With the new Exorcist movie coming out.
Yep.
Maybe that something will happen then, or maybe they're waiting. Maybe it's already happening and they're waiting for that release because it's a tie-in. It would be a smart move, and maybe not, but it'd be nice.
No, I'm with you.
It'd be nice.
You pulled the thoughts out of my head, Jamie. I was thinking that before you said it. That's what I was like, yep.
That's why I love little boutique companies that understand that it doesn't matter what the rest of the world is doing as far as media is concerned. Horror fans will always collect. And there are people who've stopped collecting and they're happy with digital media, and that's fine. I mean, it definitely saves space in your house and in your wallet. But then there are always going to be people like us who like to hold physical stuff. And I will always like to hold physical stuff because sometimes the internet goes out and things happen. And I need to be able to have these things in my possession, or you never know. Sometimes things could be pulled. And
well, yeah, that's the big thing for me. I don't like being beholden to somebody else, and if you own digital media, you don't really own anything. You own the rights to watch something, but that's it. They can be pulled or discontinued at any time. If I have a disc, that's mine. As long as I have a player that can play that disc, I can watch a movie whenever the hell I want. And, that really hasn't been too much of a problem for digital media, to be honest. It has happened once or twice, but the fact that it could happen, no, screw off. If I'm going to own a movie, I'm going to own it.
Well, plus I also like having physical media.
Yeah,
I enjoy perusing my shelves.
Yes.
It's just like when we used to go to the video store back in the day. Sometimes
Exactly.
It's fun just to walk around. And to me, it's easier than you can sit on your ass and scroll through a streaming site. But to me, it's easier to go, I know kind of what I want, the kind of thing I want to watch. Let me go back here and just look at what we have. And then you just start going down and seeing things. And I will find something on our shelves. Whereas if I'm like flipping through Netflix or Hulu or Shudder, I'll spend 2 hours flipping through and never pick anything.
Yes.
Yeah, I just add to lists. That's the point I'm at now. I know I'm not going to when I do it. So you know what I do? When I have that time, that extra time when I'm sitting around trying to figure out what to watch and I can't think of anything and I don't go downstairs, because a lot of times I come down and I peruse and I'm looking at all these movies, fucking thousands of movies, and I'm looking, and this is ridiculous to say, but I'm looking this shit for fucking 20 minutes and I can't pick out what I want to watch. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking driving myself nuts. I'm going to go upstairs. I'll go on Netflix. I'll go on all the streaming services I have and I'll go through their sections and I'll just hit that plus button, add to list. This way, one day I'll do it and I'll put them on there. But the thing about streaming, it doesn't happen here often, but sometimes we have bad days and the Wi-Fi isn't doing what it's supposed to do. And you're watching it and the shit keeps freezing up. And then it's doing the freaking spinning circle on your screen. And that's when without fail, I get on that soapbox with my wife and daughter. I hold up my finger. This is why physical media is so important. And then I'll go off on the thing. And keep this in mind. They could take away whatever they want. Especially now, we have cancel culture. We may not see this. They might decide to take this movie down one day. The only way you're going to have it is physical. And I push. And it's worked, honestly. My daughter doesn't collect it. But I gave her the choice not too long ago. She wanted something. It was Rick and Morty. Honestly, I don't know what it was. It was some show that she's into that is no longer streaming. And she had the choice to either A, buy it on Amazon Prime, or B, buy the freaking physical. And she goes, I want the physical. She goes, I want the discs. And I was like, I'm so proud. I was like, okay, very cool.
Here you go. Start your journey down the rabbit hole of not having any money.
But it costs money anyway. Amazon.
I was out. Oh, it's true. It's true. I mean, digital does cost.
$20 for
But
a
I was
season.
out. I went digital. When we started this podcast. I think I had gone the digital route. Dave, I think I was on the soapbox of like, yeah, go digital, free yourself of the shackles. But then I got Godfather 3'd back in. And now I collect again. I mean, and it was the 4K factor, but then it was the argument that we've just been talking about. What if they decide, or what if there's a premium, or you just, and I like having that physical version. It's like chasing the nostalgia of the video store, maybe, that you mentioned, Jamie. But I do like that feeling. So I'm like, okay, the favorites. But then you realize your favorite list is huge.
It's huge.
Wait till you start making the top 100. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, even.
Oh, by the way, I'll do that. I'm gonna do that.
Thank you. All right,
awesome.
then, we'll do it.
Brian, are you doing it as well, or are you
It'll be fun.
Are you guys gonna join forces for that? We want your 100 favorite horror films. Well,
well, not from all time. It's year of the year, not year of the year. What year are we starting from?
No.
Or is that
year? Hold on. Right, the year of the year
for this
is what we're doing now. It's 1965 to 2014, but the top 100 is all time. Your fucking top 100. Which I think it's easy to do. If I just look at movies.
Sure, I'll try it, I guess.
It's easy. I know, but easy. But
yeah, no, it starts out easy because what I can do, because when I do something like that, I'll typically go year by year, pull my favorites, and then I'll, start narrowing down. When it gets difficult is when you get down to the ones you definitely want on your list, is then trying to order them. That's where I get stumped. And that's whenever I do it for summer series, and I always send pictures of Duncan of my process because it's hilarious. But I write everything down on a little teeny strip of paper, and then I have them on the table, and I just start moving them around physically. To me, that's way easier and faster than trying to have like a Word doc and move stuff around. I would just rather lay them out on the table, and then I move them around like puzzle pieces until I get the order that I want.
That's fun. Wow.
It is fun.
It is
fun.
Wow. That's fun. I might do that this summer series. But I mean, for our thing, seriously, it's fun. I know my top 30. I can do that. And then I can take a look at all the movies since we've been podcasting and been getting a 1 to 10 rating, and see any movie I gave a 10 is automatically going to go in there because there's not that many. So it's like, okay, I know this is going to be one. This is going to be one. So that'll help out too. And then filling in the blanks is just as easy as looking at my shelf and checking things out. And because I have a thing in my phone, and it's an app. And I heard somebody complain recently about JP says, he goes, I always end up buying Blu-rays that I already have because I'm not home and I don't see what I have. And I'm like, I want to tell them I have this thing. They have apps, and you scan all your movies. This one I have now is called My Movies, and it's an app on iOS, right? So what you do is all your movies that you own are in there, and you can add the movies by going down and scanning the freaking thing. And then anytime you buy a movie, you scan the label and you put up. So I could, if I don't know what I want to watch, I can do this right now. I can open up the My Movies app, see all these things. It starts in the numbers and the A's, and if I can't decide what I want to watch, I could shake it. And then a movie comes up, whatever the hell that is.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, it's fun.
Police
Squad, the complete series. Frank Hughes. Hey, honey.
We have something called Eric's Movie Database that we've had for years, and it's on it's like a PC
Eric
thing.
Webster?
No, but hi Eric. And we like physically you have to put them in, so it's actually that sounds much easier, but. You can arrange them however you want, alphabetically, by year. You can hit a randomizer if you just want it to choose a movie for you. And then
you could do it by genre, by star, by actor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very complete.
And then when we're out, the only problem is I can't access it remotely. But what you can do is he can send it to me. He can send the list to me. Email it to me, and then I'll be in a store just rolling down the email going, do I have this movie? Do I have this movie? But even then, I've still done it. I'm still like, I don't think I have this. I think I had it on VHS, but I don't think I ever upgraded. And then I'll bring it home. God damn it. Yeah.
And that's the other thing, the upgraded. I've got 2 copies of American Werewolf in London, one of my favorites. Both of them are the 4K scan. One of them was an Arrow version. One of them was one that they released fairly cheap, like I think a year Halloween 2020.
I know which one it
And
is. Yeah.
both are great. Both are great. They look. I try to compare them, side by side. They both look identical, but now they just released the 4K. Arrow just released the 4K of it. I'm like, damn it! And I've heard it's worth upgrading. Same thing with RoboCop. RoboCop just got released in 4K, and I heard there is the word on the street is that the transfer is ever so slightly better than the scan, the 4K scan that they did for the previous release. So it's like, when does that end? Sorry, it's inevitable that I was going to hit my mic stand, and I just did it. So,
there you go.
But that's the part that drives me crazy, because I'm like, I've got the movie, and it's in a great format, and it looks great, but a better version of it exists. And I want that.
I was just talking the other day about how I don't think at least at the time, I didn't necessarily think about the difference between like VHS and Blu-ray, but we were watching something the other day on Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I know you're a big Texas Chainsaw guy, Christian, and like I am. It is my second favorite franchise behind Friday. And even though it's not all good, it doesn't matter. Like the only one I outright don't like is Next Generation. All the other ones I like. But and New Beginning. I never warmed to that one, but I need to watch it again. Actually, we're doing a Texas Chainsaw Retro right now, so I will get to it. But anyway, the reason I brought it up was because I was telling Brian how in the kitchen they have all the butcher paper lined on the walls, and if you've never noticed, watch the movie, pay attention. Like in the kitchen, they've got butcher paper hanging, just like strips of it hanging all over the kitchen. And my assumption was because they were filming it in somebody's house that they hung that paper up so that nothing would, get anywhere. I never noticed that on the VHS version. I never noticed it until it came to Blu-ray. And now you can't miss it. It's in your face. It's so clear. But whenever I used to watch it on VHS, it looked so bad that I never, ever, ever noticed. And I'm thinking they never expected anybody to notice because, film didn't look that great back then. But now that we have, it gets higher and higher and higher definition, we're able to notice things that you never would have noticed before. Like in Friday, when you can see Annie's neck makeup. You never used to be able to see that. And then when it came out in high definition, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Now, I don't hate them for it. I don't.
Two-tone skin color, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it, but you can see
it. That is beautiful, though.
But then I'm thinking, and so I started thinking, I'm like, do we need high definition of all these movies? Is it going to, can it ruin something for you? And no, it doesn't. But, I guess for some people it could, because there was a when Star Trek first came out, when they released the original series in HD, a lot of people were complaining because you could see the things that no one could ever see on television. You could see strings, you could see makeup, you could see just all these things that when they made the series, no one would be able to tell. But now that it's in HD, everything sticks out. And so then I'm like, do I really want to be able, do I want to do 4K of every single thing that's out there? Because maybe I don't want to see those warts.
Yeah.
I agree with some of that. And where does it end? Because we already know there's 8K TVs, and I think the PlayStation 5, I read, I think it's 8K ready. Like it actually could host 8K, but are we going to have physical media of 8K? I would assume for some, but do we need Evil Dead in 8K?
The next
Maniac
step
in 8K?
Is they will come and perform it in your living room in front of you. That is that's the highest definition you could have.
There's not going to be a
8K and all that would be great in virtual reality. And we got the Oculus at Christmas, and that's one of the lower, that's the more mainstream virtual reality. It's inexpensive, but it really gives you an idea of and I'm saying that is the future of gaming. No question. It's fully immersive, but I get motion sickness if I'm standing still and have to walk in the game, but I could see maybe with 8K graphics and everything else, and maybe a lighter headset so it doesn't feel like you've got like this weight on the front of your head, like that will become the future of gaming and possibly movies as well, or a way to experience movies. Not when you want to sit with somebody and watch it, but by yourself, you could be immersed as if it's by yourself. It could be look like you're watching it on a large screen. Sound could be surround and everything else. So there are going to be some benefits as these systems get more advanced along the way. But I'm getting off topic, but I'm just saying what's enough. And I agree with you. The good thing about Texas Chainsaw is, remember when you watch VHS, you're like, holy shit, like a quarter of this movie's in pitch black. I can't see a fucking thing on the VHS. And when I think it was Laserdisc was the first one that came out that you're like, oh my gosh, there's actually detail within this that we've never seen before, or we haven't seen unless you saw it on the big screen. And that was great. And then DVD, Blu-ray, and whatever just accentuated there. So for that, I welcome it. The Howling was another one. I couldn't even see the wolf legs looked like they were in pitch blackness on VHS. Like you just see a bit of a shape. And then when the Laserdisc came out, I always remember this as one of my first experiences of going, holy shit. It was like broad daylight. You just see the wolf legs walk by the camera. And you're like, wow, this is amazing, when it was timed properly and everything else. But you're right. This opens up a whole other argument and avenue about what's too much resolution based on the fact of being able to see sports that maybe you weren't meant to see.
But
That's
then,
me on my soapbox.
Does it bother you? I mean, most of the time, I don't care. I'm actually happy to see that stuff. I think it's neat. I think it's cool to see what's going on and how they did things. And so it doesn't bother me. But I know for some people it could ruin the illusion. But The Howling is when we always had that on DV. What was it? What's it? CDV? Is it CD?
Oh, HD
DVD?
Oh,
CDE? Is that it? You know, the ones where you flip, you put them in, you flip them, and
CG.
Yeah.
Like these things.
Yes. The Howling.
Yeah, okay.
We had that. And those are all. Whenever I refer to essential movies, that basically means movies that I grew up on and I watched a lot when I was growing up, which means we had them on disc, and that was because we had a big horror collection on disc, and those are the movies that I watched over and over and over and over and over again, and like The Exorcist, Alien, Werewolf in London, The Howling. I could, you don't care, but well, yeah, we also had Popeye.
That's what it's about. We do care.
We care. I think that this is it, though. I think 4K ends it. I think 4K ends it for movies.
No,
I don't think
there will never be an end to it, because that's how companies.
Is there
make
still an
money.
audience? Yeah, but is there still
an audience? But just they know the hardcore will always. There's always going to be the next thing for you to chase after, the next highest level. That well, now you can see everything, and it's so immersive, and the colors are so bright. And sometimes, most of the time, I guess that's the case, but sometimes it's not, and sometimes they actually hurt the releases. I remember when Madman first came out on Blu-ray. I want to say Code Red released it, and that's actually funny considering what they did. But they put a blue tint over everything. That was never in the movie before, or thankfully since. But their release, for some reason, they blue tinted every goddamn scene. And it was annoying. I mean, at least for me, because I know what the movie is supposed to look like. I know when it's supposed to be dark and nighttime. And it just made everything look like a real bad day for night scene. And thankfully.
I saw that version somewhere.
Yeah,
I think they put that on a streaming service, because I didn't own the actual physical. So it's funny that you mentioned it, because I remember Madman being blue tinted.
It is blue tinted. I thought, but
so it's not like that. That's hilarious.
It's not.
No, the later version.
There's another Blu-ray, and I forget who did
beautiful.
that. But yeah, that one it seems more true. It doesn't have everything all blue and stuff like that.
But that's why, do you ever go and do comparisons of Blu-ray releases or DVD releases back in the day? But you can it used to be, I think it was Blu-ray.com, where you could go and do, and you would see
always
side-by-side comparisons of the various, and I never realized how different they could be.
Yeah.
You know, when I was younger, I was just like, oh, somebody put the movie out. They put the movie out. That's all there is to it. You know, they took the movie, they put it on this media, and then now I have it. That's the way it's supposed to be. But no, you go and you look and you compare them, and some of them are way worse than other, or like some of them look great, and then some of them are slightly off. And Suspiria is a good one for that, because there are multiple releases of Suspiria, and some of them just don't look that good.
Well, that's because it's all up to somebody's, judgment call. You take something like Suspiria, they might dial up the brightness, so, well, you can see more, in the dark scenes. Yeah, but by doing that, you're now washing out all the color. So It's a trade-off. It's just like if you were sitting at home controlling the brightness or the tint on your TV. If you go too much in one direction, you're taking away from the other side. So
the director of photography sort of seal of approval or check mark became the next sort of evolution.
Yes.
But the funny thing about that is one of the arguments is that his approved versions of the thing, which I think one was the 2K scan versus the 4K scan, and this was before the 4K release even came out. So I'm just talking about the scans, were both approved by him, but look different.
Yeah.
Because of the color timings that they chose. But again, like drastically different, maybe to like seasoned viewers like ourselves, but mostly if you did the side-by-side comparison, you'd be like, check out this scene, and you'll notice the hues are a bit different. So most people would not notice that as much.
I think most people don't put that much thought into it.
Yeah.
I never did until I ran into, I don't even remember what turned me on to that, but I remember like the first time I discovered it, I was just like, holy shit, I haven't been researching enough before I buy things. I just see things are coming out and I grab them,
Well, also,
but that's also, I have, like, there are movies that I have 4 and 5 versions of. Like, I will always buy Dawn of the Dead.
Well, yeah.
In any Jaws. I will always buy Jaws. And so I have so many different versions of each of those, which is, I guess, is kind of weird because you're never going to watch. Like, once you get your favorite definitive release, like if I get an Arrow release of something, I'm probably never going to watch the Blue Underground version again, but I still have to have it. I still have to keep
it. Depends on what looks better. You don't know. Blue Underground could very well look better than the Arrow. You don't know until you watch, because they both are known for restoring well.
Yeah.
Also, for me, I'll keep multiple copies of a disc of a movie if they have different special features.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
A lot of times they'll just port them directly over, but sometimes they leave stuff off. Like I still have the original DVD of Vamp, because that has an audio commentary that they never transferred to any of the Blu-rays. So I have it both on Blu-ray and DVD, and I mean, that's Vamp, for Christ's sake.
That's cool, though. I got something that I have on all VHS, DVD, Blue, and maybe even 4K at this point. But the thing is, this is where I think differently about the 4K. A lot of studios, like I said, they're not making any digital. Some aren't even going into the 4K market. So if they go higher to 8K, I don't know how many people are going to sell it. Do you think just the boutique labels are going to be selling? Because I don't know. I think that people, they think that, how big businesses, they think everything is streaming now. But the problem is this. It's so fucking expensive. Netflix is costing, I want to cancel Netflix so bad because it's almost $16 fucking a month now. That's ridiculous. It should not be this high. And I'm keeping it because I'm watching mostly documentaries. I don't even watch the movies.
We watch mostly documentaries on Netflix too.
And they have a ton of good ones.
They do, and I'm watching I watched that Wild Wild Country, by the way, which Eric.
That was good, yeah.
Holy shit. I didn't even know all that stuff.
Oh my God.
That was alive.
That was so, yeah, and that's what we were talking about too, is I don't remember that at all. No. And it was all over the country, and like,
yes,
they had
huge. Johnny Carson.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't remember this happening at all. And yes, I was young, but I was still aware of things that were going on. We still watched the news, as a family. But I was like, I don't remember. Another thing, we just watched The Devil Next Door on Netflix, which is about
a guy. Nazi?
Yeah. And Ivan the Terrible, and that was in Ohio. I never heard anything about that. But but that was fascinating too. That was 1986 and into, well, the most recent thing was like 2012. Like it was going. And I never knew anything about it, but their docs are so great. And the thing is, they do them in such a way that it's like you'll start watching it.
It's
and
good
like,
storytelling.
It's very good storytelling, because you'll start watching it, like with the Wild Wild Country thing. You'll start watching it and it's going in one direction, and then you're like, oh, okay. And then they'll throw something in there and you're like, wait, what? Like, what now? You know, but it just the way they do it, the way they tell the stories, their docs are incredible. And so if I ever think about getting rid of Netflix, that's the thing that keeps me there. And I'm also going to Seinfeld again right now.
So are we? Yeah. But the thing is, I'm concerned about the like what Brian says. You said you think they're going to continue on. There's going to be another physical, and I get the mentality, because we'll do this and bells and whistles and this is the greatest. But it seems to me like, again, I don't watch commercials and shit. Do they do any major studios advertise their 4Ks that are being released or anything like that?
No.
It just seems like they've given up their promotion for it all.
Well, I think the major studios, they will always release some physical media because there is still an audience for that. But by and large, that's not where their passion or money lies. And you can tell that just from the order of, when you get a disc from Scream or Arrow, any of the, boutique places, chances are they got extras and special features and lobby cards and posters, and they put out all the bells and whistles. Recently, I've been noticing when I get these new releases, because I still review a bunch of movies, so I'm always getting stuff sent to me, and I'll get these DVDs in and all that, and these are from the big labels. They're about as bare bones as you can get.
Yes. It sucks.
And it just, because every extra they put on a disc is costing some money somewhere. So they're just like, well, screw it. Here's the movie. That's all you care about anyways. And I'm sure there is an audience out there that just, I like to watch a movie. I don't care about the commentary. I don't care about this or that. But I do. I like having all that extra stuff. So
it's great.
And if I'm going to get physical, that's what I want.
Yeah. And it really seems like the big labels are doing less and less of that.
Well, Warner just recently shut down their, what was their print-on-demand
archive? Warner Archive,
I think they just recently shut down their archive, and occasionally I would get things from there if I couldn't find it anywhere else. And I recently bought something that was a Warner archive, but I couldn't get it from Warner because the store shut down. So I actually found a copy on eBay. But I'm like, shit. Like they're not even, and that it was print on demand. It's not like they have a warehouse full of stuff that they can't get rid of. It was just, if people wanted to order it, they did. But now they don't even, or at least they didn't. Maybe they came back. I don't know. I haven't looked recently, but last year they had shut everything down, and I'm like, what the fuck, man?
I think they're gone because you can't get that sale again. I'm not on fucking social media, so I only know if somebody tells me. But they would have that sale twice a year, that 4 for $44 on the Warner Archive thing, and that's where I got a lot of my Hammer films and certain Warner titles. I don't think that's something that's currently happening anymore. I don't know, like I said, because I'm not on social, but usually. I don't know how a JP would mention it somewhere in a chat. I would hear about it through the grapevine some way in a chat. And I don't think they're doing it anymore. So they're not even selling the blues. So I don't know. That's why I'm concerned.
Resource for finding things that you could not find anywhere else, and that no one had ever taken the time to do a big deal release. But sometimes if it's an older movie, like a really more obscure movie, I just want to have the movie because you can't find it anywhere. And that was the case with this one, and I wish I could remember what it was.
Well, there's still lost media out there.
Down.
I mean, I would kill for a copy on disc of like Fatal Games. I love that.
Yes,
God.
Me too.
Yes.
I got so pissed off because
that
Christmas movie came out. What's that Christmas movie that came out like last year to Shudder or the year before? What was it called? Deadly Games or something?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
okay.
what
When I heard that
Deadly
name,
Games was just announced.
Yeah, dude. I was on Facebook at the time. I remember somebody saying Deadly Games is coming out to Blue, and I in my mind thought Fatal Games, and
I know.
like fucking final. Then I'm like, oh, That's not it. That's not the
Yeah.
javelin. That's not Linnea. No, or whatever the fuck. So yeah, great. That's a great title that has not come up yet. I don't know why, but that's what these boutique labels do. That I just don't know if those labels are going to be willing to, because they're charging us an arm and a leg now for a lot of these titles. If 8K comes around, are they going to be able to have the resources to spend the money to do all that stuff and put all the shit in there and sell it for a price? I don't know. That's
most of the special features at that point have already been done. What new interview could you have that's going to reveal anything new from the definitive version that we've had 3 times already? And ultimately, you're getting the higher resolution. And is it worth the higher resolution? And I'm going to say, in some cases, it may be, but a lot of these were never meant to be at that. Because I was going to say 4K even introduced a lot more grain into films that we've come to love, and I'm not a big fan of that. when I think Brian mentioned the up of the contrast or the brightness level just accentuated all this extra grain, and it's actually off-putting.
Well, but as far as will they keep releasing these movies when we have everything? Just think of how many different versions of The Evil Dead there are.
Yeah, true.
I mean, it's just if they can come up with something new, even if it's stupid, but if it's a hook, they know the diehard fans out there are going to get it. I mean, so they're going to do it. They're going to release the Evil Dead Necronomicon version, which I have. They're going to release the Evil Dead Steelberg version, which I have. They're going to release the Evil Dead this or that, or I think they released one with a big plastic chainsaw. Now, I never got that one, but I was thinking about it. And so, every time they can come up with some new idea, some new knick-knack, some new hook, you bet your ass they're going to release it. They're going to fish. They're going to throw out that line and see who bites.
They got to.
Yeah, and remember
my foot's coming down. I'm done with
it. Last year, there was that Phantasm. The Sphere came out.
Yeah.
Now, they had the Sphere years ago.
There it is. Nice.
In 2005-ish, somewhere around in there. And but it was only it was region B.
Yeah, at first it was UK. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I didn't buy it back then. And then when that one came out last year, I was going to buy it, and it was at Best Buy, and it was like a Best Buy exclusive, I think. And I had it in my cart, but I was like, okay, well, I was like, I can't really afford it right now. I'm going to wait, because life comes before collection, even though I love collecting. Sometimes I just can't do it, So then I went back to buy it. You can't get it anymore. And I was like, damn it. Like, I've been waiting 15 years to own and I don't even love the Phantasm series that much. I do really like it, but it's not, I just want that. I want that. I'm coming to Christian's house and I'm taking it. That's what I'm going to beat you up and take just the spear. That's all I want.
It's really cheaply made, by the way. Just if
you can get cheap ones.
It looks beautiful, but it literally just like.
There's cheap ones out there, just like the Lament configuration.
Yeah.
You can get a real good one, or you can get a cheap one. They are out there. You can get them on eBay, which I'm grateful for. I even have one that hangs on the Christmas tree. You know what I mean? Oh, do you really? Yeah, I wish. Now my wife won't go that far with it, but she lets me put it up. But it's sweet. But you can get cheaply made, or you can get real top of the line ones, or the ones that come with the packaging. I remember the same thing with Best Buy exclusive. At least I thought it was at the time, because that was the only place I saw it at the time, was the survival camp, the sleepaway camp survival kit. That was at Best Buy, that pack, and now it's out of print. And I used to have it, and that was one of the few things that when I divorced, she took, because it was hers. I hadn't even seen Sleepaway Camp at the time. I've told the story before. I wasn't interested in it for one reason or another. So I didn't even see Sleepaway Camp until I met her, and that was like 2004ish or 2003. Yeah, there is. It's great, and I wish I had it. Oh, and I'm not paying the money for it.
Oh no, but you can find. So I lucked out. So my wife, I told this story too. My wife got it for me for Valentine's Day or something way back when. And it was on DVD. And then when I was doing a cleansing, I think we were moving, and we were just like, the same way that I look. Well, when I look back at the Fangorias that I wish I never sold, the Laserdisc collection that I wish I never sold, the should have, could have, never done thing. The reality is, I did all that, and we had downsized our collections, and this is one of the things I did. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna sell it and whatever, and I don't even know what I made from it. And of course, then I don't even know if I realized that it had been out of print, or because they had they kind of removed the logo from it, whatever it may be. I bought that edition.
Yeah,
I bought that a year and a half ago from a guy in town here. He's like $20.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well,
I'm like $20. I was shaking. I'm like, I'll be right over. And I drove up. I'm like, here you go. I remember we were wearing masks, and it was still I think it was before it was still in that first crunch where like we really didn't know what the fuck was going on, and if this was going to be like, how long are we going to wear these things? And we haven't like, it was pretty much locked down. And $20, I grabbed it again. It doesn't have that bullshit fourth disc, which was wedged into other releases of that piece of shit that was a patched together movie for the
movie ever.
Survivor or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But it's got all three of them on DVD. So
that's cool. Yeah, we actually I have the survival kit without the Red Cross, because when I bought it at Best Buy, that was the version that they had, because they had already pulled the Red Cross edition. Brian actually has the Red Cross edition. So we have, so we have two of them, but I'm not fucking getting rid of either one of them. Like I'm not. It's just like
what they sell for is ridiculous. And again, I will
just
not
like we both have Crystal Lake Memories, the book, but I'm not selling either one of them.
That book's
never
fucking amazing.
Either one of them.
Yeah.
Because they're fucking hard to find now and expensive as shit.
Yep.
And when I moved up here, I thought I lost it, and I was panicking. Because we had to rearrange our whole library to include my stuff, and I couldn't find it. And I'm like, oh my God, where's my Crystal Lake Memories? Where's my Crystal? Like I was having a fit. And then months and months and months later, there were still some boxes in the garage that I hadn't unpacked, and I found it. And it was actually on a Friday the 13th that I found it, and I sat down on the floor of the library and cried. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. But I found that book.
Awesome.
I sat down on the carpet and I cried because I was just like, I thought it was gone. And
it's a great book.
Right.
It's beautiful. Like that, when that book came out, I'm like, someone put the effort into this, like the hardcover copy of it. I'm actually interested in getting the Kindle because I think they did some updates to it.
Yeah, I have it.
I don't know what those updates are.
It's the Kindle, but it's one that I bought through. I can watch it on my iPhone. So whatever it is, I bought it through. I did it right before we got the retro. Before we did the retro,
okay.
It might be Kindle because I got it through Amazon. So I guess
the ebook version. I think it'd be the same.
And there was added stuff, and that was the selling point to me. I was like, oh yeah, fuck it. And every time, you know what I do? Every time I go on a plane, I read it.
Yeah,
that's what I fucking do.
Why
it's
not?
like plane reading. Yeah, I read it in the airport. I read it on the plane. It's cool.
No, I will never pay the Blu-ray prices for part 2 and 3 of Sleepaway Camp. I do not know how that happened.
I have them. I should sell them.
The first one's like $19.99, and I got it way back when. Great. 2 and 3 now sell for like $200 or more each.
What?
Oh, I
have those.
Yeah, we should sell
I'm gonna burn mine and sell
check eBay. Now again, I know check listing versus sold. There's always a difference. But look at what people are trying to sell them at. I always end up saying these numbers, and then when you go check them out, they may not be quite as high, so take that with a grain of salt, but it's definitely shockingly high for what it should be, considering that we've got them in DVD, and the DVD's fine. I'm fine with them in DVD for the sequels.
Let's sell them.
And it's like I found
because we have the DVDs, because we have the survival kit, so I'm fine with that. Let's sell the blues if we can. Because those I don't
if you want money.
Sometimes I care, like I said, I'm never getting rid of, there are things I'll never get rid of, but something like that, I don't care. It depends on what it is.
I have some of the Friday the 13th books, and I've managed to collect here and there and whatever, and I'm like, and what those go for on eBay are ridiculous. Well, I know I've got 3 of the Jason X ones. I haven't read them, but I got them for $30 from some guy that just was in Ottawa and sold them to me. I think it included shipping. 3 books, decent, very decent, like condition, and what people sell these things for are like $100 to $200 each, depending on the book on eBay. And I'm like, what am I holding these on to? Jason X. Like, but I again, because I want that Friday the 13th collection, I want to hold on to it. But part of me is like, cash him in, take the money and run. But who knows? I guess I feel like it's only going to get worse because these were not in the time frame where Amazon could instantly just do a reprint. These are out of print versions, and I've always wondered that. Why wouldn't someone just upload them or have someone on paid, like put them to Amazon so that they could just be, updated for a modern audience? But nobody's doing that. And maybe this is a business venture we should get into. Old horror books that are not on that are not available anymore, and put them up for Amazon release.
Well, you could do it at a convention. If you can open up a thing and travel the convention circuit, you could sell shit there. That's the only place you're going to do it. Like,
put it this way, the books are so hard to find. You can actually have people read them on YouTube. You can actually download, stream someone reading it. I think it's like a Siri wannabe voice, or whatever. It's like that robotic.
That a person did it. Like, you would be reading to people. All right.
No, someone. It's like literally like text a word or something like that, but they streamed it, so you can.
If you want to start a business, I'll do the reading. I do it all the time anyway. So
yeah. Don't you read to Brian at like bedtime and shit?
I do, yeah.
What's not a joke? I remember reading this.
That sounds weird. Yeah.
No, I promise I'm not. No, isn't this a fact? Or hasn't it happened?
Yeah, like right now we're reading Eaters of the Dead by Michael Crichton. We just finished The Cellar by Lehman.
Richard Lehman.
So yeah, not necessarily at bedtime, just whenever. But
okay, I threw that in for comic. All right,
yeah.
all right.
But I mean, sometimes it's whenever we want to read. So we'll read, and because Brian, with his job, he reads all day long. Like he's on. His eyes are glued to his computer screen all day long. So, but we still like to read.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I am so done with reading anything.
So we read everything together now, and I just read it out loud.
So does it bother you to read subtitles on movies at night sometimes? Do you sometimes watch them? Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, too much reading.
Which sucks because my eyesight is so bad, he has to read them to me. So, I can't even play video games anymore without asking him what the subtitles say. It's very sad.
I forgot
my eyesight
that.
is awful. My eyesight is so bad.
Why haven't you gotten glasses?
I just, what it is I am just one of those people that never takes time off of work to do things like that. Like I just
for yourself.
I just don't. I just don't take the time, and I've been meaning to. I have insurance, but I will. Yeah. I just haven't done it. And
you have a personal day? Do you have them offered you?
I have them. I just don't ever take them.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding? For that reason.
That's what they're there for. I'm the same way, but that's what they're there for.
I know.
I'm always worried that I'm going to need it for something else.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is... But then we don't roll over, so at the end of the year, I'm stuck with this time I have to try to figure out how to use or lose it. So I should just use it, but I'm bad at that.
And we're all roughly the same age, and what I've learned... And I still don't follow, but is you've got to use them because every other person I know that I work with will take every sick day that they get, every personal day that they get, and they're there for a reason. But and I'm not winning any award for not taking them, and yet I still don't take them all the time. And I've got to say, stop it and take the goddamn time.
Yeah, Brian's always yelling at me because he is. Thank you. He's always yelling at me because he's just like, you've got the time, use it, take the fucking time. And I'm just like,
I know.
I'm like, yeah,
my
but
wife says it to me all the time.
And this, and I need to do this, and if I miss a day, then I'll be behind, and I don't know.
This is how silly she is. About a month ago, she called in sick for work because she wasn't feeling good. And then she laid back down. I was sleeping. I hear a knock at the door, and I go to see who it is. It's the cops. Because she never takes a day off of work, her work must have thought I killed her or something, because I sent the cops over for a wellness check.
Holy crap.
So I had to go in the bedroom and wake her up so the cop could make sure she wasn't dead somewhere. And and I don't really mind. I actually like that. It shows me that they care, and if anything does happen, I'll be the first to know or something, because I'm sure they'll try to. And they tried to call me, but I had my phone off because I usually turn it off especially if I'm having trouble sleeping and blah blah blah. But it was funny because they sent the cops over just because she happened to miss a day from work. And she even did what she was supposed to do. She called in to the little computer program and all that. They just didn't check it. They just assumed something had to be wrong because she wasn't at work.
But by the time the cop showed up, I was only 2 hours missing.
Yeah.
It had been 2 hours. The cop showed up at my house at 11:15 in the morning. And I had to come and tell the cop, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And then I had to call work and be like, I'm okay. And they're like, oh, thank God, we were so worried. That's so unlike you. We didn't. And I'm like, but
we don't trust that Brian of yours.
Yeah.
Well, I told him, I was like, look, if anything ever happens, you are a Netflix documentary waiting to happen. Like,
that's crazy. That's a good story. Did you guys tell that on an episode, or was it on your feed? Because I feel like I read that or knew about this.
Probably
both.
Yeah, I heard that.
But but it's funny to hear. That is crazy.
Yes.
Well, that is a testament to you not taking time off. But ultimately, you still didn't get any reward for it or raise or anything. Like one time in my whole working career, I remember being given something, and this is like when I first started work. They said. And this award goes to an employee that hasn't taken any time, any sick days or any personal time off in the past 2 years, and I got a award for it. I'm like, wow, like maybe this will pay off later in life. Never. And I think it was like a pen with the company's name on it or something like that. A nice pen. Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna stab myself in the eye with it now.
What it did tell me is, and here's me. A big reason that I don't ever call off work is because I'm always afraid they're never gonna believe me. I'm always like and I'm like, if I call in sick, they're gonna be like, oh, she's faking. It's total guilt. It's guilt.
Same with me.
I'm like, she's fake. Even if I am sick as a dog and I can't crawl out of bed, I'll just be like, but they won't believe me. Well, now I know they'll believe me because I never
state troopers.
Clearly to them, I never don't show up. I never take time off. I'm never not there. So,
but they're your days. You can do with them as you want.
I know
they want you to use them.
Yeah. I mean, you understand
how I
work.
Yeah. But I mean, when I was working at GM, I used to tell my boss, I'm going to be sick tomorrow, so I'm not coming in. And he'd be, okay.
Yep. That's the way to do it, because it has more time for the boss to prepare as opposed to calling, right? You're doing him a favor. Yeah.
I don't want to be here tomorrow, so I'm not going to be.
Yep. That's how my place is. But we have a union, so they encourage you to use it.
Well, we had a union at
there you go.
Too.
And they'll tell you, fuck that. That's your time to use. You better fucking use it.
Yeah.
Because the union's always like, fuck the employers. You know, that's what they all. That's kind of how they are. Like,
nobody wanted people going to work sick, but we did it. But if anything comes out of this pandemic, is like, don't even step 10 feet from the working environment if you're even got the sniffles anymore. Yeah. Now they don't want you there at all if you're feeling sick. So that's the one thing. Maybe you'll feel more, because I will too. I'll take a day now. And I've been working from home for a good chunk of it.
In my 20s, I managed a convenience store. It didn't matter if you were dead. They expected you to be there. When I worked in restaurants, I mean, you're serving food to people. And I remember one time I got the flu so bad, it knocked me out for a week. And I'm talking like I was sweating through my sheets every day. And I lived alone at the time. I didn't have anybody to help me. So one of my friends would drop off stuff outside my door, like Gatorade and stuff like that. But I was sick, and I know where I got it. And I know the moment I got it, because I had gone to Taco Bell at lunch.
Well, that's all you got to say.
No. And the girl behind the counter who took my order and handled my money and was talking to me was sick as hell. And she even said to me, she's like, I am so sick, but they made me come in. And it was just right after that I was almost dead. Like, it was the worst case of the flu in my life. And I'm like, now, see, that's because they forced her to come into work even though she was sick. So that's something that, especially in the restaurant industry, I understand that you get short-staffed and you're in trouble. But the thing is, if you're handling people's food, You don't need to be there if you're sick. You really don't. And those employers need to be more understanding of that. But when I worked in restaurants, they were not. Like, they expected you to be there. Plus, if you are a server, you don't make money if you don't go to work. So there's that too. You know, there's no such thing as a sick day in the restaurant.
Oh, right. Places. Yep. And now with COVID, you know how fucked up it is? Like when I got it, my first symptoms showed up on a Monday night. I went to work Tuesday. I came back Tuesday. I got the test on Wednesday, the result on Thursday. I called my job as I was supposed to do, the HR, whoever the fuck it was. And I said, okay, I have COVID. Okay, they said, when was your first symptom? I said, I had a cough Monday night at bedtime. Okay, they said 1, 2, 3, 4. They said 5. We'll see you back at work on Monday. And this is Thursday, and I'm fucking feeling like death. And I'm thinking to myself, there's no fucking way, unless a miracle happens, anyone see me anywhere Monday. And then I called my doctor, and I told and then luckily someone gave me the advice there. They said, you should notify your doctor. And I did. And as soon as I talked to the doctor said, oh, no, fuck this. You're taking 10 days. They go, we're in the medical industry here. We're here. We have to take 10 days. So do you. But they changed the rules in New York State to make it a 5-day thing from first symptom.
I think
but
same here.
Bullshit. But it's bullshit
yeah.
because everybody's different. Some people can get it once and get it over it in 5 days, yes. But obviously, it's been detailed with me. I'm still not 100%. But still, it's like, I don't make that call. Who fucking knows? I got all fucking
I don't mean to laugh. It's the term brain fog.
Funny.
It's not funny. It's not, if you have it, it's not funny, but the term,
well, no.
it kills me. But
still, nobody gives a fuck. My job, they wanted me back. They're like, oh no, this and this and this. I'm like, okay. And the doctor said, no, fuck you. And then I said the paper, and then there was a whole back and forth. And the job, ultimately, the HR department and everything else, they've been fine. My supervisor hasn't. They've been patient. But initially, that's what they were saying. They're like, oh yeah. The people at HR were like, okay, well, we'll see you back on Monday. And I just said, oh.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem, one thing that has arisen out of the pandemic is that now you can't even really get away from work if you have the capability of working from home. So even if you're sick, like where I am now, if you're sick, you know, they don't mind you staying home, but if you can, they expect you to work, you know, from home. Right. And I'm just like, oh, man, you can't even get away. Like I can't get away from it. You know? Now, if you're sick and
Very
you can't
true.
do it, you can't do it. And then, you know, they're understanding. But it's like, if you can, then, you know, they expect you to. And I'm like, just leave me alone. Like,
right. And look at you. You couldn't even sleep in the one day you were sick because the cops came to the door.
Right. Yeah, I ended up flashing the cop because Brian comes to the bedroom and he's like, hey, there's a cop outside. And I was like, oh, outside. Okay. So I grabbed my robe. I'm putting my robe on as I'm coming out of the bedroom. And right in front of me in the kitchen is this cop. And I was like, oh, and I closed my robe real quick and I was like, I'm sorry. And I told Brian, I was like, you said he was outside. You didn't say he was in the house.
It was the middle of winter. I'm not going to leave this poor guy outside.
He's like, well, I didn't expect you to come out naked. And I was like, well, I didn't expect a strange man to be standing in my kitchen.
Holy shit.
Wow. I don't think we've asked Brian the question of all questions.
Oh, yeah.
I know, although I know his thoughts on the director's cut version, but I won't answer for him. Brian, if you had to choose, Nightmare on Elm Street 2 or Rocky 4?
Rocky 4.
Director's cut.
Don't even have to think about that. That's my favorite of the Rocky movies. I just love it. And because it's such of its time. That movie just reeks of 80s, but I love that. And it's what I call a time capsule film. And whenever I watch it, I can go back to where I was when I first saw it. And I just, like, they recently did the
director's cut.
Yeah, the director's thing, or they did the re-edit of it, or whatever the hell they called it. And I thought it was fine, but give me the original any day of the week. I like
There were things about it that I did prefer, but ultimately there were things that they changed that I was like, why did you change that? Like, I swear they changed some of the montages.
I like the Happy Birthday Polly robot.
I do too, but just that scene. I watched in the director's cut. We just would have had the Happy Birthday Polly scene, and then nothing else, because everything else they did with the robot after was fucking jokey shit. Oh, I'm getting dizzy over here. He's walking around, have her talking like a woman.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah, that was too goofy, and I'm glad he took the goofy out of it. But to me, the Happy Birthday Polly, I love that, just that moment. The director's cut to me was perfect, except I want the inclusion of that fucking 1 minute scene with Happy Birthday Polly, and then I would have been 100% on the film.
I enjoyed the director's cut. I mean, when we were talking about it, I enjoyed it, but it just felt weird. It was like seeing something that you were so familiar with that you've seen so many times and going, something's just not quite right.
Mm-hmm. There were a couple of scenes where Adrian is talking to Rocky,
yes.
and I was like, what? And then I start questioning myself. Like, was this always there and I just don't remember it? Like, what? And then I'm thinking I'm going crazy. But then I'm like, no, it wasn't. It and then Apollo's wife was virtually missing.
They show one scene of her in the crowd, and I think she says, "Apollo, no!" And that's it. That's all her character.
That's true.
And she didn't have a big part in the original, but she at least did something. She was in it. You know, if I was her, I'd be pissed.
And
I agree.
Vice versa, Apollo Creed, it was more of a love note to him, and it put more of him back into the movie. So for Carl Weathers, he's probably totally fine with that. I wonder how the pay works for that. I'm assuming they had to get. I mean, it got a limited theatrical run, and it's now available for purchase. Do they get more money from that? Is it?
It depends if they have anything off the back end.
Right.
A lot of actors now do that because they know how much money movies make, so they make sure they get a percentage off the gross. But back then, a lot of actors were just guns for hire. We want you to play this part. We're going to give you X number of dollars. There you go. And that was it. It was a job. They did it. They got paid, and that's it. They never get royalties or any residuals. That was only for like the big, huge, like the Jack Nicholson and the Batman. He made sure he got that.
Oh, he got a sweet deal.
Well, yeah. I mean, he knew it was going to make bank, so he did it that way, and he made millions upon millions.
Yeah, or like Scarlett Johansson with Black Widow.
Yeah, if there's any aspiring actors out there or anybody, if you can ever get anything off the back end, do it.
Definitely.
Make sure you get that percentages.
The Witcher guy, the guy who wrote the Witcher series, the books, he sold it to CD Projekt Red for something ridiculous, like $15,000 or something insane. And because he didn't believe in the video game market, he didn't think it was going to do anything. Wow. So he took like a stupid low payout for his IP. Well, then The Witcher blew up, and it's, now there's the TV series and all the games and everything. And he's pissed because he wants more money. And it's like, well, dude, you took that deal, but he didn't think to go for anything in the back end because he didn't think anything was going to happen with it. So this is what I'm saying. Learn from that guy. Learn from him. If you have the opportunity to get something off the back end, even if you think it's not going to be worth anything, fucking take it, because you never know what's going to happen. And now this dude is angry because they're making billions of dollars.
Well, he's getting some of the stuff off the Netflix show, so he's happy. And CD Projekt Red, they have renegotiated their contract.
Because they're nice. They didn't have to.
No, they didn't have to. They could have just said, sorry, we paid you, go away. But
shit.
No,
I would be pissed.
But
I'm glad they've been taken care of, because if it was just left at that initial deal, I know me. We all make mistakes, but imagine that was your mistake. You'd be kicking yourself day in and day out. So I'm glad they kind of made it right. Probably still never as lucrative as it could have been, but made it right.
Yeah, I would never.
Well, you have to learn.
Well, yeah.
You don't know at first. Like the music industry, they didn't know what was going to happen. The Beatles got freaking ripped off because they were young kids. They didn't know better. They signed contracts, and they didn't make what they should have. And then it continued to go on in the industry. And when Zeppelin came in and they started taking control of the touring, because then bands only made money when they toured. They weren't even getting percentages enough off the record sales. So that all changed. Then streaming comes in, and I don't know how that works. But do you think, like now, Seinfeld's now streaming on Netflix. When Seinfeld streams on Netflix, do those people in Seinfeld get paid for that now or
no?
Does Alexander get any money?
No. because streaming wasn't a thing back then, so it wasn't built into their contracts. Now, a lot of, like, Dave Chappelle had a big problem with this because Netflix was running all his Chappelle shows, and he wasn't getting anything from that. Once again, good on Netflix. They actually made that up to him. So, you know,
well, they have a good relationship.
Well, yeah, because they're doing all his new comedy stand-ups and all that. But they didn't have to. They were like, look, we have a contract. It says nothing about streaming. I guess we don't have to pay you a thing. So.
Yeah.
Well, you know, some people see ahead. This famously happened with Jesse Ventura and Vince McMahon years ago, and he had the foresight to see this. Jesse Ventura, when they were starting to put things out on home video wrestling, he said, am I going to get part of the sale of this? Because I'm in the video. And Vince said no. And there was this huge lawsuit that to this day, Jesse won this lawsuit, so the WWE Network cannot play certain things to this day with Jesse Ventura in him. He is there, but there's things that they cannot play in shows. And I don't know what the settlement was, but WWE Network now, I mean, everything is there. Not everything, but a lot of the past is there. But there are things, and because of Jesse Ventura being one of the very few people to step up and challenge it, he won that lawsuit, and they can't do certain things with his likeness in it now. But nobody thought of it. But some people had the foresight with releases and, okay, hey, wait a minute. You're going to be the one making the money and nobody else? What kind of shit's that? And, you know.
That's why I'm kind of known for being very mercenary when it comes to my stuff, my work, my effort. I've always said if a publisher, and be it a book publisher, music publisher, whatever, if somebody's going to make a dime off of my work, I better be making 4 cents at least. Right. So, you know, if you're making money, you better give me some money because you're making money off me.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, you know, there's this whole thing of, well, you know, exposure is worth money. And, you know, this will get your name out there and this will get people to recognize. Fuck you. That doesn't work. I can't pay my bills with exposure. I can't eat exposure. You know,
exposures would happen
and
when
maybe
Jamie
if you're
showed
really,
herself to the
really
cop.
Young.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And she didn't get anything from that.
No. Yeah.
Oh,
there are no 4 cents on the dime there. But I know that's great, and that's how it should be. And I haven't been in that position yet, but ultimately, yeah, that's good. And I'm glad you've it's negotiated that way because you want the artist to actually get paid. You feel like, you know, it should happen.
We were all exploited so much in the beginning days of the internet when we were like those of us who jumped in and started doing reviews or articles or whatever, and you were just so excited to have a platform where you could do whatever you wanted to do that a lot of times we just end up doing shit for free. And then I started to notice what an impact it was having on the website that I was working for. And I was like, well, this is bullshit. I should get something out of it. So then I actually negotiated with the owner of the website and I ended up getting something out of it. But most of the time you don't, and people will approach you who own websites and are, hey, you want to write for us? And I'm like, yeah, okay, what's the deal? Like, oh, well, no, you just write and then we put it up. Like,
that's one thing.
No, that my time is worth more than that. I can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, when I was 20, okay, because I wasn't doing anything else. But
now that's exposure at 20 and it's your first
time.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. When you're young and hungry, sure, I did it too. I mean, I'm so damn old. Back when I started, only zines were a thing.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There was no internet. So, you know, you would write a little story. It would be published in a little fanzine. You might get contributor copies for your payment. But, you know, you knew that going in. As soon as I felt comfortable with knowing, okay, I know I can do this. I know people like it. You bet your ass I started charging. And I never looked back.
Of course.
I mean, that's like, you know, I've been a professional critic for over 20 years now, over 30 years now, because, like I said, I'm old. And when I started, I would, you know, do a little thing here and there, but for most of that time, you bet your ass I've been getting paid.
Yeah.
This is, you know, you want me to, you know, not everybody can do what I can do. Not everybody can express themselves or write something or what. It's a skill. It's a talent like anything else. Why shouldn't I get paid for that?
And that's any art.
Well, exactly.
And people expect people to do things for free all the time, and it blows my mind. It's like, hey, I need you to come and take photos of my wedding. It's going to be an all-day thing. You have to provide your own food. We're going to be here till like midnight, but I'll make sure to credit you when I release the photos on my website.
I'll give you a shout out on my Instagram, and I have 30,000 followers. Woo! Yeah,
it's like, no,
that's not going to do anything for me.
I'm never going to ask anyone to do anything for free. That's ridiculous. Like, if it's good enough that I want to have it, then they deserve to be paid for it. Like, that's just all there is to it.
I mean,
I don't want to derail the conversation. I also want to make sure that because we're talking about time is money and everything, we should probably get to these reviews because we've already gone over 2 hours. However,
look at that segue. That was hot.
I was actually,
baby.
He's
the king.
Like,
pay him.
Boom, direct. but I did notice. Now again, maybe I'm late to the game, but I thought you just posted this yesterday because I didn't double check now. I saw it yesterday. You just got a review. Is that a recent review, Brian?
He's talking about the
you're
review
like, please tell me more of me.
Oh yeah. That was I wrote a book of Call of Cthulhu scenarios. For those who don't know, that's like, you probably know Dungeons and Dragons. This is Dungeons and Dragons based on H.P. Lovecraft's work, so it's all horror based. It's that type of game.
Fuck.
Oh wow.
And I did a book for them, and it was getting some good reviews recently, so I posted a part of it where somebody said something really nice about me, and I'm a big sucker for that. So
I think we all are. I mean, that's good. That's awesome.
Yeah, he doesn't always talk about stuff like that, but I will. Like, he wins awards for his scenarios, and they play them all over the world. You can see YouTube videos of people playing his scenarios all over the world, and I just I'm so proud. I'm so proud of him.
That's a neat thing now about this world we live in. I can see, and I've watched people play my stuff in Russian, German, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Polish.
Oh wow!
And there might be one or two others. But these people now, they'll play through my adventures and they'll put the video on YouTube or something, and I always check them out, even if I don't understand what the hell they're saying.
Yeah, we have some Japanese magazines with Brian's stories in them. I can't read them, but I'm like, oh look, that's his story. I don't know what it says, but it's there.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
It's cool.
Well, we could.
Well,
definitely. You guys have to tell us where they, or tell the listeners, like maybe whether it be now or at the end of the show, just where they can find that stuff if they're interested. My daughter, my oldest, had just gotten into Dungeons and Dragons with her friends or whatever, and I'm like, it's funny because it was never something that I was into. And I was never like above it or anything. I had no time. I didn't know. I knew it existed, but I just never did it. So to hear that they're doing it now, it's interesting. So I don't know anything more about it other than she's told me. She goes, "Oh yeah, we play Dungeons and Dragons," and I'm like, "Oh, that's a huge thing." Like, I mean, there's stores like comic book stores here that have the back room.
Dungeons and Dragons is freaking huge anymore. It was big in the 70s and early 80s, and it kind of went away and became very much a niche thing. Now it's exploded again.
Brian still plays with the same group of friends, and now I do too. The same group of friends that he's been playing with since you were, like 12, 10? Yeah. I don't even know. And they started so young, and the same group of friends that one of his friends' dads used to listen to them play, and he thought it sounded fun. So he's like, hey, can I play with you guys? He still plays with us.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And I love that it has gotten such a resurgence because now you can find stuff so easily. Like it's a good time to be a geek because you can find not just actual game stuff, but paraphernalia or whatever. And one of his friends makes these amazing little set pieces and I wish he would sell them because he's incredible. Like he makes some handmade like little trees and like pieces of buildings and ponds and all kinds of things that you can just add on to the tabletop to just make your game that much more immersive.
Yeah.
And I really wish he would sell them because he's so good at it. But I think that would, for him, it would then become work, and it's a hobby, you know. And I think he doesn't want to get to the point where it becomes a production, because then it's not fun anymore. But
well, exactly. Right? You want to have that balance, and then if it becomes work, then you hate it.
Yes,
you hate it, and then that never works out well because it's something that you love doing for so long.
I can't make that comparison anymore now. Dungeons and Dragons. My brother and I have these discussions, and we talk about wrestling fans now are like Dungeons and Dragons players. It's just a fucking small geek niche audience, and we want wrestling to be Monopoly, not Dungeons, because when it was its best in the fucking mid to early 90s, and then in the fucking late 90s, we compared. That's Monopoly. That's when wrestling is good, and you know why, because everybody's into it. Now it's just Dungeons and Dragons people, and they're all fucking loud and proud. But guess what? You're the only fucking people watching it, and to each his own. But that's really what you are, and it's gonna stay that way forever now, because the stuff they're into, the casual fan and other people just aren't going to be into. It's just a real fucking niche crowd, and that's what we say. We call it the Dungeons and Dragons as opposed to Monopoly. We want to start a podcast so bad about wrestling, but we just never do it. But anyway,
you miss the Attitude Era, don't you?
I miss that, not as much as I miss the fucking the Golden Era, the Hogan, the Rock and Wrestling.
Okay, yeah, that was when
now.
That was back when I was actually watching, like big watching, and you know us, like I've told you this before, we don't actually watch wrestling anymore. I haven't watched actual wrestling in decades, but we watch behind the scenes stuff like you would not believe. Like I typically know what's going on, even though I never watch wrestling, but we're constantly watching wrestling videos and and documentaries and I don't know why, but that stuff is so fascinating. Whereas the actual show, I don't care. But the
now forget
stuff is so fascinating.
But again, that's part of the problem. That the niche audience now, they care more about what's going on behind the scenes than they do in the ring. They're like, oh, this person deserves this. This happened in this locker room, and this and this. So like they were there because they had these people that ever since the internet's been around, that's how it started. But basically the wrestling fans now, they're all they think they're in the locker room because they have these dirt sheet writers that are never backstage, but they hear through someone else who is backstage what's happening. And of course, everybody has their own agenda. So it's like, okay, let's tell them that I'm going to say this and this because this guy's getting a push and I'm not. And bottom line is this: all the wrestling fans now think that they're fucking. What's the word when everybody feels like they're privileged? What's that?
Privileged.
Entitled. It's an entitlement. Yeah, because we're here. They're very entitled because they think they know what's going on backstage because these fucking stooges and dirt sheet writers tell them what's supposedly going on backstage, that this person deserves this and this is what wants to be seen, and that everyone that runs wrestling doesn't know how to do it anymore. But anyway, they're just as interested as behind the fucking scenes as in front. And here's the real funny part. The crowd now, they know that what they're watching isn't real. So what they do now is people on Twitter, like, let's say, Charlotte Flair's real name is whatever the fuck it is, and this person here, they have like a Twitter. They will do this thing where they'll start like a Twitter war, right? But to the wrestling fans, what's happening on Twitter? Oh, wait, this is personal. But really, it's not. So they're falling for it. They've one-upped them. They're like, oh, yeah, these two people don't get along in real life because a dirt sheet writer wrote that they don't. So they take the liberties on Twitter to start these little Twitter beefs. So now they're still marks. They're still getting fooled, but it's in a different way. But anyway, I'll get off that whole fucking thing. It's just
save it for your podcast.
Yeah.
Crush VHSs of wrestling shows, like with sledgehammers.
They probably do. If Hulk Hogan headlines it, they hate.
I'm gonna start. Send me the tapes.
So
Dave's just gonna sniff them first, and then you can crush them.
Yeah, of course.
Perfect.
It's so funny. We didn't say anything about year of the year when we came on, and that the year 2000 came up in the randomizer. So, and so 2000 came up, so we didn't even mention any of this
Off
stuff.
the rails show. Right? 2 hours of introduction, and we didn't even talk about what the show is today.
They got to come back for
I'm sorry, listeners.
No.
I blame you too.
Love it.
Yeah.
We all love it. That's what you guys have to come back for a BS show, because apparently this is what we're all best at. So let's just BS for fun. Seriously.
I feel like we did that. I think we're getting the best of both worlds, because that's what I'm not saying
True.
that that's what the introduction is, but we're talking about collecting. Right. It's all relative to what's happening in horror now, and I think it was a great conversation. That's what the show's best. Now let's get to these stupid reviews.
Let me take a quickie.
Okay.
Why don't
we stop the recording in the meantime?
I'm gonna go to the can and drain my lizard. What movie?
I didn't realize.
What movie? With you people here, you should know the answer to this. Well, think about it while I'm gone, and I'll be back. I'm gonna I'll be back in 2 and 2, and on the flips, and we'll be right there. I'll tell you when I get back if you can't figure it out. Be right back.
That was a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Almost there. What movie is that? Almost there.
A New Hope. Star Wars, A New Hope.
Attaboy. Okay, yes. So Christian answered the question. Star Wars, The New Hope. Okay, so here we are. We're going to get into these movies.
That's where I Dream My Lizard came from. Luke said it to Han.
Okay, I'll even give you an assist on it. Okay?
A tauntaun.
It's going to give it away. He can't come to the phone right now. He's in the can draining his lizard. Now, if you guys don't know this.
No, I know it.
No, I've heard that.
It's not even word for word because if I put one word in there, it'll give away the answer because of the character's name. I can't.
Oh, it's killing me. Oh, man.
Kind of shocked.
I know it's a chick saying it.
It is a chick saying it.
Yep, and I know. Oh, wait. I know what it is.
Yep.
Is it
I know.
And
then the
guy takes
we're gonna
the
be
phone
on camera
and she's
doing
like,
this.
it's so-and-so.
You're right.
Oh,
yes.
Jason lives.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Combined, you guys figured it out.
Yeah.
There you go.
He can't come to the phone right now. He's in the can draining his lizard.
Yep.
It's Rick.
Yep. It's Rick.
It was killing me.
Yep. Okay.
I redeemed myself.
You did. Well, you did with Brian's help because Brian said it was the chick saying it. And
I needed more. Yeah, it was getting me. I'm like, well, I'm visualizing it now.
Combined.
I don't know what my shoulders are. What this is, but I'm getting into it. Okay, you know what we're going to start with? I feel like we're going to be heavier in the talk for American Psycho, so we're going to start with Urban Legends Final Cut.
Let's do it.
So here's the very brief description from IMDb. Urban Legends Final Cut, of course, from the year we chose, 2000, or the year that was chosen for us, from the randomizer. What do we call it usually?
The randomizer. No, 22 shots.
Yeah.
Pardon me, 22
that's
shots.
what it was.
Usually calls it the randomizer. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going.
Spell. Yeah.
I screwed it up anyway, but the randomizer. See, I still.
What are you saying? The Ram-manizer?
Oh wait, speaking of Ram Man, Dave, there was something that I needed to throw at you. When you guys talked about House of Long Shadows.
Oh yeah.
We covered that on the first season of ABC's.
Yeah, I heard you said you'd only seen it one time, or is your first time watching it?
What the fuck? I thought we did From a Whisper to a Scream.
We did that.
That was
too.
the one we did.
We did that too.
That's awesome.
How the fuck did I not remember this at all? Oh my
But
god.
I was listening to the episode and
Wow.
I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He always forgets about us. It's okay.
Yeah, but
Wow.
that's insane. How the fuck how did I remember From a Whisper to a Scream? And I know we did that one. It took place in a house and Vincent Price was in it. I hope I'm right, or maybe I'm mixing them up. What the fuck? My mind, I might have to check into a fucking place, man, because that's how do I completely.
Wow.
But it was a long time ago. It was a bunch of years ago. So
Yeah, but that's a big reveal.
Yeah.
You know? How do I not remember that? Because that reveal impacted me this time. Think about that. I completely forgot that experience. What the fuck?
Brain fog.
But I was like,
The only excuse.
I was like to Brian, I'm like, didn't we talk about House of Long Shadows? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, because Dave just talked about it on Exploding Heads and he'd never seen it before. Am I wrong? And he's like, no, we talked about it. I'm like, oh.
What?
If Dave is on that episode, like it wasn't a Dave Z free
I gotta hear
episode,
it.
I wish. Imagine that you're able to experience a movie for the first time, the
Twice.
second time.
That is why I rewatch movies so much and have to, because I fucking forget. That's why I didn't realize that they were stealing gas in Friday 3. It took me fucking 30 years for a reason to burn the place down instead of selling it. You see, I watched a movie multiple times.
And unfortunately, he can never get away from that because it's brought up at every opportunity on the Skeleton Crew. Just because it's fucking hilarious. Actually, when Brian and I are just watching the movie by ourselves, we'll be watching the movie and Brian will go, "Oh, look, they're going to make some money."
Hey, I didn't know Michael Myers ate dog. I thought he was hungry to kill. So I can't say much here.
He got hungry.
Yeah, he got hungry. I thought he meant like he killed them because he was hungry to murder.
Well, see, okay, well, don't feel
he
bad
physically
because
ate dog.
for years I thought they couldn't determine if it was a dog or a skunk. Because the guy's like, he's like, it could have been a skunk. And I thought he meant the animal could be a skunk. And I was like, how can you not tell? You can tell if it's a skunk. And then I realized, and then I was like, oh, wait, so he's thinking a skunk might have killed this dog. Do skunks go around killing dogs? I mean, we have skunks all over the place. They've never tried to attack us. I was very confused by that whole thing. So don't feel bad.
Yeah, why would a skunk eat a dog? You're right. Why not say a raccoon? Maybe it died. And then it ate the aftermath like any animal would. Maybe that's what he said, a skunk, you know. But why'd he pick a skunk? I don't know. Could have been a rat, a raccoon, fucking anything. Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. It's funny the things that we. There was something the other day. I wish I could remember what it was that I was like, oh, and this is a movie that's like 40 years old that I've seen probably as many times, and I was like, oh, I get it. And Brian's like, son of a bitch. But I don't remember what it was. But it was something that had always gone right over my head. And just for whatever reason on that particular watch, I got it, you know. And that shit happens. It happens.
What happened?
At least you remember watching the movie.
Yeah. I was trying to get off of that, Dave, to save you a little bit of like. But I mean, again, if you want to bring it back to it, we could talk about it.
I'm scared. I might not be able to sustain fucking income. My mind might be so fucking far gone at this point.
I was actually waiting to see if Abraham was going to bring it up because if anybody would remember it would be him.
Right. Yeah. True. Oh, I better get my confidence back somehow because right now I feel like I should be committed.
No. I didn't.
No, that's
I
crazy.
wasn't trying to hurt you. I just thought it was hilarious.
It's funny, but it just makes me think. I'm like, how could I because if it was just any old movie, fine. But the reveal that happens in that movie, it was something that it blew me away. You know what I'm saying? This time, how could I'm sure I had the same experience.
Considering you and I saw it the same way too, Dave, and we totally missed what Eric was saying, which again, I didn't go back to revisit, but seems to be the way that it was supposed to be, which is that the second he gets to the house, he starts writing, and then we're seeing the script. Yeah. Pretty much. But
you know what? Again, I'm going to go back and double check just to be sure because I could be remembering it wrong myself. So if I am wrong, I will make sure that your listeners know about it.
I got to look online right now. But go ahead.
I'll introduce the movie.
Okay, I'm going to look
this movie for the second time because that was awesome though. Like I'm so glad you brought that up because, man, Dave, that would be a gift. Like to not, especially within 3 years. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if that you said the first season. How long ago was that? 4 years or longer?
I don't know.
That was probably sometime in 2017.
Okay, so but still 5 years. Maybe it could be forgiven or forgotten. But anyway, we'll go from there. And speaking of bad eyesight, I can barely read this description. I got to go check my eyes out too. Urban Legends Final Cut.
Use your time, Christian. Use your time. That's what it's for.
That's right. Use it. Use it or lose it.
You and I both. Year 2000. A film school is the center of a fresh spate of killings based on urban legends. And by John Ottman, who I believe, at least from what I looked on his filmography and what he was talking about on some of the commentary, has done more in the way of editing and composer for films rather than directing. I think he's only directed 3 things. I don't know why I'm saying my thinking. I guess I could check it out here, but there wasn't a lot, I think, from his filmography that he was a director on. Yep, 3 projects.
Oh, wow.
Now, this is a sequel kind of standalone with kind of more like 2 references to the other movie that came before it. So it'd be interesting because Dave has not seen Urban Legends, right?
Well, the first one I saw, you're the slasher. But I'll tell you what. Okay, I saw the first movie. I did remember this. And by the way, we did do it. I just looked it up. House of Long Shadows. Here's the fucked up part. The Humanoids for the Deep. And that was the first time I saw it. And I remember everything about that movie. That's the fucked up part. But I have no recollection of fucking House of Long Shadows. Anyway, maybe I was bored by it or something. I have to go back and listen somehow and see why. Maybe that'll explain it. But, okay. What's this movie? Hold on. Don't tell me. Urban Legends. I did it myself. I'm okay. Okay. So Urban Legends came out in whatever the fuck year. It was a post-Scream movie. And I'm going to say this. I truly believe that when Scream came out and all the post-Scream slashers, and yes, I know this is the year 2000, but the post-Scream slashers kind of lasted till like 2002. I mean, that's fair to say. I think that there is legit one great movie called Scream in 1996, and after that, I think all of the post-Scream slashers are average to good at best. That is my opinion. I can't think of another one that I think.
I don't know if I could argue that.
Okay,
I agree.
Okay, now Urban Legend, the original one, I watched it Year of the Slasher a couple years ago. I gave it like a 6 out of 10. It was fine. I watched it. Maybe I'll watch it again someday. I don't know. It was the second time I saw it, but still didn't really win me over. So I wasn't even really chomping at the bit, especially at this time for a slasher like that. So Urban Legend, this one came out. Then a few years later after that, another one came out. Now, I didn't know. Bloody Mary. Okay, so now I was listening to 22 Shots do it, and they did all 3 on a show. They did a trilogy for it. And I remember listening to that show, and like I said, I hadn't seen any other ones. And when I heard that they had a movie called Final Cut, and it was the second in the series and not the last movie in the franchise, I said, well, how fucking stupid is that? Why would you call something final anything? If I know, okay, laugh at me, final chapter. I get that. We know that. But an Urban Legends franchise is different. I think if you call something Final Cut, in my mind, okay, this is the final fucking, because it's about movies, this is the last one. When I found out that it was the middle one and one came after, I said, fuck that, I'm not watching that movie. So I never watched fucking.
I love that title offends me.
Well, Dave, titles do offend him. He won't watch a movie if he doesn't like it. He's like, oh, who cares about, unfortunately, there's like 50 of them that I could draw from, but I can't think of any right now. But it's classic. It's classic.
I don't mind this title because it actually does make sense.
It does.
Being a film school and being a slasher flick, so Final Cut, ha ha ha. Okay.
Yes.
I don't think it's a good title, but I can get it.
But
it would have been. It was clever.
The third one.
Well, because the third one totally does its own thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a slasher movie anymore. It's about bloody goddamn Mary coming out of the mirrors and stuff.
So it's kind of like from the files of what do you
Police
call
Squad.
It? Yeah, right. From the file, or what do they call, from the Book of Saw? Like this, Bloody Mary's is like a standalone story about something. So they could have said it's almost like that, like from the files or from the Book of Urban Legends presents whatever the fuck her name is, Bloody Mary. I can see that now. In retrospect, I get it, because Final Cut, it was clever for what this was. I just saw that and I was like, well, wait a minute. And as far as me knocking movies off because of the title, it's like Jamie said earlier, we can't watch everything. So if I have to find certain reasons not to watch certain things, at least I have them. At least I'm like, okay, well, I'm not watching that one. So
yeah.
I saw this in the theater, and I enjoyed it because of the fact that it took place in a film school, which I just graduated from, like a film school, and I liked the fact that they put it in there, and I thought they were more on the nose with it. Scream was dancing around it with that 30. I thought this may have done it better, to be honest. And the killer I thought was vicious. The problem was he loses his viciousness almost. It's like that first kill is so outrageously good, and then it just kind of is
No, you're right.
The
first kill, I mean, hell, ask Brian last night. That first kill, I was squirming like a son of a bitch because I have a kidney thing. It's stupid, I know, but I have a kidney thing. And when that scene where she's climbing out of the window and he grabs her scar, like he forces his fingers into her scar to pull her back through the window.
Yeah.
I was in a ball on the sofa, hiding my eyes, yelling. I was like, I can't watch it, I can't watch it, I can't watch, and because it's that bad, it's that brutal, and then you don't get that at all for the rest of the film, which is
everything was just so tame.
Yeah. But that first
that's
one,
Argento-esque.
Yeah, but that's right
again,
out of the.
You guys could.
That's right out of the Scream playbook.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Say you can love Scream all you want, and it, brought horror back and all that stuff, and yeah, sure, great. But when it comes to kills, the first Scream killed. What's her name? Drew Barrymore. That is legit good. That is legit horrifying. And there's actually a little bit of gore there, not much because they quickly cut away, but there's still some meat to it. Then after that, everybody just goes around getting stomach stabbed. And it's like they fall over, and then maybe, they'll have some blood on their shirt. Ooh, scary. That's how this is. They had that really good kill in the beginning. And then after that, it's a lot of off-screen kills, or, you can see the knife moving and somebody going, and then they're found dead.
Or the electrocutions, which just
are
boring.
Electrocutions are always boring.
Do you think that had, except for the Halloween one where the dad's head explodes?
Oh, yeah, part 6, the original? Yeah, the theatrical? The Death Star? Yeah.
Do you think that that was like a tie-in to Hitchcock? Like they were trying to, because the whole film is
they Hitchcock.
Are even to the end.
And that's great.
The very end where they're playing the theme song to
Yes.
Alfred Hitchcock Presents, which I love.
Yeah.
But do you think that maybe that's why they did it that way? That they were trying, because in Psycho you get that amazing, not opening kill because it's really far into the movie, but the first kill is really amazing, and then then you have Arbogast. He just falls down the stairs, or after getting stabbed. But
tap dances down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like I kind of wonder, like
right?
they were trying so hard with the whole Hitchcock thing, and they mentioned it every other second.
Well,
that I'm wondering if maybe that was what.
Here's my theory behind this movie. I think it actually existed before Urban Legends, or it existed at the same time. Then Urban Legend came out, and it was a moderate success. So they took this pre-existing script and they made it Urban Legends 2. Because the Urban Legends in here seem really forced. They seem almost tacked on. The first movie, Urban Legends were essential. That was the movie. Here, it's more about somebody killing people to steal movies, and you have this whole big mystery, and it's like, oh yeah, also kind of Urban Legends.
Yeah, and some of them are very loose.
Well, I mean, you look at the two special effects geeks who get killed in a tunnel. They're electrocuted.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Well, no, but it's the whole tunnel of terror.
That's my
thing,
point.
The bodies being real. But even then, it's not. It's not exciting. It's not. It's a very, like the whole. What's the urban legend about the girl who gets a note and goes to the chapel and ends up hanging herself?
Exactly.
And what is that? Yeah. I don't even know what that is.
It seemed a little you're right. I think they tried to wedge that in and maybe made the movie about urban legends, like the movie that she wants to create in the film where you see the dissected dog and whatever. I believe that's why the tie-in was probably more there, because you're right. None of the other things really feel like urban legends. They feel like, cautionary tales in the sense of like, I don't know if that's the same, but like where they're getting the drink spiked or whatever. But where she wakes up with the kidney in the tub.
That is the only one that is a legit urban legend. And it's probably one of the most well-known urban legends. But I mean, you look at the first movie and it's, somebody getting killed by somebody in a back seat. That's a real legend. Yeah. You get the whole thing about the guy hanging and, his fingers, or I guess his shoes in a movie, are scraping against the roof of the car. That's an urban legend. I mean, the first movie,
the girl, the death on the 911 call with the death over the radio. That's an actual thing. Like they took real, legitimate, well-known urban legends and worked them in a way that made sense and worked. And here, it really just felt like like, well, we have this, there is an urban legend about the Tunnel of Terror. Let's use that, only I don't think it was used effectively. Then you've got that one, like I said, in the chapel, which doesn't really make any sense at all. I have never heard an urban legend about a girl hanging herself from a bell rope. Like, I don't get that, you know. And then the kidney one, even though it is an excellent sequence, it's so good. It's so, like, you watch that and you're like, holy shit, we're in for something. And it's really effective. Yeah. Even that, it doesn't really seem to fit with the, I don't know, it seems odd. You know, it's like that,
well, it's a standard. It's its own scene. It doesn't actually feel like it fits the rest of the movie.
Exactly.
This woman wakes up in a tub, and even the look of it seems different than the rest of the movie. And I know some of this was filmed. They said so. The majority of this was. Oh, there is another commonality between the two movies we're doing tonight. They're both Canadian, U.S. co-productions, and with a good shit ton of it done in Canada, specifically the Toronto and surrounding area, as well in some parts in the States. And that the scene, I believe, in the tub was done in L.A. and actually does look different. Where is she? Like we have there's no description. We don't know anything about this. She just wakes up there and there's no connection to the rest of the movie other than she's in Travis's film and she's the actress. Is she the only actress in this film?
Well, wait,
because
this is my
that
question.
was the whole plot of the movie is you're supposed to be killing everybody associated with the movie and she's the only actor killed.
Well, that's another thing. They're like, I was killing everybody who helped make that movie. So what? 6 people made that movie?
Yeah, I know. and the resources these students have are crazy. Because, okay, maybe in an LA film school or whatever, you might have a little bit more at your fingertips. We didn't have these sets or these production facilities or anything like that at all. Like, this is all, fantasy, if you will. This is all Patrick Bateman fantasy land we're in. I wanted that, but we didn't have access to any of that shit. We could rent a camera that was barely functional and, pop a scratch lens onto it and get some film into it. And don't get me started with the developing of the film. How did you develop the film of the girl that's killed to project it for them to watch in such a timely fashion?
Oh, well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think probably Diary of the Dead is more accurate as far as like what the resources they have in a film school. The beginning of that where they're making the Mummy movie, out in the woods, with no real, they don't have a studio, So.
It's headed like a Bolex, and if you're lucky, you'll get like the 60 millimeter RE camera or whatever at the time. But we were like, again, it's crazy. But I get it. This is supposed to be the most prestigious film academy in the United States. So they set it up well. There's a couple of good lines. Like, it's not, if you want to dissect it, we're going to tear it apart. But it's average and entertaining enough to.
It's serviceable.
There's that good kill. Yeah, serviceable is a perfect way to describe it. I think I just will go on another side tangent. This is the one about my daughter. My daughter saw this. We opened up on the dragon boat racing or paddling. The boat's going by and it pans up to this beautiful university. My daughter's, where's that? I'm like, I'm almost positive, Joss, this was filmed in and around Toronto. I think it was Ontario. I don't know what school it was. It ends up being in Peterborough, which is just about 2 hours away. Trent University. She fell in love with how it looked in this movie that she says, I want to go there. And it happens to have the course that she likes or wants to study post high school. And so last summer I took her to go visit the school after we watched this movie. And we couldn't go inside because it was during the summer. It was, by appointment only because of COVID, but we could tour. So we walked everywhere. I got film of us walking all the areas that they used over and over again for the exteriors of the movie.
The same?
It looks almost identical, except for, I guess, that tower part that they built for the movie. They said that tower was $150,000 construction just because they needed a bell tower for the movie. But it has everything else.
It was a beautiful campus.
Identical.
When you see the rowing teams go by and you get the exterior shots of the campus, it's gorgeous. It was really beautiful.
Well,
yeah, it was funny that's what caught her eye, and we rewatched it together last night because she says, "Oh, let me watch it with you again." And we watched it last night. And at the end, we're both like, it's good. It's fine. I mean, good maybe, but it's fine. It's passable, in my opinion. It's an easy watch. As Brian said, serviceable is probably a better description of it. And I think it's elevated a little bit more because of that. I like the mask, and I like that first kill, but I still think the rest of the movie, the other kills could have been gorier.
Yeah. I liked it when I saw it in the theater. You know, I liked it fine. Of course, that was 20 years ago, 22 years ago. But
22 years
I
ago,
remember what I really liked about it was at the end when Rebecca Gayheart shows up at the end and they're playing the Alfred Hitchcock theme. I loved that when I saw it in the theater. I was just like, oh yeah, they brought her back, you know. And now I'm watching it. It's still cool, but then by the time we got to the end of it this time, I'm like, it just felt messy. Like it didn't feel cohesive.
I liked it more when I saw it as graduation day.
Yeah.
Same mask, right? It's that,
Yes.
that's the same, like that fencing mask. Yeah,
Right.
correct.
Some guy in a
I remember that
mask
too.
is killing students at school.
And there's the movie. See, a reveal. This is the problem. Actually, there's a whole couple things. First thing I wanted to say was this. I don't think it was gory because I don't think the post-scream slashers, when they were issued, they just weren't. You were lucky to get one kill at a time, and this is one of them. And you know what's always puzzled me? The Scream movies and the post-Scream movies, and you could blame the MPAA for what started in the late 80s, but this is what puzzles me. In 1996, From Dusk Till Dawn came out, and it's gory as all hell. So I don't get it. I don't know if they were still coming down on slashers. They were still freaking had their pants in a freaking whatever. They were just hurt, still butthurt about Friday the 13th from back in the day. I don't know, but I think that's the thing. Now, okay.
Well, you had Tarantino.
Well,
You had Tarantino involved with that one, so I think that
True.
allowed a little bit more. I'm telling you, it's Spielberg. Look what Spielberg got away with, gore-wise, from Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom. Like, really, think about it. I mean, they created a whole new rating because of the movies that he was creating. PG-13, I think, spawned from that, and was it Gremlins or something else? So
Gremlins
like,
and
it just,
Temple of Doom, and both of those I saw in the theater.
Those two,
by the way.
Yep. Me too.
And then it was Red Dawn, I think, was the first.
Yeah.
Film
Was the first one. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll always remember that. What did somebody say right before I said something? Because there was a point I wanted to make about that. What did you say? No, it's okay. I just my mind lost it.
He was talking about.
I said Tarantino. We're talking about From Dusk Till Dawn. I said, well, they probably got away with it because of Tarantino, and it was less gory moving forward.
No. When I first started talking, I said, you said that after I started talking. Before I said a word, you guys said something, and I jumped in to respond to that, and I forgot but there was a point I wanted to make, but I didn't make that point. I went to something I had since the beginning.
Sorry.
Fuck. I had no rewind button.
Graduation day. Graduation day comparison.
Graduation day and reveals. The second point I want to make. This is the problem of fucking Scream and the post-fucking Scream slashers. And I even wrote the words down so I'd be able to enunciate it the correct way. Hold on a second. But as I'm waiting for that, I want to talk about the beginning of the movie. And I'm halfway through the movie and I'm starting to get confused because I'm like, what about that girl in the beginning? Who was she in regards to this film? And do they show the reveal of the killer in the first 5 minutes of the movie when he poisons the drink? That has to be the killer, right?
They
didn't show his face.
They
talked to him. No. Hold on a minute. Stop. We saw his face because right after he pours the drink, he comes over to him and he says, hold on. He talks to the girl and tries to hit on her. And
that was a different guy.
That wasn't the killer.
They're trying to
the guy said he was a
trying to send him as a red herring.
That was Mr. Herring, Mr. Red Herring.
Yeah.
So it wasn't but they legit showed him. Hold on.
He was the director of the plane movie.
I know. That's what made sense. That's why when he says, I'm a director, my notes say, yeah, you're a director, all right, LOL. Because I'm like, that's going to be the killer. But then I'm thinking like, well, wait a minute. Because, I figured the movie was going to have something to do with somebody making a movie. So he's going to direct people getting killed. That's just what I thought. So you're saying someone else poisoned those things even though he was there. We never got to see who did it. And then this guy just happened to go over to that girl and say, I'm a director.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess
absolutely.
it was a good misdirect.
It was a total.
Okay.
It was a total misdirect on purpose.
Because I got so confused with all the characters, all fucking white guys with short black hair, and all
They all
teenage.
looked alike.
And they all had names like Trevor, Toby, and fucking Travis. And I didn't know.
That's why at the end,
fuck
when
was who.
you have the big reveal, there's like two guys that show up at the end. I can't tell them apart.
Yep.
I'm like, who are they, and why do they look so much alike?
Yep.
And
And
more
a guy
people should've
outside the
died.
window.
You know, some tall, brown-haired white guy versus another tall, brown-haired white guy. I mean,
Right.
they were just
Joey
so
should have
generic.
died.
It was
No,
confusing.
you're right.
But the thing about the whodunit, this is the difference between 80s slashers and 90s, and this is another problem I have with 90s and post-Scream slashers and shit. There is too much of an emphasis on the whodunit that goes through the entire movie, where when Brian said Fatal Games, it made me think of it. In the 80s, there would be like one tiny thing placed. Okay, and then maybe that would lead to something, maybe not. Maybe there's a red herring, but it wouldn't be under discussion the rest of the film. Who's doing it? That became such a thing because of Scream. Like at the end, you would get the reveal, and most of the time it would make sense. Like there's a reveal at the end of Fatal Games, and this is why I did this, and this is what's happening here. In these movies, and it starts with Scream, there is so much fucking dialogue on who the killer is, and I think it takes away from everything else. It's almost like a giallo. Instead of police investigating, they're investigating the whole movie, and it's especially in the last Scream. Oh, could you be the killer? Could you be the killer? Oh, wait, maybe I'm the killer. It's just that's what I think is a deterrent.
Well,
you know those
it's actually kind of
words.
funny. Sorry, I just look at what you said there. When she has that vision, you see the guy standing there with the mask, and there's
All
the
the heads?
montage of all the different people. She sees herself.
See? Why not? They fight.
I turned to Josh. I'm like, what? She thinks she's seen herself as the killer? So you brought that up. It made me instantly think of that, and I was laughing when I watched it last night because I'm
She
like,
might
why would
be
they
the
put
killer.
her? Yeah.
Don't you
I
think
don't
that's a
know.
hindrance, though? Don't you
Brain
think that's
fog.
a hindrance of 90s slashers? Don't
The
you
big
think that's a
difference
problem?
between 80s and 90s slashers is there always were whodunits,
Yes.
even back in the 80s, but you didn't have the characters trying to dissect everything.
Most of the time, they didn't even know anything
No,
was going on
they
until
were
everyone
just-
was dead.
They were just
Right.
doing what they were supposed to be doing. If they were kids at camp, they were partying. If they were kids cleaning a college, in between semesters, that's what they were doing. If they were, supposed to be hunting or fishing, that's what they were doing.
They were going to prom. That's what they
Yeah.
were doing.
Here it's always like they find out something is hinky along the way, and then the whole rest of the movie they're it could be Johnny. Well, Johnny was over here and he was with me. Okay, well what about Bob? Oh no, Bob is blah 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 blah, and it goes on and on.
It's true.
Yeah, it's
the
too
difference
much.
is that the opening kill everybody knows about, scene 2. And back in the day, the opening kill was for us, the viewer, that would start the movie, and usually possibly referenced, maybe, but sometimes not.
No,
I'll say this.
Yeah.
I can think of a movie. I can think of House on Sorority Row, where the kids were dropping and they knew it, and they were talking, or maybe even Happy Birthday to Me, or maybe both of them. Yes, it's Happy Birthday to Me. When there's discussion going on, okay, who could be the killer? And it does come up, and it is part of the plot, and you're wondering, but it doesn't take fucking 50% of the movie, where you as the audience, we don't care that much. Show us other stuff. Show us fucking more character development. Show us better kills. And I don't know. Again, I'm not knocking the movie. It's Brian did say the right word, serviceable. I feel the way about this movie the same way I feel about the first one and everything from the 90s and after except Scream 1. To me, they're all just the same fucking thing, and they're okay, but they will never. 90s slashers cannot touch fucking 80s slashers. And another problem with it, the fucking orchestral fucking soundtrack that again started with Scream, and I noticed it in this movie. Everything is fucking orchestral. Every fucking move. And it's too much. It's not. I don't want it to be overproduced. A slasher shouldn't be overproduced that way. Like Friday the 13th, it was strings and you know what I'm saying? It was so.
But if they are, and all the 90s ones were overproduced, but if they are, then deliver on the kills. Because I think we'd be a little bit more forgiving if the next 4 kills or the 3 kills that followed after that original one were gorier. I think we may be, because it's delivering within the realm of a slasher film, the goods, if you will. And then you forgive the messier parts a bit more so. But now the messier parts stand out more of a sore thumb.
But at that
Because
time,
we don't get-
these slasher movies of the 90s seemed to be purposefully going against that. It's like they took great pride in not doing what the silly 80s slashers did.
Well, because they would bring in
Good
people you
point.
already knew.
Yeah.
In the 80s,
Yeah.
we didn't know these people.
Well, that's one thing.
And this had Joey Lawrence. You know, it's
Wow.
The 90s slasher, starting with Scream, was all about already known, somewhat famous, pretty people, you know, TV stars, WB stars, going on and becoming victims. You know, the early slasher films, it was nobody. It was like Joe Schmo from Idaho, and nobody knew who the hell he was. And, you know, he's in a movie. And if he did good in this movie, then he might get a career afterwards, or like Jamie Lee Curtis and stuff like that. But here they were banking so much on star power. They were banking so much on following the Scream mold. Again, Scream, I've warmed up to it. But when I first saw that movie, I fucking hated it because it was so different. And they tried to be, you know, and they came out proud. We are so different. And I'm like, yeah, but different doesn't equal good. Just because you do something different doesn't mean it's good. Now, I've warmed up to it, but still, Scream is largely bloodless. Now, I know it has some blood. It has some actual red liquid. Okay, good. Name a gory scene from Scream.
Well, apart from the first one.
And even that is truncated.
There is an uncut version. I will say that. We can see it now.
Yeah.
And there is a little more
But it's still
involved.
not.
But I can't judge a
when you
movie
see
by
that,
what it was or what it could have been. I have to judge it by what it was.
That's fair. No, I agree. I wish we would have saw that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
At least, you know.
You mentioned Happy Birthday to Me. Even in Happy Birthday to Me, these people were missing.
Exactly. Nobody.
True.
We didn't know they were dead.
You know,
we knew they were dead, but the kids didn't know they were dead. They were just missing.
They were playing jokes like burying a plastic skull
in the
and stuff like that.
And
so
with the scarf and stuff like that, and then you get the body dump at the end, and that was the fucking crowning glory when your lead character stumbles on the bodies, you know, and then you get that horrifying moment where you see all the bodies laying around. Now, we did actually get that here. There were 2 bodies. You know, like when she finds them in the
Too many
tower.
people were alive. Too many people were
I
alive
don't
at
like
that
that
end.
either.
Yes.
Yep.
Where Joey falls into a grave. He tries to be heroic. He should have died earlier. We should have had another kill with another actor from the movie, so that at least some semblance of, like, I guess, of sense was made. Because like one actor was killed, and the sound designer, I didn't work on the sound of the film. I didn't stand. It just, that is all messy. It doesn't make any sense. How is this guy going to tack his name on it? The hard edit with the credits of that piece of shit movie that was made with his name attached to it. All of those reveals, no, they're fun, but the more you drill down are dumb, because you even said you didn't know who the woman was at the beginning who got killed at first.
Yeah.
And that's why they have that
it.
interaction.
Yes, I was like, who the fuck is this and why is she there? You know, but when the dude showed up at the end, the person who ended up being the killer, as soon as he was on the screen, I said, oh, that's it. I didn't know the reason why. I go, that's going to be our killer. It's not going to be the brother or the fake brother or I don't know what the fuck. Travis, Toby, Trenton, fucking whatever. All these white guys with the same color hair. Anyway, I didn't know who was who. And then when this guy came out.
Ellis from Die Hard, and he's always an asshole.
Oh, there you go. See? So that's him.
Chances are you probably haven't seen Die Hard, so I'm sorry if you don't.
Next year. Oh, that's okay. I'll forget about it. Next January. It's a December. I'll forget.
Next year I'll watch
it.
But
you know how
it's a Christmas movie. I passed Christmas, so it's got to be next Christmas season.
You know how you guys were talking about words? You remember the list of words that people are sick of and whatever, and then we actually joked about it on a recent show where I was talking about Deep Dive, and we joked.
Yeah, there was a word I never heard of. What do you say? Behave or dehave? What the fuck is that word?
Bespoke. That's Brian's.
I've never heard of it in my life.
That's Brian's bugaboo. He hates that when people use that word now. But
I've never heard that word.
Oh, it's everywhere. Everything is now bespoke. Bespoke suits. A bespoke craft beer. A bespoke. It's like, you just learned a word. Good for you. You don't have to use it in every sentence.
I don't know what the fuck it means. Bespoke.
The word that I am so sick of now is whodunit. I'm so fucking tired of whodunit. And then it's like, oh, but they're like, they'll talk about a slasher. It's like, oh, but it's not a good whodunit. It's not the fucking point of a slasher. Like it doesn't have to be. Like
No.
just
it could be an element of, but yeah, some of them have no whodunit.
But it doesn't have to be. And that's what I love. I love the ones where no one knows what's going on. They just know that people are like, hey, where'd they go? Or, have you seen so and so? Or like in cheerleader camp, the people are going missing and they know they're missing, but they don't know why.
You see, that's the thing. Back then, people would just go missing. And it wasn't until you had that body dump at the end.
Yes.
That was what the big horrifying moment where they realized, oh shit, this is real.
Sleepaway Camp 3
yes.
did that. Actually, Sleepaway Camp 2 did that.
As well. Yeah.
And it's that, to me, that's the part I wait for. That's the exciting part. I like to see how they're all set up and how like the grisliness of it, and the fact that the fact that these people the whole time never knew their friends were being killed, and then suddenly they realize, what's like Friday the 13th. They don't know anybody's being killed. They just know they haven't seen him in a while. They assume that Marcy's over there having sex. They assume that people are out doing their thing. And then when you realize what's going on, it's almost too late. But then you start introducing these elements where people know from the beginning, and then you get, it's like you said, it's like it's like a giallo. Suddenly they're in on the investigation.
It's not until you see Crispin Glover nailed to the wall that you know something's going on.
Yeah.
And you wonder, how did that happen since Jason was in the goddamn basement? I'm not going to get into it.
When did he take the
but
time?
Don't even talk about anything there, because we know what that's going to lead to.
What bothers me about that is you think I'm not going to run past a body?
Yeah.
Like I will dive under that fucking body to get out of that house. You're not.
Yeah, Chinese freeze tag.
I would have torn him down. Forget Jason behind me. I would have like, out of my way.
Oh, yeah.
It would be a Jamie-shaped hole in Crispin Glover.
That would have been awesome.
Awesome, man.
But,
I don't like the bag on.
No, but I did want to bring something positive to it too. The security guard, the carryover, one of the other carryovers from part 1. She's great in this. I like her.
Yeah.
I like character. I like
she was in part 1.
Yeah.
Oh, see? I thought the reveal. Okay, wait a minute. When that happened, one of my notes is, I forgot that. Okay, so my note was like, okay, this is gonna come back later. It's gonna come out that she was the fucking principal at this place and nobody believed her, and then it never did. But now I know why, because apparently that's the first movie, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, I'm glad you said that. Now it makes sense. Sorry, it just blew
and
me
so
away.
I like her. I like just like the interactions, the small little interactions when the girl's like, for no reason whatsoever, going out in a snowstorm at midnight, it seems, to go to the library, and she sees her. She says, "Where are you going, sugar?" "Oh, I'm going to the library." She's like, "Oh, this weather could be." She's like, "Good for you, baby. Good for you," and drives her off. Something about her. She seems so natural and elevates this a little bit more so. Any scene she's in, and her whole Foxy Brown stuff, and the gold trimmed gut, all fun, all good.
I love her line where she's like, "I need the crazy white girl to put the gun down and kick it far away."
Yes.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, it is good.
And there was something scary in this movie. That one scene to me was scary when she was underneath the sewer or whatever with the grate there, and she looks up and he fucking looked down. Yeah. That was cool. That was a good scene. You don't see a lot of fucking those good tension scenes. Of course, later on, it was just like Scream. I think maybe Scream 2, when someone's behind the glass on the other side and something. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I hate
Why did you use a different mask? What I do.
Well, yeah, doing a different mask.
Why use a different mask? If you already have the fencing mask, why do you need a crazy clown mask on top of it?
Right.
Or instead of it?
Because fooled you. I don't know.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. The thing is, when I watch these movies, and I know that there's people listening that came up in that era, and I hate to come on here and bag on 90s slashers and post-Scream slashers just for no reason. But the thing is, every time I watch one of them, I get reminded of what my issues are, and I can't help but point them out.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the 90s or post-Scream slashers are kind of hit or miss for me. Most of them I like fine. Urban Legend is one that I genuinely love. I really do love that one because I think it is a unique premise.
The first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a unique premise.
Good premise.
And it's
Just making
fun.
sure.
I also loved the cast at the time, you know.
Yes, good cast.
Well, I love the idea behind using urban legends as murder methods.
Mhm.
That's a good idea because there's so many good urban legends. Everybody knows them. And to build the movie off that was smart. I just don't think this did it as well.
No, it didn't successfully capture it as well as the first one did. I mean, and then, you know, it, like I said, it feels kind of messy, but I still think serviceable is a good word. But like you go back and you watch things like I Know What You Did Last Summer. To be honest, I do still like the movie, but it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're just
way.
because when you're talking about slashers, it's just not the kills aren't exciting. It's kind of boring.
Right. Where's the punchline? You know? Where's the
No,
punchline?
that's why I always say kills and slashers are like jokes in a comedy.
Yep.
And I mean, you have to have a payoff to make the joke work. It would suck if you're watching a comedy and you always get the, you know, what do you call an elephant with a big pink trunk? And they never answer, you know.
Yeah. We should
That's
do that.
what
Let's do a stand-up
what-
routine with that.
Yeah. That's what a neutered slasher kill
Good
is
call.
like.
And and I'm not saying the 80s were perfect and every slasher that came out in the
No.
80s was
No,
ideal.
there was a ton of bad
There's
ones.
a lot of shitty
Sure there
ones,
was.
a whole lot of shitty ones. But I feel like at least then, because in the post Scream era, you didn't even get the nudity. Like you don't have to have nudity, but it was always fun.
That's part
You
of
know?
the formula for me, anyways.
And so you didn't get that.
It's true, though.
You didn't really get the kills that we were. I mean, because back in the day, you had the Tom Savinis who were constantly trying to top himself. He was like, you know, like every time they do something, they're trying to, yes, but what can we do with this that's interesting or unique, you know? And it's not going around just stabbing people with a knife. Like it's something, you know, you use the environment, you know. I don't know. I just feel like there is a difference, and some of them are good. You know, I like Scream, I like Urban Legend, and I'll watch the other ones, but I don't think I love any of them apart from Scream and Urban Legend. Like like Valentine. I've actually gotten.
It's okay.
I've got.
I don't mind Valentine either. Same girl's in it too. She gets killed in both.
Yeah,
Exactly.
blonde girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like Valentine now, but when I first saw it, I didn't like it. You know, I was just like, meh, you know, but now I do actually like it now, but I don't know. And then when
That
we
one
saw,
actually has a tone more to the 80s, I find. Valentine, something about that movie.
You think?
Although the WB
Okay.
care again, we have pretty
The
people,
revenge.
and you know Denise Richards, but just something about the feeling and
well,
the
they
tone
were-
of that
For
movie.
one,
It's
they
the
were
prank revenge. That's why.
For one,
I
they
think Dave's
went,
right. I like the whole, that's very classic. The sins of the past come back to get you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it was, and you had that scene in the beginning where they're at the dance, and that's just like something you'd see in Prom Night. That's just like something you'd see in Terror Train. That's just, you know, it was an age-old trope. Something, or even The Burning with Cropsey, something happened in the beginning that fucked this person up, and now they're coming back years later to get their revenge. And that was a very classic thing, and one that I actually love. Also, in Valentine, they went missing. No one knew they were dead. They were just gone. But there was, you know, oh, well, they're probably, you know, they said they were going here. Oh, you know, she went to LA or they went to New York or whatever. But they weren't trying to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. They were, it's not like they were like, oh, here's a dead body. Let's figure out what's going on. Oh, here's another
You
dead
didn't
body.
have
Let's
all
figure out
these
what's going
damn
on.
discuss. I mean, I like the latest Scream movie fine, but one thing that really annoyed me about it was I think you're the killer. Well, you could be the killer. Well, I could be the killer, but I'm left-handed. Well, you could be using your other hand just to throw people off. well, if I did that, I would probably use a chainsaw. Yeah, but a chainsaw is too loud. I mean, just nobody would be talking like that. Everybody
it's the
would
first
just be,
movie amped to 11, like Dave always says.
They have to do it.
Yep.
It's formula.
It was there and good in the first one, but then it's like everybody had to outdo themselves with every sequel that followed. You're like, no, can't pull that back 90%.
Yeah,
and then just give us a slasher.
And they're almost like they're so flippant about it. They're so interested in discussing their theories and who could be doing it. It's like you're realizing if you're right, if you think these people are getting killed and not just, going missing or whatever, somebody is killing your best friends.
Right.
And you don't give a shit.
That's the end game. Yeah.
Stupid.
I mean, you'd rather sit there and talk about, well, in The Godfather, they did this and ha 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 ha. It's like somebody is murdering your friends, your family, and probably you at some point.
Yeah. It's like Halloween 5.
The bullshit you're talking about.
And it's funny. It's the script is at fault here with what we said, like a lack of maybe true urban legends. But I feel like the actual production itself isn't that bad. I think there's enough talent. There's enough of a good performance. The bad actor, the girl that was in Valentine as well. I love when she acts bad in this movie.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty damn funny. In a good way, without like a big spotlight being on it. There are some things that I would have done differently. I think we would all agree. And if we made that movie and whatever, I think that's a cop out to say, but we that's just the reality of it. But serviceable is again it. I will wrap it up because we got to get to American Psycho. So I'm just gonna say it's probably a 6 out of 10 for me.
I'm with you, and I want to shout out Eva Mendes because. Woo, awesome.
I'd give it a 6 out of 10, I guess. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that'd be a 3 for us.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
Look at that. How about that shit? Wow.
4-way 6.
That one's not making it into your Hall of Fame.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
No, nowhere. Okay, question about Valentine. Question about Valentine. I don't remember. Were the kills gory?
They had their moments. I like the scene where the one ex-girlfriend who's like coming back trying to warn the other girl and just trying to get her money back. She gets her head cut. She gets pushed down in the broken glass.
The broken shower door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty because it seemed very brutal. She was really fighting against it, and he's like, "Nope, here it comes," and just slowly pushed her down on it.
Well, you see, that could be the formula then, because in essence, what we have with Valentine is an 80s slasher formula dressed up like a post 90s. But you know what I'm saying? But if you're saying that it's gory too, that would be the best a post slasher could be.
It's not all gory. I mean, there's
you get the one girl who gets shot with an arrow and lands in a dumpster. Like that's not.
But I do like that because that's Cupid. Yeah. Cupid has a bow and arrow, so that was a good idea.
No, it was good for the theme. I'm just saying it's not a gory kill.
Nah, it's not.
But again, like she just went missing. She's in a dumpster somewhere. Nobody knew where she was. There are a lot, and the one thing that really still bugs me to this day about that movie is there is not a single decent male character in that entire film, except for one guy who has about 15 seconds of screen time at the very beginning. He's like he's in the morgue with
it's her friend
with what's her name, and he's Catherine like, hey, Heidel. You want me to stay with you or something like that, and she's like, nah. And that's it. Every other guy in that movie is a dirtbag.
Somebody had some issues who wrote that script.
Yeah. Somebody, they really are angry with men because there is not a single decent male character in that film, and that irritates me. Even the cop is a scumbag.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't like that either. Yeah. Shit. Okay, well.
I noticed that last year when I watched it, and I agree with you. I remember you making that point. I don't know if it was on our show or in chat, but I remember you saying that, Jamie. And it's definitely there. There's no question.
Yeah, why? Like why?
I know.
What's
I'm sorry, reason? I having sound issues. I'm okay.
Okay. Well, one of my things died out already because we've gone longer than we usually do, and we've got another movie. So why don't we get to it? All right, everybody, we all kind of came in. Would be a 3 out of 5 for you guys, 6 out of 10 for us. I think we said that's kind of where we stand.
Yep.
Let me bring up American Psycho. I wasn't prepared. I was. All right. Here we go. So our second film of the show is American Psycho, also from 2000. A wealthy New York City investment banking executive, Patrick Bateman, hides his alternate psychopathic ego from his coworkers and friends as he delves deeper into his violent, hedonistic fantasies. And this is directed by Mary Herron. I think I'm saying her name correctly.
Yes.
Herron.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I will say, I listened to her audio commentary for the first time ever last night. One of my favorite commentaries I've listened to.
Damn.
There's not a lot that stands out commentary-wise. You know, there will be one here and there. I remember liking one of the Sam Raimi ones and one of the John Carpenter ones. And then it was really Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. I think that one's a lot of fun to listen to. And then this one stood out from a what she was thinking and where it was filmed, and it brought in a lot of the filmmaking aspects to it. So I really appreciated that. But great watch. I remember seeing this in the theater and was blown away. I'm a fan of the book. It's a book you can't recommend to people, though, because of the subject matter of where it goes. Like, there are scenes where I had to reread. Like, my mouth dropped reading these, and I'm like, I got to start at the top of the page again. Did I just read what I think I did? And you're like, holy shit, the detail that book got into, and some of the shit that happened. I was like, whoa, how are they going to make this into a movie? And I think they did what they could at the time, and I think it was very successful. I don't know. I know what Dave thinks of this film. I don't know where you two stand, so I'm interested. So I'll stop talking. That was my sort of introduction to it, at least.
You want to go?
Nice.
This is, I want to say, if I'm remembering it correctly, it's my favorite film of 2000.
Nice.
Makes sense.
Absolutely love this movie. This is one that I was watching it come to fruition through Fangoria. And I was, reading the articles about it and really excited about it. And I think the only thing I knew Christian Bale from at the time was Little Women. And I was like, okay, well, this will be interesting. And then I saw the film and I was just blown away. Like, it's just, his performance is incredible. Willem Dafoe is incredible. Like, it's just phenomenal. And I actually showed this film to a friend of mine who is the opposite of a horror fan. I mean, she does not watch horror, but I've turned her on to a couple of movies. Shaun of the Dead was one that she really enjoyed. Nice. And she didn't even get all the jokes because she doesn't watch horror films, but she just thought it was a good movie in general. And this was one. And I was actually kind of nervous about this one. I was like, well, but she was a fan of Christian Bale. And I was like, well, I mean, give it a shot. I was kind of nervous to see how she'd come back with it. She loved it. But what she loved about it was the commentary, and she loved the message behind it, or the, how it portrayed the 80s. And I think that, even though it was incredibly violent and depraved at times, she was able to see past that, even though that's not her thing. And so I think that's a testament to how good the film is, that, someone who is flat out the opposite of a horror fan can still enjoy it.
And I think that was her goal too, is to make it go beyond just a horror film as well. But I have an admission that I'll say after. I won't, like, after you guys, Brian and Dave, say what their opening thoughts. Sounds like Jerry Springer.
When I first saw this movie, I loved it because of the gore and the craziness and just all the, it was unlike the 80s slashers, this was like hyper realized, and I thought that was really cool. Then I watched it a second time and I loved all the messages behind it, all the idea behind materialism and the whole 80s idea of excess, and how Patrick Bateman is just such a blank cipher trying to project what he thinks he should be, and he totally isn't. You get that idea. He is so empty. He is like, Pinhead has a line, "I am so exquisitely empty." And that's Patrick Bateman. There is nothing to him. He is a total blank slate, and everything he does is a performance. And I remember Christian Bale said he based his performance of Patrick Bateman on Tom Cruise when he was doing an interview with David Letterman.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, you watch that interview and Tom Cruise is smiling and happy and laughing and being very jovial and very personable and being very funny and very nice and charming, but there's nothing behind the eyes. There's nothing there. And I watched
Scientology.
that. And I've watched that review, and he's fucking right. I mean, if you would put a line across Tom Cruise's face and you look down at his mouth, and it's always laughing and smiling, ha ha ha, but his eyes are cold and dead. And that's what Christian Bale does with his character. And you could see that, especially in you know, hey, have you listened to Huey Lewis in the news? And he's so, you know, it was a great album, and he's just all animated and all, but there's nothing going on inside. He is a true psychopath, more so than most other movies, be them slashers or serious, you know, thrillers or whatever. He is chilling in how just cold and just nothing is there. And just when you realize that, it's a hell of a performance. That everything he's doing, every line, every movement is on purpose. He's presenting himself.
Well, and I love that when he's talking to Evelyn, he's like, we have to fit in. You know, I'm doing this. I want to do this wedding because we have to fit in. And he talks about Huey Lewis, and he talks about how the joys of conformity. And then when even his job is a sham. He does nothing. He does nothing all day, but he goes to work. He has his business cards. He sits in his office. He goes to lunch with people, but he doesn't do anything.
He is such a non-entity. Another recurring theme in this movie is he's constantly being mistaken for other people. That's how interchangeable he is.
Everybody all
are, right?
But I mean, just, you know, at the very end, his lawyer thinks he's someone else.
Yeah.
Certainly.
It's great.
And it just ends with a great line, you know, and I forget all of it, but it's basically like, this confession has meant nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And that is just,
Awesome.
It is so well done, and it's so well told and acted and directed. I mean, you can enjoy it just for the crazy chainsaw and blood and just, you know, feed me a kitten and all that stuff. That's great. Or you can really get into this, what it's like to, I mean, he's a really sad, messed up individual.
Is he sad? Yeah. Does he have enough emotion to even be sad?
Well, he knows what he's doing is wrong. But I don't know if he can be sad, but he knows it's wrong. However, he is compelled to do it. I don't think
even at the end, he's like, I don't think I'm going to get away. Like when he's on the phone, crouched behind the desk, and he's like, you know, and I don't think I'm going to get away with it. It's like he doesn't feel remorse for what he's done. He's just like, I don't think I'm going to get away with it.
But I don't think he gets true joy from it either. When he's out there killing, it's a compulsion.
And maybe he's trying to inject some kind of something into his life. You know, like whether it's, you know, it's like that kid in school who wants attention. It doesn't matter if it's negative or positive, you know, and the class clown or whatever. As long as they're getting some kind of attention, that's what they need. Yeah. You know, and he's like, I gotta feel something. I gotta feel something. I'm trying to feel something, you know, and then yet, regardless of what he does, he doesn't feel anything.
I think it's a very telling shot, and it's a great shot. The very beginning, when he's doing his beauty routine and he's peeling off the mask. I mean, that is him literally peeling off his mask.
And he is an idea of Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. And he doesn't even know what Patrick Bateman is. But he's like, this is how I should be. So he does this. I mean, that's the whole thing with the cards, you know, the
beautiful.
Dealing with the business cards and just this is how I should live my life.
Yeah, and can I get into this restaurant? You know, because like when he starts to sweat, when he can't get the reservation that he wants, and it's like, just go to another restaurant, or when he convinces the girl there, or not, is it Jared Leto? I think it's what's her face? Samantha Mathis, I think, when he takes her out and he tells her they're at Dorsia, I think, and she's like, really, this doesn't look like. He's like, it is, But no,
he's got his menu there. That's a totally different restaurant.
Totally different restaurant, and he couldn't get into where he wanted to go. But that was important. It was important that he had the power to get what and when he couldn't, then that was a slight on him.
But it's also, that's a commentary on the idea of the 80s and the whole excess absolutely. And all that. I mean, again, it's really a commentary on all of us. Well, yeah.
That to an extent, we all have a mask that we present.
But, nobody gives a flying fuck about your business card. How it's a tasteful thickness and, that elegant scroll, and just nobody cares. But he does, because he has to be the best. He is just driven and pushed because that's what he should be. That's how he thinks he should behave, because he has nothing of himself. He is so freaking empty. He is a black hole.
Do you have the chills, Dave? I'm looking at Dave. He's like, put up a blankie and he's all like snug.
What I want to know
smiling and listening.
How did Evelyn get to the point where she wanted to marry him?
Because I think that's another status symbol. He's a rich, successful guy, and he is a handsome guy. So he's rich, he's handsome, he has a good job. He must be the best guy in the world to marry. But in reality, he is a sick psycho who likes to drink blood and play body parts and all that stuff.
So that right there shows that even she is the same. They're all
But
the
that's
same.
Also, she is almost always drunk or stoned in most of her scenes.
No, that's Samantha Mathis.
Oh, okay.
The girl she's dating the other guy.
Okay, that's it.
It's his, but the what's your name? Ren, who plays Evelyn? The Legally Blonde.
Oh, you're talking about Reese
Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon. Yeah. I mean, she seems like she wants to marry this guy, but she seems so detached when they're talking about it, or even at the breakup.
Well, that's probably because that's what she's been told should be her life.
Yeah. I
mean, she is a pretty girl, so she must marry some handsome guy. He must be rich. He must be successful. So she's like, well, this is my life. This is what I'm supposed to do. They have all the same
friends. That's why.
That's
what she says. Your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. So they're in that group together, and it's a good group to be in as far as wanting material things and trying to advance financially and everything else. So it makes sense for her, And of course, she wants that ring.
No, there's no emotion. There's no, not even from it. Just that whole everyone. I mean, it's like he is the one that we're focused on, but everyone is the same. And he's the one who just kind of goes out and goes off on a nut about it. But none of those people are real people.
No, but he gets to let out his aggression. And maybe he's the one that has the aggression, because we're all built differently. And that's why I love the movie so much, because this is one of the characters. There's very few characters that I really love that are as charismatic, that everything they do, even when they're doing evil things, makes me laugh. We're talking about Mickey Knox. We're talking about Jack Torrance. We're talking about that dude from, what do you call it? I made the comparison when we talked about it. Pieces of Talent, that guy. Even a guy like a Hannibal Lecter or a Norman Bates. I love somebody that can speak.
Have you seen Fresh?
No, I've heard the name. It's recent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on Hulu. And Sebastian Stan turns in such an amazing performance. It's so fucking good.
It's really good movie.
But his character, it doesn't matter what he does. I am in love with his character. Just like with Patrick Bateman. Like I was so in love with his character that it's because of Christian Bale's performance that makes me love him so much. But talking about the charismatic, watch Fresh. Trust me, watch it.
I will. I will now.
It's fucking good. It's so fucking good.
I'm a little excited because characters like this, I get a little too wrapped up and a little too obsessed with them because of the joy they bring me when I watch them. And I don't know how much I want to share about my inner feelings, but I relate to a lot of the shit that goes on in their fucked up heads about I am simply not there. Everything you guys say about fucking just whatever the way you were describing him is the spells that I go through. And I think about this stuff and I appreciate it. And it's like, it's usually brought on by other people. I wasn't born that way. Usually it's brought on by members of the opposite sex that make me fucking feel so fucked up. And no matter what I do, I'm never going to be good enough to please anybody. It puts you into this fucking depressive, fucked up mental state where you just want to be fucking blank and feel no emotions and just go through the motions. And that's like a little bit about how I think about things from time to time. And I admire that. I wish I could detach myself from fucking everything emotionally. I would be, it's like there's a lyric in Trent Reznor's music in The Downward Spiral where he says, nothing can hurt me now because I don't care anymore. You know, and I fucking have dreamed all my life of having that state of mind because that would be, to me, happiness. Nothing, you know what I mean? If you don't care about anything, you can't be hurt. To me, I wish I could utter those words, and I have a lifelong fucking passion. It's never going to happen because I'm too much of an empath and a pussy.
That's his goal.
It's not gonna,
That's his goal in life.
It is my life would be better.
To be numb.
I'm sorry, but life would be better.
Well, I think that's what makes his character so compelling is that even though he does the horrible things that he does, it is relatable, you know, on a level, not to the full extent, but to a degree, you know, you can relate to the needing to conform, the needing to fit in, the need to have the things that you're supposed to have or that other people, you know, expect of you. And, you know, that is a thing that is relatable to everyone on some level.
Sure. Or simply to have peace of mind, which everybody else has a different route to get to their peace of mind. But ultimately, that's what and if you can't have complete peace of mind, maybe you can detach yourself to as much of a point as you can where you're like, okay, I'm not going to. But the good thing about Patrick Bateman is, and why my wife and why my daughter both say that he reminds them of me, which I could see when he starts talking.
I know why your wife says it.
Oh, that's right. That fucking story.
Yeah.
Yes, I did get busted doing the thing. This is true.
What, like this?
Yeah, these listeners don't know. Yeah.
Oh,
That's when we came out on Summer Series.
Okay.
I did do it. I got caught up in the moment and I did the fucking thing. And my wife saw the shadow and she goes, "You doing the Patrick Bateman?" I said, "Yeah, sorry."
My wife to this day thinks that when we were, like, this was before we were married, I believe, anyway. It was a long time ago, that when we were intimate, that we were kissing and I kissed myself on the shoulder. I'm like, I don't recall this, but it may have happened. I can't deny that or put myself above it, but I don't know if I flexed in the mirror and did it though. That part I know I didn't do.
Oh, and it wasn't in the mirror. I did it to my shadow on the wall. I was having and I saw my shadow.
Shadow puppets.
I happened the way the light was hitting our bodies and the way the light was on the back wall behind the bed. I saw a complete shadow of myself. So I said, "Yeah," and I fucking in the moment I did the flex. And that wasn't in the mirror though, but I probably could have, especially in my younger days when I looked better. And then that takes me back to that. Every single fucking time I watch this movie, the opening scene, and this is his idea of a Patrick Bateman, and then he goes through his whole routine. Every fucking time it motivates me to fucking work out harder and to fucking eat better and to do all, because that is I fucking would love to be able to do that and look that way, and I do not mind fucking clamping down and doing it. It's very hard to do, but I want to commit myself every time I see it. And that's something I have inside of me. So I relate to fucking wanting to look. Because if you look in the mirror, it doesn't matter what the fuck. People talk about this and that and depression and anxiety. It doesn't matter what the fuck anybody says or what anybody does. But if I look in the mirror and I look at myself and I think I look overweight, I am depressed. Fucking immediately. I will never be satisfied with myself as a person unless I look the way I want to look. And I can't help it. And I can't help it. That is the way it is. So I relate to that.
I heard lots of chicken breast is what he ate, and as he worked out to create that.
There you go. Well, I eat chicken like a motherfucker. I know, but I still want to live. I still got to have a little fun, and I'm never gonna. But still.
Yeah, not KFC though.
Hey, Dave.
not KFC chicken breasts. Sorry.
No,
Brian, go
I
ahead.
boycott KFC. Fuck them. Yeah.
Dave, do you ever see a pretty woman and wonder what her head would look like on a stick? You know, he
I
doesn't
only
answer.
think sexually.
So
No, I only think sexually
I don't know if
about.
this is a revelation about a head on a stick.
No, I only think sexually about attractive women when I see them. That overpowers
Oh.
every other feeling I have, except commitment, because I don't act on it.
Which, by the way, that is a line that he miscredits in the film.
Yes.
Who was that? It didn't seem like something Ed Gein would say.
No, it was actually said by Ed Kemper, the co-ed
Oh.
killer. And
Sense.
he was known for beheading people and
Then
defiling
having sex with the heads.
The heads, yeah. But
Oh.
he said that, but it's credited to Ed Gein in the, I believe.
Yeah.
So
in the
he's
film.
wrong there. I wonder if it's that way in the book. Because again, the thing that is said, like when he talks about music, which I laugh and I love and I quote, that is like having a conversation with me about music. And my daughter says, "Dad, he is you." Because the way I talk about horror is nothing compared to a discussion that I could have about music. What I know about horror,
But it's the music he's talking about is funny. That's more telling.
Oh, of course
it's so generic,
right.
like
Pop.
sort of run of the mill. Yeah, nothing, really nothing.
Well,
I don't want to say nothing.
no,
to
but
it,
he's true.
But
What he's
Because
saying
it's
is
popular,
in fact
he
true.
thinks that's what he should like.
True. But he
And-
does make good points about Huey Lewis and Phil Collins. If you know the stuff about their music, what he is saying is true when he talks about Duke in Genesis and fucking
yeah,
when
I
Phil
mean-
Collins came ahead and
But
how
do
the early
you
stuff was
think
Mayfield.
he honestly believes any of that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I never
You
stopped.
see,
to-
I once again, I just see it as more of his act. It's
I
just,
feel like he's regurgitating something he's heard.
especially at the very same time. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
he goes behind and he's smiling and laughing, and then he picks up an axe. So
I love
it's
it.
all an act for him.
So when I watch this movie, this is the revelation, quote unquote. It's not a revelation. It's just the way I saw it. The book is I don't think you could take it anything. I'm not saying it has the commentary in there and it's everything that we've been discussing. It all stems from the book. But in the book, he's tried and true. He's a killer. Like, I don't think there's any way to argue it. I think that's the book. In this movie, I really think she's filmed it in such a way that you could say it's all in his mind. I never usually
It's
go
the
down
opposite.
the route of it's in mind. But in this movie, I think it is fantasy. I think
No,
it's
it's
just,
not.
just you don't think so.
I know for a fact. I
truly
have the
believe
article.
it is.
No. I was reading it last night. She dropped the ball in the fucking last scene, she said, because in this movie, Mary Herron, the way she directed it, she says that she fucked up by putting that at the end because she wanted it to be what she goes, in my mind of this movie, it's 100% he did this stuff and there is no fantasy about it. It's all a fucking.
See, in the commentary, though, she doesn't say that. In the commentary, it was weird. It took a long time for her to get to that point. I think it was when he was to Paul Allen's apartment and it was all painted. And she said she screwed up. She shouldn't have had it all painted because people got confused of where he was going. But there just seems to be way too many conveniences and way too many things that are ridiculous. And we can point some of these out that just can't just be some elaborate fantasy. And I do think you could read it either way.
You can.
The fact that he drags
You
a body
definitely
through
can.
and it leaves a trail of blood, but it never comes back to bug him. And I know you could argue it within everything we've been talking about it just being that time and that he's just kind of a nothing. He wants to be something, but everybody's interchangeable and forgotten and mistaken for other people. But I just think it's too convenient. I mean, ultimately, he never once gets cut. He chases a girl down a hallway who's screaming and bounding on doors with a running chainsaw, and there's no link.
Well,
Like,
at
I
the
mean,
final-
there's just too much.
The final
Sorry.
scene, he goes off on a rampage and he's shooting cops and,
Yes. Left, right,
So,
and center,
yeah.
and explosions and he looks at the gun like, what the fuck? Like, how did this
you're
happen?
not getting away
Like-
with that.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, like, they do things. I get what she's saying, but I do think she's done it in such a way, which is actually a testament to her and her style, that you could view it both ways. But there's so much of this fantasy element there that I feel like it outweighs the fact that he actually created it. And then with her flipping through the book, it looks like it's just part of his the mundane and the sick mind, and him just like, I guess that's his outlet, if you will.
Well, yeah.
And I don't know if one death has actually occurred in the movie.
Oh no. One thing that always gave me pause was when he goes to Paul's apartment and the real estate agent is like, you need to leave and never come back. Which makes it sound like they did find something horrible, because he goes to the closet and there's nothing there, but there should have been.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes it sound like they found something horrible, and I just want you to go away. I just go away. So
please, yeah, I know.
That always kind of, that one little line from her, and she seems kind of nervous. She seems like something's wrong.
But that is the good ambiguity here. That's
Problem
where
is,
you
it's
can
too
read
quick.
it both sides.
Problem is, it's too quick. He was just there the night before. They wouldn't got it cleaned up that quick. I believe that he cleaned it up and doesn't remember it. And I found what I was talking about. See, this is what Mary Herron said. One thing I think is a failure on my part is keeping people, people keep coming out of the film thinking that it's all a dream, and I never intended that. All I wanted was to be ambiguous in the way that the book was. I think it's a failure of mine in the final scene because I just got the emphasis wrong. I should have left it more open-ended. It makes it look like it was all in his head, and as far as I'm concerned, it's not. That's Mary Herron.
Interesting. But I never took that from the book. But again, I read the book once, and I tried to reread it, and I dropped the ball because I think when I did it when we were covering it on another podcast way back when. But anyway, it's still filmed like that, so I don't think it's a failure on her part. I think that's actually it elevates the film for me, to be honest.
I think it adds to the film. I like that ambiguity where you can see it both sides, and I don't like it when they try to go for an ambiguous ending and it doesn't work for one side or the other. Here, I think it does make perfect sense on either side. It could really be he's a crazy killer going around chopping people up, or it could be his sick musings in his mind, when he's doodling in his little notepad.
Yeah, maybe the real estate agent just thinks he's a weird dude and doesn't want him there, But so it could go either way. But I just feel like with all the rampage, like you mentioned, he went on the end. Wouldn't that be on the news?
That's the point where it's hard to.
They've got helicopters out. There've been explosions. They're getting shot left and right. Like something. I feel like something would have. Hit the news.
Or would she have seen this book, and even as much as she loves Patrick Bateman, obviously this has disturbed her when she handed it to the detective that she knows has been there 2-3 times already.
She does Who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
it was at the end of the movie.
But Mary Herron in the commentary, which I love about it, is she goes, in his world, this is what's happening. And in his world, he doesn't get caught. And in his world, that she always talks like that. And I'm like, wow, I love that. I love that she's created his world in a sense and sticks to it, because a lot of people wouldn't do it that way or direct it that way. And I think she succeeds, and that's why I've rewatched it and will continue to watch it and love it for what it is. I do think it's gory enough. Because they were trying to walk the fine line of being acceptable based on the book. They already knew there was going to be a big target on the movie. The commentary also talks about how they couldn't get the releases for all the music. They were able to get certain songs.
Yeah,
that's
Whitney
why the
was an
Houston
official
song.
Yep.
Yeah, so they got an orchestra or something that was more of a library cover, and they couldn't even get the term Rolex. So he's like, watch the watch or don't hit the watch. Where it's supposed to be don't hit the Rolex. They couldn't even say Rolex, which I didn't even think was an issue to utter the words Rolex of a brand name in a film, but I guess it is. And
I never would have thought
some
of that.
Everything has to be cleared. Yeah.
It's so crazy. I didn't realize it to that level that you had to get clearance.
Yeah, I actually didn't either, and I never even considered that. But wow,
it's one of those things. It's like if you ever watch a movie and you see somebody using an Apple product, whether it's a laptop or a phone, they're always the good guy.
Yeah.
They'll never be the killer at the end. Because Apple won't let people in film use their stuff if they're the bad guy.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. So I mean, I might have ruined this for some people, but if you ever notice that, if
Wow.
it's ever a Scream and they break out, an Apple iPhone, they're not the killer.
Holy shit! Even an iPhone. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
of a Mac when you see the shiny Apple and someone's doing
Anything-
stuff on it. Wow.
Any Apple product. Nope, they're not gonna do it.
Holy
Anything that can be
fuck.
recognized from Apple, it can't be used by bad guys.
That's some culty shit right there, man.
Yeah.
Seriously, because I've been watching everything about cults nonstop for 3 weeks now, and that's like typical behaviors. It's all about social fucking how you're perceived. That's fucked up. Wow. I want to talk about the end and the miscommunication. This is something someone did say it, but it goes on through the whole movie. Right in the beginning, they see something about Paul Allen being in the restaurant when they're all having their food, but it wasn't him. And then later on, when he goes out with him, he calls him Mark Havelstram or something. And then later on, the other guy calls fucking Bateman McCloy. And what else? They're talking. This happens in the whole movie. Harold calls him Davis at the end, as we know. But then there's another part. And then when the detective, when what's his name comes around, he says that he goes, "Oh yeah, I thought I had this guy in his trail, but he mistook a Herbert Ainsworth for Paul Allen." And even when he says at the end, I had dinner, I was in London and I ate with Paul Allen 2 days ago, or the fuck he said. All of that could be, again, it's like a statement saying that they're all a bunch of fucking, they're all the same. They look the same. They act the same. They dress
Exactly. That's why it works beautifully, because she set that up.
Well, and they're all
that's what's believable.
narcissists.
Yes.
They're all narcissists. They only care about themselves, and they really don't have any idea what's going on.
Every single
with
one of
other
them is a
people.
plastic shell and nothing more.
They all have the same Amex card or credit card. Like all
when
those
they
little
put 'em
touches are
down.
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's great commentary. And just from a filmmaking standpoint, I found this so fascinating because you know what happens, but when you're actually told the scenes that it happens in, it's great too. Where when they're doing cocaine in the washroom and they're like,
yells.
oh shit, this is like whatever, and he yells over thing. That was actually at the beginning. That was supposed to be at the beginning of the movie when they're all introduced and they're at the cocaine, and the editor said to Mary, the beginning's very talk heavy. Maybe we should put this over here. And so she's like, but they're not wearing the same uniform, the same suits or whatever. He goes, the audience will never notice.
And I
And she
never
just-
have.
and no one has.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it's true. And so it was put there. And then the scene after the whole massacre and the whole thing that goes on the rampage, and it's like the morning anew, and everything's calm, and he's in the shower again. He says they didn't film anything there. They said that was just recycled footage from the beginning that they just put back in and go. Of course, that's edited. You would expect it, but it just worked so perfectly. But they said we just needed to bridge this, and it just made sense that he was back into his routine again. I said, wow. So even from script to filming to the editing process, showing how the movie gets. That's why I thought the commentary was better than a lot of the commentaries I heard, because it got into those specifics, and I really love that. And just seeing, oh wow, they created something from nothing to build upon it, and I think it adds again to the movie because it's back to his routine again. It's just another day. So I just thought it was cool.
That's fucking very cool. No, that's really cool. I think, how about when he kills the bum? I think he kills him because the bum touches him. I never noticed that till this time. He doesn't like to be touched because he's made it a few times known, even to his friends. But when he's talking to that guy and he says this and this, and then after he grabs him, that's when everything changes. He touches him and he goes, I don't have anything in common. Then he starts harassing him. Why don't
That's
you
what I think the big point is you're nothing like me, and therefore you're nothing.
Right.
You're inferior.
Ultimately,
yes.
Yeah.
I think you just wanted to have power over something, and then that guy killed the guy and then stomped the dog just to
because he
just
could
to have power.
You can see the look of disgust on his face
Yeah.
when the guy does touch him. I mean, he's like, yeah.
Yeah, he don't even want his friend touching him. Remember, his friend touched him, and he fucking, he walked him off. He knocked him off his fucking arm or whatever the fuck it was.
I remember the scene description in the book from that. Like, what if I'm remembering the scene in the book right? He goes on about having the guy had so many blackheads and the skin condition. Like he was really, the book really went into that detail. And then when that scene came, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to show this scene. Because I remember just the visual of what you project in your mind from reading it on page, what it could be and what it was going to be. And they did it more tastefully in the movie, of course. Because I don't think you could show it without alienating your whole audience at that point, like just based on like how brutal it was described in the book.
You talking about the bum and the dog, that whole thing?
Yeah, or
Okay,
the
all
version that was in the book and how they translated it to the screen. I think they did it the best the way they could to keep the audience in their seats watching the movie.
One thing I like that they did is when he picks up the hooker the second time and you don't actually see what he did to her the first time, but she says, I had to go to emergency after the last time. You know, so, and they're not going to go into what they actually go into in the book, but you get the idea that something horrible has happened. But I like the way they did that. They actually do bring it up, but they don't go into gory detail of everything that happened. But then you're thinking, what the fuck are you doing getting back in that car?
Right. Especially after he gave the check.
Oh, it's
I would have
disturbing. Yeah. No, but then he holds up more money.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, that's the whole theme of the movie.
If you know what he did to you the last time, regardless of the money, are you gonna do that again? Like, are you gonna?
Well, it depends on what he did. Maybe he punched her in the face, split a lip. Is that worth X amount of dollars? I mean, that's the whole point. And they show that scene of her sitting there debating it. You know, she's thinking about it in her head. You know, what can this guy do to me again? And is it worth this much? And she finally
tries to get out of it.
Yeah, it is.
Which is even more disturbing. That scene where she realizes, okay, this is the time frame where I remember this is where the bad shit happened, so I'm going to try to excuse myself from the situation.
Yeah.
And that's it's just boom, 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 boom. Sorry, kick my mic again. Too much coffee this morning. But I thought that actress did a great job because you see it on her face, and that's acting, right? Like that like her going through, is it worth it? Everything Brian was just saying, like it's like everything registering, but I want that money. And
but she's also fascinated with him. You notice the other scene, like he's such an odd character that later on when he's talking about fucking Whitney Houston, she's like sitting there looking at him, like fucking taking it all in. She's thinking this guy's either crazy or he knows what he's talking about, or just what a fascinating type of fucking human being. Even though he did this to me, what makes this guy tick? That's what I like seeing her watching him talk. She's like, but then what you guys were talking about earlier, when about wanting to show off, like in the beginning when he takes the two girls the first time and he goes, you know, but that's a very expensive champagne you're not drinking and this and that, the whole thing. And he's like, so do you want to know what I do? And they're like, no, not really. And he's like, well, I work on Wall Street.
Tells her anyway. Yeah.
He had to put it out there. Like, what would they care?
They don't care. They have no clue.
He's rich. Right.
Yeah.
You know,
and just stare at it, eat it.
I love that. See, everything makes me laugh. I laugh at that. I even laugh when he stomps on the fucking dog. I laugh at everything he fucking does. Although.
That's not like you.
But hold on. Well, because you don't really get to know the dog and it's really quick. It's just.
Sorry.
I don't have a personal investment in that dog.
No, he wasn't running around being happy.
You know what went right through my head? Like this Pulp Fiction, like when they're talking about eating bacon and I don't dig on swine and everything like that. The pig's got to have personality. Everything you just said made me think like, oh, if they showed a little bit more of the dog and he had a little bit more personality, you would have cared.
Well, there you go. But it all makes me laugh. Everything he does, even except for the cat. Now, I remember because I've seen the movie before, but like Francesca's watching this movie with me. Frankie sees it. And when, you know, he picks up the cat and says, hey, kitty. And then it says fucking feed the cat to the thing. She's like, oh no. Like I couldn't stand to see that. You can't fuck with a cat. I can't see a cat fucked with on any level except in the only time I laughed with a cat was fucking Benny Loves You, because that cat was obviously a puppet and it was just part of that fucking, it was a jovial type of movie. That didn't bother me.
Personality.
Stitches doesn't bother me because like he picks the cat up by the tail and swings it around, you know, and it's just it's so ridiculous that that doesn't bother me.
The best thing in Sleepwalkers is when the cats are attacking the mommy sleepwalker and she gets shot and a bullet goes through her and into the cat that's on her back. And the cat goes, meow.
Okay, now that's funny. That is a little funny, right? Or History of the World Part 1, when he picks it up and they let him free and he goes, I'm free in the French Revolution. And he goes, now to invent the catapult. And he picks up the thing and spins it by the That's a puppet. It's different. You know, it's funny. But anytime I see a cat in any other thing, I don't want to see a cat hurt by any fucking means. But so that and here's the weird thing. Speaking of Frankie, she didn't even realize that he fucked up those first two girls. When I don't know how she must be too much like me. I didn't know, because when they're walking out, the one girl's stumbling, she's got a fucking scar on her back, a scratch, this and this, and they hand her the money real quick and they walk out. So later on, he goes to pick her up, and he goes, "What do you mean? How did she go to the hospital? What are you talking about? Don't you remember those two girls? He beat them both up." He goes, "No, they didn't show anything." She said, "The only thing I saw was that he got that hanger out, and I thought but I didn't see anything." I'm like, "How didn't you see?"
hang his clothes. We're not done yet. Fold my laundry and hang it up over here.
Awesome.
But also, I love that line where she goes, "This is much nicer than your other apartment." It's
yes,
not
and
that
it's Paul
much
Allen's.
nicer.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, because he gets so offended. Then she thinks Paul Allen, because she agrees. He knows it's nicer. He even hates it. And then he brings her there. But that's exactly it, because that happens the whole, that segment of time or the duration of time is like they're there. There's that craziness. And is it that same night that he goes on the rampage?
Yeah, it's after all at once, isn't it?
I even though I just watched it and then watched the commentary, right. I'm screwing it up, but they make it seem like you're right. Like there's no time for that to happen. And if there was an investigation going on with Paul Allen being missing, wouldn't there be cops wouldn't there be tape? Wouldn't there be cops there? Wouldn't that place be under surveillance because of the fact that he's supposedly missing or in London or whatever? There's an investigation going on. So that's what adds to the fantasy element as well, is True. There doesn't seem to be any police presence at Paul Allen's apartment. And then it's painted in record speed as well. So there's just something. And again, but we see the horror through her eyes though, when she's running through the house and whatever. So that's the disconnect a little bit, because it's like his fantasy is elevated to the fact that he's actually visualizing her, what she sees in a sense, because that's what we're saying. I'm maybe reading into it too deeply, but ultimately because she's the one that sees the dead bodies in the closet.
Yes, it is.
She's the one that sees the dead body in the washroom.
Yep.
And then he comes up, bites her arm, then she runs, and then he chases her with the chainsaw. All great. But it's just in this realm of fantasy and everything like that. That's the one thing I can't argue, unless it's just one elaborate fantasy, and it's like Inception. It has multi layers.
Oh, I don't even say that. I think he cleaned it up himself. That's what I think, and I think that it is her doing all that stuff, and it's not the next day, because the next day it's not the same night, because the next day he's drawing the picture of the chainsaw going into the girl on his desk, and he's at work, and he talks to Kimball again, and he talks to Jean. So it is the next day, but I don't know. I think he just cleaned it up. I don't know, but speaking of his apartment, that's one of the funniest lines in the movie. When he goes up there, it's the first time he kills, and he goes up there and he goes, when I first get in there, he goes, there's a moment of sheer panic, and you think it's because he's afraid because he's on the lam, and he goes, but then he says, when I realized that Paul Allen's apartment has a better view, and he probably cost more money. That's fucking brilliant, man. There's so many lines. One of my favorite lines of all time, even though it's just a throwaway, is the fucking, when he kills the fucking, when he kills Paul Allen and he backs up and he's like, fucking, what are these things? He goes, try getting a reservation at Dorsey now, you stupid fucking bastard. And he's going, I
love how no blood hits the paper that he puts down. It's like he has it squared off with paper, kills him, and he hits the ground, and the blood sprays anywhere but the newspaper. I thought that was funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, no, there's all these there's a bunch of great lines. I was thinking of something else when you were talking about it, and it just slipped my mind now. But yes, a lot of great things. I love how they have "This is not an exit," which is the last line of the book, just as the plate on the door behind them. She actually wanted to end the movie on that sign, but she thought it would be too much on the nose, and it was so small that she didn't think it would fill the frame, even if they came up to it after. I guess she just thought it'd be too convoluted, so they just left it in the background so you can see it there. And she says that's an Easter egg for the fans of the book of it as well. So I thought that was a cool addition. But yeah, I'm kind of I totally lost my train of thought of when you were saying something. I'm like, oh shit, it reminded me of something else. But It's fine. If it comes back to me, it's good. I don't want to. I'll be
Okay.
like, the wheels will be.
No, I hear you. It was the dog. It was the cat. It was the apartment. It was seen through the eye. It was the two girls. I don't know. Okay.
You were talking about the line
One
where
cup.
he's like, try to get reservations at Dorsey and now you stupid motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
It's that, or it's the sheer panic at the apartment. Those are the two things I said. There's so much fucking dialogue. The inner dialogue, the outer, even, I love it. Just the little things, like, I'm thinking that my mask of sanity is about to slip. What a fucking great line, man. The mask of sanity. Just, I don't know. So many.
This is one of those movies that I'll watch it and then talk about it, and as I'm talking about it, I want to watch it again.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just that damn good.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
even when he goes on that rampage, when he shoots that one guard, and he goes into the other building, it's identical. It's like he just went right. It's like he's in a loop almost. Like, because it comes right up to that desk, and it's like it's almost like making a commentary on that. Like, everything is just the same. But anyway, that's not what I was going to say. But that part was also kind of cool. But yeah, fantastic movie. I was going to say
man.
Full Head Explosion. Then I realized it's an old film. We give ratings to it.
He has Jalo gloves. I was like, that's kind of cool. And he actually washes his gloves, which I think is funny. I never really laughed at him. Oh, he's washing fucking gloves, Oh my God. So funny. So fucking funny. So yeah. I mean, it's got everything in it. It's got, I don't know. I'm laughing through most of it. I don't know if other people do. The character just fucking makes me laugh. I love the narration. I just wish the ending was a little more like the movie ended, and I can't forget the first time I saw it. I was like, what the fuck was that all about? And like last night, the movie ended, and Francesca said, so what happened? To me, that is the only tiniest fucking chink in it. I wish, I don't know. Some people see that as a positive, but I wish it would have been a little more clear cut. But I mean, it's based on the book.
Like what happened? Like, I mean, well, really, it's just a slice of life too. We're like 3 seasons in the life of a serial killer, or possible serial killer, because of what we have Christmas, and we allude to the fact that we're coming up to Easter. I think closer to the end.
You're right, because she says if I don't see you by Easter, you're right, and Christmas is in the beginning. You're right. You're right. And then another thing fascinating about him to me is he has these different like facets of his person, like the way he talks in the beginning. He's talking about all these like left-leaning things, which you wouldn't expect from someone like that that's talking with these people and that's so much into materialism and all that shit. And he's like talking about ending apartheid and all these topics that matter to hardcore Democrats at the time. And then at the end, you see the guy talking shit about Reagan. So you would think that these people are fucking, that are conservative. And there is a few hints at some of the things they say, but it's like they almost are indistinguishable as how they feel politically. Maybe it was left out for a reason.
Well, because I think they don't. I think they are just regurgitating headlines.
Yes. Do you really think Patrick Bateman cares about apartheid?
No. You're right.
He doesn't give a
even
good
the
goddamn,
artist,
but that's a
artist
talking
fans
point,
there.
so he brings
That's
it up.
true.
Yeah.
It's
You're right.
It reminds me of like in Bridget Jones's Diary when she's trying to come up with something clever to say when she's going to meet Salman Rushdie, and she's just like, what do you think about what's happening in Chechnya? And then she says it when she meets him, and everybody looks at her like, what? Like, that's random, but it's these are talking points, these are headlines, these are things that everyone's talking about right now, so it should be important to me too, because it is important to everyone else. And honestly, the sad thing is that how much have we really changed as a society besides none? Like we haven't. I mean, even today we have half the shit that people spew on social media is what they think other people want to hear. And that's the reason I'm no longer on social media.
That's the whole idea behind that virtue signaling bullshit.
I mean, it's just I got to tell people what I think they want to hear. If you want to really hear what I think, you don't want to really hear what I think. You want to hear what you want to hear. Like that's.
And if it's not what I think, I can't be your friend. And how many times do you? I'm just going to tell everybody that I'm going to unfollow all Trump supporters, or I'm going to unfollow everyone that thinks we should wear masks, or this. People make that announcement before they even do it. It's like, okay, we get it. Why not just quietly
Just
do
do
it?
it. Yeah, just
Like
do
me,
it.
I just left
Exactly.
until you hear about it. You know what I mean? And like Jamie just said it now, and amen, sister. Good. I'm glad you fucking got off again. I feel more strongly about that than I do about the trailer.
No, trust me, that last, when I dipped in a couple weeks ago and I mentioned that to you, it was that I never went back. Like after that day, like I go on to our group page to post the shows when I release them. That's it. I have no other interaction on social media.
See, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why I don't have any problem with social media, because I don't interact with people. I kind of come on, I say my stuff, and I go away.
Way to do it.
Right.
And that's what I used to do. And then I would read. Then things would pop up on my feed, and that would just like I'd be like, I don't want to see this shit. I just want to talk about horror movies and movies. And so I would mute that stuff.
I never go through the feed. I just you know.
Yeah. Fuck.
There's very few groups and there's very few people I'll check in with from time to time to see how they're doing, and that's it. Because I don't want to deal with all that bullshit.
No, I mean, and sometimes
really what it is. Yeah.
The last time I was on, that one day that I said I went on, and what dragged me on was the new Texas Chainsaw came out, and I even forget why I went there, but then I started reading what people were saying about Texas Chainsaw. And then at one point I made the mistake to start reading comments on something. And I'm like, oh my God, I had to back out. I was like, I got to get the fuck out of here. I got to get the fuck out of here. This is why I'm not here anymore. You know?
Yeah. It's annoying.
And what good does it do? What's the point? Like, what's the point of getting into an argument with someone you don't really know on the internet about something that is really inconsequential? Like, there's just
a movie.
But I don't have the energy for that.
It's crazy the views that they come out, and again, we could talk until we're blue in the face about it. It's just nuts. I don't understand. Like, yeah, we've all had those movies where we'll go, we're passionate about them, so we're also on a show talking about them. So of course, this is where the passion will come out. But in the big picture, it's a fucking movie. You know what I mean? And again, it's all our opinions. So that's all that it's not a big thing. It's not a big deal. But the people that just die by it on Facebook or whatever, I don't understand. I don't get it.
Because they mistakenly think this is a vital part of who they are. And they will live and die by this. They will die on this hill because this is who I am. And it's like, okay, it's who you are, but it doesn't make you any better or worse than anyone else. You have an opinion on something. Good for you. Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't mean you're right. And I hate the people who, when they have an opinion on something, then they feel the need to verify that opinion by having other people, with their opinions. Well, you see, he said it too, and it's just like, have the strength and the conviction of your own opinions. Just stand by them by yourself. You don't need other people to back you up.
Yeah, and I've been embroiled in arguments about things, and I look back at it now, and I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What the fuck were you doing? Man. Who gives a shit? And honestly, and this is.
But did you smash a VHS?
Right.
Did you smash it?
Every day, and I'm not even exaggerating. Every day I question myself as to who am I to tell people my opinion on anything, and like referring to podcasting, like who am I that I should expect people to give a shit what I say? And there are people who do, and I appreciate them. But at the same time, I'm like, who do you think you are? And I had this conversation with myself every day, and I'm like, I start thinking about stopping. I'm like, I gotta stop. Who am I? It's just this whole weird thing that I go through in my head. And then the next day I'm fine, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to talk about this movie, because then what I have to remind myself of is when I'm on a show like this show or even our show, we are just having conversations that we want to have. And if people choose to listen to that, that's great.
That's what I've always said about this whole podcast.
But I have to remind myself of that, because otherwise I start thinking, just stop. Just stop. What you think doesn't matter. But then I'm like, well, that's not the point. The point is we're having conversations, we're having fun. And if people want to get involved with that, then that's great, and they can. And I appreciate the people who do. But then I'll just start to question myself again. And that's why it's part of the reason I left before. Sorry, Brandon, I retired.
Tired.
But then I came back because what I missed about it was what is really most important about it. And that is the fact that I'm talking to people about things that we're all passionate about. But I don't expect anyone to agree with me. And I'm not, I will say something with, real like fervor, but that doesn't mean that if someone doesn't agree with me that I think that you're wrong or that I think that you're stupid. It just means this is how I feel about it, and that's one thing I really hope that comes across is I don't want anyone to ever feel like I'm trying to portray my opinion as the only opinion, because I'm not. It's just my opinion is solely that. It's solely my opinion.
And that's why I'm very flippant about it. And maybe some people don't get that. I mean, I've had some people not get my overlying snarkiness
or your cockiness or your
like,
whatever.
Exactly.
I mean,
that's why I often go, well, and I've said this about Dave in joking and jest, but I was like, that ain't the first time Dave's been wrong. It won't be the last. And that's just because
I've been recording with him for a while too.
Because opinions mean that little to me.
He says that to me all the time. He's like, well, you're wrong. I mean, actually, he says it on the show. You guys hear it. I'm on crack. He says shit like that all the time. But
no one gets angry.
No, because he doesn't really mean it. He doesn't.
Right.
It's not.
I think
true.
What helped me years ago was, I realized.
Thank you.
All these people, all these critics and reviewers, they were professionals and all that, and they know movies and their opinions hold weight. And I'm like, why do people think that? Well, they get paid to share their opinions. And I'm like, yeah, but so do I. And it really made me realize my opinion is no more correct, right, educated, or whatever than anyone else's. I was lucky enough to get a gig where I am, incentivized to share my opinion. So I'm going to, blather my head off and all that. But when it all comes down to it, it's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I'll say, because we will get heated on here. But that's what I feel like I'm now on repeat saying, look, it's on me. This is my issue. I have an issue with the film.
Yes.
We talk so crazy about this, but that's what it boils down to. I didn't like *Malignant*. I know tons of other people did.
Okay, you're just wrong in that.
See?
Also, that was my number one movie of the year.
Oh, wow. And it's funny because Brandon and I kind of saw eye to eye on that one, and I think he even liked it more than I did. Having said that, I didn't go back to revisit it like I keep saying I'm going to do, and I haven't. But again, I've openly said, that's me. I know tons of people that like it, and I don't want to shit on anybody for liking it. Why? What benefit do I get from that? I'm just saying.
Who cares, man?
I wish I could. I wish I felt like that.
Ruining other people's days. It's just like those dark cloud people that feel the need to. If somebody's like, "Oh, I just saw this movie and I love it," and there's always that one guy who's like, hated it.
Yeah.
Oh,
who cares?
Good.
I'll try to give a reason. Right. I'll try to give a reason, but I never really want to shit on anybody. And again, I always say, well, was my take. And at the end of the day, I don't go into a movie wanting to hate it. I don't do any of us do that. No, I want to go experience something.
Oh, you want?
And I want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So when I don't like it, it's almost like like why? And I try to figure out why. What was it that wasn't working for me? But that's really it. And again, we've done this on the show numerous times, and like there are movies that like Dave is dumbfounded that I don't like, but he doesn't ever.
Hey.
I'm more the one that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's always like, yeah, as he says, salut, like when we're talking about The Craft, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, okay. I can't, whatever. Dave's like, I love this movie. Okay, I wish I could love it. I want to love it.
It's subjective. But everything is subjective. Your opinion is subjective. And when someone wants to say what's the best, to me, the best is subjective. People want to act like it's not, which makes me laugh. Oh, this is the best horror movie. That's your unsubjective. Well, how can it not be subjective? If this guy says this is the best and I say this is the best, well, guess what? That alone proves the subjectivity in it. So everything is subjective, bottom line. And you know what? Energy vampires are the freaking worst, and that's those people that come in, they see a good thing, and they feel the need to. They suck you dry. You want to suck your joy and your
life
energy.
Force you?
And then all you can do is ultimately You can share your joy, you can do your thing, or you could take the other approach, which, like I said before, nothing can stop me now because I just don't care. That's another fucking way to take it. Trent Reznor, fucking words of wisdom. You'll never attain it unless.
I was thinking of Starship. Wait, is that nothing's gonna stop us now?
Nothing's gonna stop us now.
That was from Mannequin, I think.
It was. And if this world runs out of lovers,
we'll still have each other. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Yeah. Take that, Trent Reznor.
Oh, I know, what the fuck. Who would have thought that? Fucking
I actually like to hear opposing opinions if people are willing to get into a discussion about it and actually talk about things.
Unlike an argument.
Yeah, just those people who are just like, fuck you, you're wrong, or Babadook's the worst movie I've ever seen, and that's all they're going to say about it. Those people, you're offering nothing. You're offering nothing to the conversation, so I don't care. You know, anybody who drops a line that says garbage.
Yeah, that's just...
All right, well, I have no need to listen to you because you're not bringing anything to the table. But if you come into the conversation and go, well, you know, I didn't really care for this movie because this, and this, I can then see your point of view and, you know, oh, okay, that makes sense. And it might even make me look at something differently. But if you're just going to drop in and say garbage, then you may as well not say you may as well not say anything at all. Like, to me, it means nothing, you know.
Yep, it's no good. Like, there's a movie we did. I watched for 22 Shots, which I think it's going to be recording tomorrow. But it's a baseball movie. It's called Battlefield Baseball, and it's just over the top, goofy comedy. Fucking, it's just, to me, it's just, I want to say it's stupid shit. I'm not going to use that when I'm on the show. But if I'm sitting here talking to my brother or something, I might say, that's fucking garbage. But when I'm on the show, I'm going to say, that's just not for me. That's just not my type of movie. I don't resonate with that type of comedy. It's still well made in some aspects, so I'm not going to shit on it too much. It's just not on my shelf. But in behind closed doors,
you got mad at me, remember?
I'll say garbage.
Or Human Centipede. I called it. I said, "Oh, it's a piece of shit." He goes, "You can't say that." Like, you got offended at me. I'm like, well, to me, it's a piece of shit.
So
I don't know how else. Yeah, but that was.
I think I was talking about part 2, because part 2 is such a well-made movie. Then I probably said, you can't really. It's not fair to say that about that movie. But that's a whole other can of worms. How do we even get there? Awesome.
Because I will talk in extremes sometimes, but I feel like at least I will explain myself as to why, and you know, there will be discussion had.
That's the important part. I don't like the people who just, I didn't like it. Why? It was stupid.
It sucked.
Yeah. It's like, well, thanks for chiming in. You brought nothing to the table. Right. I mean, there was no point in talking to you at all.
It's like those people. There was a woman I saw a post on YouTube the other day. This woman had posted on Facebook, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so happy to be able to share this moment with my mom." And she was telling a story about something fun she did with her mother. Immediately, there was a comment under her post that said, "Please be more considerate of people who don't have mothers to share things with."
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you insane? Fuck right off. You know, and it's like, you know,
are you kidding me?
No, that's how sensitive people are.
Yeah, my mother was an alcoholic and a drug addict, and I don't have those kinds of memories with her. Well, okay, but what does that have to do with me? And I'm not allowed to talk about what I enjoyed with my mom because fuck you.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, man. See, movies are.
There's
one
another
thing.
business, rent a mom. I'll get that business going. Do we have all these business ideas, but they never pan out. You want a mom? Rentamom.com. And then you can share some memories with her.
It's like the Big Brother program, only it's a mom.
There you go. Right on, Big Brothers.
You can bake cookies and learn to knit.
Big mamas.
Or that's like Rent a Grandma, I guess.
Rent a Grandma. Well, we'll have that too. There's going to be different levels.
Movies are one thing. That's just ridiculous. I don't get frustrated. If that's how you want to be, fuck it, so be. I'm not going to engage. Then everything else is worse. Politics and shit like that. That's the true problem. That's when things have gotten out of hand and people argue and everybody's so much into extremes and everybody's so into absolutes. That's the problem that we've come across. It's like, you know where someone's going to sit on every single topic if you know the way they discuss things before they open their mouth. You're like, okay, cue, this person's going to say this here. This person's going to say this. I would love to do a podcast where there's a level-headed
Like a chess game?
conservative. No, like a level-headed, a level-headed conservative that's not going to get into name calling, not into arguing, and a level-headed, person on the left that's also going to be the same way, and me right in the middle, having discussions about different topics.
That's never going to happen.
Hash it out.
Well, that used to happen all the time. That's how the world was.
Right.
And I mean, and maybe
social media.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all media.
Yeah, but specifically social. It's why most people they want to be in an echo chamber. They just want to have their own opinions regurgitated back to them so they feel like they're smarter. See, I know I'm right because they agree with me. And that's why they're not open to other ideas anymore, because it makes them question themselves, and they don't like that.
Yeah, that's why I like watching Bill Maher. He is notoriously in the past he has gone hard on the right, like that was his thing. More recently, he's starting to go hard on the left as well, and people are like, "What? What are you doing? What are you doing?" You know, and he's just like, because if I see something moronic, I'm going to call it out. You know, but I remember one episode he had Ben Shapiro on the show. Not a fan, gotta say. But I even said, I turned to Brian I'm like, he actually, there were a couple of points that he made that I was like, okay. And that's the thing is we have to realize is everything is nuanced, including people. The world is not black and white. And if you try to force things into categories, you're going to run into trouble, because every person, whether you agree with them, you say you take this person, you disagree with 98% of what they have to say, then, they might come out with something that you actually agree with. So it's worth it to get to know the person as an individual and not just categorize people by, right or left or, whatever, like
it's
however.
Sad. Yeah.
And that's the way it used to be, because we didn't used to know what people thought about everything, because there wasn't a platform for everyone to post it.
Even if you do, I mean, my best friend is like totally opposite of me when it comes to politics. We just don't talk about that. We talk about other stuff.
Right.
And
when you force your opinions on, that's the problem. I agree. That's
I can talk to him. We usually call each other at least once a week or so. We talk for a couple hours every time, and we have a good time. I like talking to the guy. I like the guy. He is my best friend. But when it comes to politics, we just stay clear of that, because he sees things one way, I see it the other. And I'm not going to tell, well, you're wrong for seeing it that way. He's not. That's his life experiences. That's his opinion. It's fine for him to have that. And I can see that. You don't have to agree with me on everything for me to like you.
No, and life experiences is another thing too. Is everyone has different life experiences.
Yeah.
And you don't know what that other individual has been through in their life and why they've come to the conclusions that they have. And maybe if you take the time to actually talk to them, you might find out, and it might make sense. But so many people just write people off immediately without even trying to.
It's so extreme that if you don't agree with me 100%, you're a moron. You're totally wrong. I mean, you can't see the obvious. Yeah,
you're a libtard.
Family members are.
I mean, can you believe the gall of that one girl that had a mother?
Right. Fuck. And she dared to enjoy something with her
wife. Yeah,
that's
like
ridiculous.
The fucking gall. Yeah.
Or
I'm blocking her on Facebook. Can you give names?
Every time Mother's Day comes around, every time Father's Day comes around, you get the people who are like, well, I don't have a dad. Well, I'm sorry, but there are people who do.
They have a thing going on right now about Valentine's Day, and this is a real thing. There's a big push to make it, well, you should just love yourself if you're a single or button, because a bunch of sad single people.
I do that every night.
But it's like, that's a thing now. And it's like, no, can't we just have this one thing for these one people? It doesn't have to be all inclusive. You'll get your thing next month or next week or whatever.
Yeah, man. Right.
But
I don't celebrate Ramadan. I don't care.
Morgan Freeman was talking about how he dislikes Black History Month. He's like, why is it 1 month? Why? Like I'm not articulating this.
I might agree with him.
Yeah, I agreed with him. So you can look at it at YouTube because I'm not doing any justice to his argument, nor will I argue for him. But if you watch his take on it, I wholeheartedly agreed with everything he said. He said like you just put a light on this and say it's 1 month. He goes, no, because this is my life. I live this, I live this day in, day out throughout the whole year.
How about stop separating? How about instead of the black race, the white race, this race, how about the human race and everybody's one? All that separation does is cause problems. You're adding to the problem by setting something aside for this group of people or this gender or this or how you identify or what this race is or this Hispanic month or this or every fucking thing. Why can't we all just celebrate human beings all the time, no matter what their race, religion, or fucking anything is? Anytime you have separation, to me, it's obviously I'm not a fucking prejudiced, obviously, okay? But I've said this since day one. There should not be a Black History Month or a Miss Black America. There should not, because you're adding to the problem. You're saying, I want to fucking separate. No, you can't do this, but I can. Now, everyone just agree the fact that there's been terrible things that have happened. At the end of the day, most level-headed people should shake hands and say, okay, there's been wrong doings in the past. Now, because you've been in the back of the line, we're going to put you in the front of the line now. What kind of message is that? The message should be, no, everybody's in the same line, and whoever happens to be in the front that day is. Let's view everybody as human beings instead of separating. And I would say this about everyone. I don't want there to be an Italian day either. I'm Italian. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off, but do you guys see what I'm saying?
But it's also so obviously phony. The one I always think of is Pride Month, when every corporation known to man puts a little rainbow somewhere on their,
something they don't give a shit about any other.
And they'll keep it up there for 1 month, and then when the month's over, they just take it down and they go about their business as usual. And it's like, that ain't supporting anyone. That's not being an ally. That's trying to cash in on a trend. You're jumping on a bandwagon to make money. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone.
If you as a corporation want to be an ally, do things that actually can help that group. Do things that would make a difference.
Maybe donate on your own time.
Yeah, sure.
Could this be the most intellectual episode of the show we've done to date?
Maybe.
Dave,
wait, I got to get my quote in.
I wish we could live that way. I truly do. I wish humans were humans. That's what I would love. I would love for humans just to be humans, and that's how I see people. I also think a lot of people from our generation are that way, and
it sucks. It's sad.
It just and like it irritates me when people come down on boomers, and I'm like, do you realize boomers were hippies? Like, they are responsible for a lot of the civil action that we have gotten. They are responsible for a lot of the good shit that we have now and a lot of the progress that we've made. And and there's just people are just constantly slamming them because they ruin the world. Yeah.
No. a true hippie. But the thing is this. I identify as a true hippie from the 60s, not the shit that goes on now. A true hippie doesn't believe in pointing the finger and placing blame on all this stuff. They just want fucking peace to all. They don't want fucking inclusion and exclusion. They want everything. And it's like I always tell my daughter, I love this example I give to her. I go, listen to it this way. If let's say you had a twin. Let's say I had Francesca and Dan Cheska, but it could be a boy. It doesn't matter. Let's say I had 2 children and I treated you like shit for fucking 15 years. And then all of a sudden I realized, hey, that's not the way. You've done terrible things. Now do all of a sudden I say, okay, well, from this day forward, Dan Cheska is going to be first in line and you always got to stay in the back. Because she was mistreated all this time, now she has to go first. Aren't you just doing the same thing? Aren't you overcompensating? Can't you just say, well, why don't we just flip a coin from now on? And yes, I'm sorry I did wrong, but now you're going to make the other one feel like shit by pushing them in the back. Flip a coin, whoever comes up, you get to go first. Don't you think that makes more sense than forcing the one that was mistreated in the past to always go in the front now? Or am I wrong?
And who the hell's Dan Cheska?
His made-up daughter.
Well, guys, I am so sorry because this is a good target, but we're like literally almost coming up to 2 hours longer than I thought. Like, and I have to get my son to soccer I apologize, but I because I gotta get ready and then take him to soccer. So
And
I'm sorry, but I have to.
Tapes.
Yeah, a way better excuse. And I'm glad you said it.
Let's let the guests put their rates in first this
yes.
time.
Oh, go ahead, baby.
I screwed up.
Oh, American Psycho is a straight up 10 out of 10 for me. There is nothing wrong with that film.
Yeah,
nothing.
I agree. I'd give it a 10 out of 10.
It's perfection.
Awesome. You know what, Brian? You said some things that made me think about this movie in a way I never thought of before, and about how you think he's just regurgitating things you read in the paper. He doesn't really feel that way about the music, about apartheid, about topics, and that adds to the fucking character even more and things. So thank you, because I never thought of that before. But now, all these years, I've given it 9.5 because of the ambiguity of this. But hearing that and everything else, I don't give a fuck. I'm going full in, and I'm going 10 out of 10 now.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. And, once again, that's just my opinion. That's my read of things. I could be totally wrong, but that's how I
believe
see
it, though. Hey, I buy it. It's great.
And that's what we do here. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what my rating is, because with your rating, even if I give it a 0, it's in the Hall of Fame.
True.
So it's 0. No, it's a 10 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10. I agree. So this is like a full-fledged Hall of Fame from
fucking amazing.
What way we take it.
True.
Awesome.
Awesome as well. Okay, you guys, we got to hurry. So Brian and Jamie, pimp your shit. Pimp your
let us know. We're in the House of Sammons. You can find us on Anchor and anywhere else. That's pretty much it. I mean, we're available on all the pod places. So just Horror in the House of Sammons. That's
Sammons, just in case.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Right. People might try to spell it like the fish.
Yeah.
I run into that.
Yeah.
That's true.
And all of our extra content, we do new reviews. We do, just all sorts of different things. Anything that won't fit in our regular show, we do have a Patreon for that. So
yes.
Just get on it. Bottom line. Get on this shit if you're not. See how fast they are. They're professionals.
Well, thank you. They are professionals. Well, thank you. And it's been, Jamie, it's always a pleasure. I mean, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time now. Brian, this has been awesome. My first experience with Brian.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of guest spots, but I had a lot of fun here. So thank you.
Well, anytime. And you guys got to come on for a BS episode, because then I know we can just BS for fucking for 3 hours, I'm sure.
We mostly did that today, so.
Yeah, sorry about that. But
No,
it's
great.
Fun,
it's totally. So. I had no clue. I wouldn't have stopped it, but I have to go. That's my on me. I'm like, I told them, I texted a long time ago. I go, we're going long today, guys. Don't worry. I'll probably be off by about 1:15, 1:30. And then, so plenty of time. And then when I'm like, oh, it's past 1:30, I better get a move on. So I apologize for cutting the conversation short.
No,
it was
worries.
great.
Thank you so much
to be
for
continued.
having us.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Good job.
We'll do it again. Thank you guys. Love you guys. Everybody, we'll see you later for episode 172. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows who's going to be on it? Hopefully B is going to be back and it's good. And if not, we're going to have a BS show anyway. So we'll see what happens. But thank you again, Brian and Jamie. Love you guys. It's been long overdue.
Thank
having you both here. Bye, Christian. Bye, listeners. Peace.
Bye.
Bye-bye.